in the series. For the Panthers, who are the top offensive team and the top defensive team in the playoffs, Barkov with Verhaeghe and Reinhart, Bennett with Rodriguez and Kachuk. A dominant third line, Anton Lundell with Eetu Luostarinen and Marchand, who's got 6 goals in this series. Nosek with Greer and Gadjevich, a heavy line. Greer and Gadjevich only playing about $7.40 per game. Forsling, a wonderful skater paired with Ekblad. Kulikov and Jones, Schmidt and Mikla, and Sergei Bobrovsky, 15 and 7 at 2.26 goals against average, a .912 save percentage. He gets the starting goal. I mentioned Stuart Skinner starts for the Edmonton Oilers. These thoughts on how he bounces back from game number 4.
Might sound weird. I felt like I played well, but sometimes that happens. It's just life, especially as a goalie. It can be hard sometimes. But I mean, the process after that is try to shake it off as quickly as I am able to. I wasn't able to for a little bit. I was a little bit frustrated, but it kind of took me a day, and it's just back to work. And there's not much time in this league, especially in the finals, to soak on it and feel bad for yourself. So you just got to go back on the ice the next day and start working on your game again.
We're 20 minutes away from face-off, and this is Rogers Game Night. Action of the Stanley Cup Final, game number 6, do or die for the Edmonton Oilers on the Oilers Radio.
Play Alberta has hundreds of casino games right at your fingertips. Join thousands discovering why Fortune Coin is one of Alberta's most popular games. Fill your reels with golden coins. Multiply your prizes up to 6 times and turn good spins into legendary ones. Land the Fortune Coin symbol to win cash. Trigger the jackpot. Launch the free spins bonus and watch as the dragon takes over your screen. New players get 100 free spins only on playalberta.ca. Claim your offer today. If you gamble, use your game sense.
Athletes know that to advance your career, you've got to be part of a winning team. So, what about you? Are you working for a winning team? Well, here's your chance to do just that. Brandt is a strong and stable industry leader with career opportunities across Canada. We have hundreds of positions available right now, from parts, sales, positioning technology, heavy-duty mechanics, and more. Be a part of a winning team. Earn your stripes by joining Brandt today. Find out more at BrandtJobs.com.
This is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
Welcome back, everybody. Let's go to Legacy Heating and Cooling. Who's hot, who's not? Legacy Heating and Cooling, home and no payments and no interest for a year. Bobby and Steve and the staff at Legacy. Connor McDavid in these 2 Stanley Cup Finals has a combined total of 18 points in 12 games. Leon Draisaitl, 4 goals, 8 points in this series for the Edmonton Oilers. Brad Marchand, I mentioned 6 goals in 5 games. Bennett also has 5 goals in this Stanley Cup Finals series. Out-of-town scoreboard for Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. We've carried this all year long. There ain't any other games tonight in the National Hockey League. It's all about Florida and Edmonton. Game 6 Stanley Cup Final, and it's do or die for the Edmonton Oilers. Stay tuned following the game for the Alberta Blue Cross Travel Insurance goal of the game. Health, dental, travel, we got the coverage you need. Visit ab.bluecross.ca. There is a total of 17 minutes to face off. When we come back on Rogers Game Night, Jack Michaels and Rob Brown will join me. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
Get paid to stay with Edmonton's Best Hotels. Book through edmontonsbesthotels.com and receive up to $225 in gas, meal, or cash cards. There's over 52 hotels to choose from. Edmonton's Best Hotels. Get paid to stay.
Over the last decade, the world of work has changed dramatically. It's a change that can cause a disconnect between a company and its employees. But a partnership with Aon can help by making decisions that create a more flexible, engaged, and resilient workforce. Aon's experience and expertise, global understanding, and advanced analytics ensure that every client is better informed and better advised so that they can make better decisions. Whatever the next decade brings, Aon is in the business of better decisions.
Get paid to stay with Edmonton's Best Hotels. Book through edmontonsbesthotels.com and receive up to $225 in gas, meal, or cash cards. There's over 52 hotels to choose from. Edmonton's Best Hotels. Get paid to stay.
You're listening to Rogers Game Night on the official voice of the Edmonton Oilers, 880 CHAD, and on the Oilers Radio Network.
Welcome back, everybody. We are live at Amerant Bank Arena. Bob Stauffer, Jack Michaels with you. Rob Brown back at the 880 CHED Studios in Edmonton. Jack, you can feel the feverish pitch. The Stanley Cup is in the house. The Edmonton Oilers want to make that Stanley Cup in the house at Rogers Place on Friday.
Well, that's the biggest thing. They want to send the Stanley Cup final and drag the Panthers back to Alberta for a second consecutive year. They did it in Game 5 last season. They came in here, withstood a pretty good Florida effort in that Game 5 and found a way to get the win, take it back to Game 6, took care of business that night, 5-1 with a couple of empty netters, only to come up shy in Game 7. I think when you look at this game, for me, Bob, the key will be Edmonton's ability to keep it 5-on-5. I think that's the strength of this hockey club. They need to saw off Florida's third line, come out of the game no worse than even with respect to the matchup head-to-head against Lundell, Lewis-Turinen, and Marchand, and then allow its high-end talent to outmaneuver Florida's high-end talent. They have, in terms of scoring chances, but not necessarily actually goals on the board. That's where I think Edmonton can win this series if they can start sawing off that Florida third line.
Rob, you played on the power play, and at times power plays can be a little bit cyclical in nature. They run hot and cold. Some of the advanced metrics would suggest the Oilers are creating lots of opportunities to the tune of 14.4 expected goals per 60. New Jersey at the league high. That's in the final, 14.4 in the final. And I know you mentioned this earlier in Oilers Now. I, like you, am surprised that Florida has won the special teams. I mean, their penalty killing was good last year against Edmonton, too. It's a pressure PK. Are the Oilers unlucky, or is it a byproduct of how good Florida's PK, or both? What do you think?
Well, I think it's a combination of both. I think the Florida Panthers are a fantastic penalty-killing team. It's not just the Oilers that they've slowed down. They've slowed down every team in the playoffs. They're the number one penalty-killing team for a reason. They're incredibly aggressive. They're very good at getting in shooting lanes and passing lanes, and they've got the best goaltender. So if a puck gets through, he makes big saves. To me, the two things that the Oilers had an advantage coming into this series, in my mind, was going to be on their power play, special teams, and the fact that they had the two best players. And that hasn't worked out in their favor like I thought it should have. I know that Jack talked about the fact that Connor and Leon have had a good series, but the difference, the separation between them and the top Florida Panthers players isn't as big as it needs to be, because there are other depth problems for the Oilers and matching up against. And you guys keep calling that the third line. They don't have a third line in Florida. They have 3 number 1 lines. That's how good their lines are, and that's why it's a matchup problem for Edmonton here through 5 games.
Yeah. Got to survive the first period, don't they?
They
Too much chasing.
They just don't want to be chasing, and that's the problem. When you're chasing, it's exhausting. Now, the Oilers are capable of coming back. They've got 8 comeback victories in the playoffs already out of 14, so they've come back more than they've won when they've started with the lead. But this is a Florida team that's smelling a Stanley Cup. They are so close. So the Oilers, they got to be better in the first. They got to capitalize in the first. They can't be chasing a game, and they've just got to put some stress on the Florida Panthers. The Florida Panthers had 0 stress in Game 5. They put a little stress on them, get the Florida Panthers thinking of a possible Game 7. To me, that's something the Florida Panthers didn't face at all in Game 5. The Oilers need to be better tonight so that they can give a little bit of thought to the Florida Panthers sitting on their bench.
I agree with Rob. I think the other key, in addition to kind of at least canceling out, Rob, like come up even against the third line and come up even after the first period. I think even in Leon Draisaitl's press conference today, he sounded weary about the prospect of having to mount yet another comeback in this game, in this series. I think the other thing I'd like to see is how Florida would react to some real adversity. Now, I'll give the Panthers credit. They were down a game. Perry scores with 17 seconds to go. Going down the tunnel, they had every reason to feel discouraged in Game 2 at Rogers Place. They came out. Marchand got the overtime winner, and I think Florida's been in control of the series ever since. But, Rob, if you get up early in this game and the thought, and you play played, when you've got not only the prospect of another playoff game to play, but a 5-hour flight, extremely hostile atmosphere, that can creep into players' minds. I know you're supposed to be professionals, but Rob, does that not play a mitigating factor as well if Edmonton can get up early and often tonight?
You would think, but this is a Florida team that lost Game 6 on home ice and had to go into Toronto and won easily. I just don't think that this team is too veteran. They've been through too much. I don't think anything really affects them, but at least give them pause. I mean, if you're in the third period and you're the Florida Panthers and you can see 8 minutes, 12 minutes, whatever it is, away from a Stanley Cup, and you got a multiple goal or 2-goal lead, you feel pretty confident. If it's 1 goal or even, all of a sudden, now there's stress because you're so close to your goal. You can grasp it, but you haven't extended everything. Every shift now becomes a little more stressful, a little more nerve-wracking. To me, the longer this game stays close, I think that favors the Oilers because the Florida Panthers have been the better team for the last 3 games, if 4 games, whatever it is, and significantly better in some of these games. So I think if the Oilers stay close in this hockey game, I think the stress level will go up on the Florida Panthers bench.
Rob, the Oilers at no point this year have been do or die. And they went 5-1 last year in elimination games. That Stuart Skinner, 1.67 goals against average, 928 save percentage. It's a different team this year, but they have shown a propensity. They're 8-1 in Game 6s in the McDavid-Draisaitl era. Why?
Well, they got the 2 best players in the world, and when they decide that we don't want to go home, they have their best nights. Why Stuart Skinner is better in Game 6 than he is in Game 2, I don't know. But I think part of it is the team is better in front of him. I just think this Oiler team, I know that it was cup or bust before the season last, and I think that was a little bit extra pressure that the Oilers put on themselves. But this is a team that it's not hoping to win a Stanley Cup. They expect to win a Stanley Cup. And I think right now they are so close. If the Oilers lose tonight, Connor and Leon will be within 3 games of back-to-back Stanley Cups. 3 wins, that's it. So I don't think they want to go home empty-handed again. I think tonight you're going to see the best effort from Connor and Leon, and hopefully the rest of the team will follow.
Where do you, right now, I mean, without knowing what's going to happen in Game 6 or 7, is the magnitude of an Oiler Stanley Cup in this series, a win, magnified by how good the opponent is, Rob? I've kind of prattled on endlessly about, geez, Florida seems as good a champion as I've seen in a long time in the National Hockey League. Do you agree as a former player?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Florida Panthers, I said it before the series, I said it before the playoffs, Florida's a better team today than they were last year. You added Jones, who's a number 1 defenseman. You added Marchand, who is a first-line player in just about every team in the NHL, and he's playing on their 3rd line. So they are a better team than they were last year. I think if you look back and just watch the way both teams played last year, you can make a case in the 7 games that the Oilers were better in 4, the Florida Panthers were better in 2, and 1 was even. But at the end of the night, goaltending and bounces didn't go the Oilers' way. I think this year in the playoffs through 5 games, Panthers have been better in 3.
Yes.
1, and the other 2 were coin flips. So this is a better
Panther team. The other 2 are among the 2 best games I've ever seen in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Oh, absolutely they were. We just need to see 2 more of those games before this series is over.
Well, the Oilers have got to do their part. Let's go to LaFord Keys Legame, brought to you by Ford, the official partner of the Edmonton Oilers, built Ford proud. Rob, what do you got?
Well, I think it just goes on what we've been talking here. There's three keys. Saves from Skinner, the power play needs to score, and the Oilers need to get out of the first period even.
Yeah. The Stuart Skinner, I mean, Jack, it's his opportunity here, isn't it?
Well, I think we're going to find out a lot about the Oilers goaltending now, in the soon-to-be now,
yes,
and the soon-to-be future. I think this has ramifications that are long-lasting as far as the Oilers' crease are concerned. If Stuart Skinner wins the next 2 games, he's going to be an Oiler potentially for the next decade. If he doesn't, he may not be an Oiler next year. And I mean, that may sound outlandish, honestly believe there's a lot riding on the next two games for a number of players on the Edmonton Oilers in terms of the path they take and what they elect to bring back.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Rob, you're going to join Bryn Griffiths during the end of the roll, first and second intermissions, and Jack Michaels will have the call up next. It's the Edmonton Oilers, the Florida Panthers. Do or die tonight for the Oilers. Panthers up 3-2 in the Stanley Cup final on 4 Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Blue-collar work deserves big-dollar perks. Get a heavy wallet with Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals is hiring heavy equipment technicians, maintenance supervisors, PM servicemen, maintenance coordinators, and pretty much every other position that makes Alberta go. We help move the earth that makes Alberta grow. So why not work for a company that makes your bank account grow too? Visit heavymetalequipment.ca to find your new career. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals, helping you move the earth.
Ready to score big on your outdoor space? It's game time with Park Landscaping. Transform your backyard into a winning arena with Park Landscaping's expert team. From design to maintenance of lush lawns and state-of-the-art synthetic turf to inviting pools and captivating water features, Park Landscaping will make your outdoor space the MVP. Don't sit on the sidelines. Get in the game with Park Landscaping. Call 780-486-2744 today or email info@parklandscaping.ca.
Businesses deserve the best protection against cyber threats. Alltech offers state-of-the-art IT and cybersecurity solutions to safeguard digital assets. The team of experts at Alltech are dedicated to providing the highest level of security, ensuring that data remains safe and operations are seamless. With Alltech, businesses can focus on growth while the rest is handled. From advanced threat detection to comprehensive data security, Alltech has it covered. Choose Alltech for reliable and effective cybersecurity. Visit alt-tech.ca now to learn more.
Bored of your current flooring? With stiff competition in the hard surfaces market, there's never been a better time to get a little less rigid in our pricing. Wood, you like a great deal? We have solid savings. Yeah, I don't know how to work laminate or vinyl plank into this, but you get the point. Try them all in our visualizer at endoftheroll.com to see it in your home. The Hard Surfaces event on now at End of the Roll Flooring Centers.
12870 St. Albert Trail and now open at 580 Parsons Road Southwest.
We welcome you back live to Sunrise, Florida. It's Edmonton and the defending Stanley Cup champion Panthers. Game 6 of the Stanley Cup final. A few national anthems away. We send it down ringside.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see their eyes, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Now, tonight's exclusive NHL broadcast.
Shoots and scores! But now it's Draisaitl off to Connor McDavid. Centers Kane for the hat trick. He scores!
All the action called by the voices who know the game inside and out.
This crowd explodes!
Bob Stauffer and Jack Michaels on the Oilers Radio Network.
This is Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final, and I'm Jack Michaels alongside Bob Stauffer to bring it to you on 880 Chat of the Oilers Radio Network. Electric atmosphere inside Amerant Bank Arena in Sunrise, Florida, after a boiling hot day with temperatures in the high 30s and high humidity. Stuart Skinner, 5-1 over the last 6 elimination games he plays, will get the call in net. 7-6, save percentage 8.91 in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Bouchard and Ekholm in front of him. Opening line centered for now by Connor McDavid, Nugent Hopkins, and Corey Perry are his wingers. The starting lineup brought to you by Coventry Homes. Flexibility within reach. Get back in the game. Customizable designs from Coventry, the official builder of the Edmonton Oilers, dressed in the white outlined in blue and orange. Here we go. Sasha Barkov, Connor McDavid, the two captains in Game 6 is underway, with Florida having control of the faceoff. Bobrovsky in net. Forsling and Ekblad, the starting pair on defense for Hagee, and Sam Reinhart are Barkov's wingers. Edmonton is offside, moving over the line left to right in our first period, a period in which Edmonton has been outscored 7-0 over the last 3 games. Referees John Hebert, Chris Rooney, linesman Devin Berg, and Ryan Gibbons. Puck dropped outside the Florida line. This time Barkov wins it. Forsling shoots wide, and that's an errant play by Forsling, leading to an icing call against the defending champions. 16 seconds into this first period, Edmonton and Florida in Game 6 of the final. The cup is in the building. The Panthers can go back-to-back with a win tonight. If not, Game 7 in Edmonton, Friday night, we'd have it for you at 620 Mountain. McDavid wins the draw, pounded toward the net by Ekholm. A painful block by Carter Verhaeghe, and now Evan Bouchard will send it in deep for Edmonton. 6 consecutive finals. A team from the Sunshine State has been in it. Tampa won 2 of 3. Florida looking to do the same. Shot in by Forsling around the boards. Ekholm trying to gather behind the net, giving way to McDavid, and off to Corey Perry. We expect McDavid and Draisaitl to be paired together perhaps as soon as the next shift. A big hit by Perry as he flattened Brad Marchand and his helmet popped off. 77 years of living on this planet came together in that collision. A dump in and Seth Jones fell down. Draisaitl finishing his check, and Edmonton has been bruising in the early going. Draisaitl burrows in. He has both overtime winners. A quick shot by Kane and a save made by Bobrovsky. The rebound underneath his prone form, and he gets a whistle. He did not have that puck cleanly, had no idea where it was. Draisaitl won a battle, and Kane wasted no time in firing the first shot on net tonight. And Bobrovsky, a little fortunate to get the whistle.
100%, and fortunate that didn't squeeze through the wickets there. 2 big hits for the Edmonton Oilers. And it was Corey Perry and Leon Draisaitl throwing the body around. Oilers need something out of Evander Kane. They've moved him into the top 6 here, Jack.
Kane, 6 goals, 12 points in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Off the draw, won by Draisaitl. Kapanen did not play last game. He parachutes out of the press box and right into the top 6. Matthew Tkachuk clears for the Panthers, who are dressed in the red, the blue pants, the white numerals. Brett Kulak feeds it up the gut for Darnell Nurse. Gives it up. Kane looking to shoot again. This time he whiffs, and here comes Sam Bennett. But Evander Kane looks like he's on a mission tonight for the Edmonton Oilers. Bennett over the line. A shot off the rush by Matthew Tkachuk. Missed badly. Rebound held in by Nico Mikkola. Bennett, of course, the Stanley Cup leader with 15 goals in the postseason. Mikkola forced behind the net by Trent Frederick, and then he'll swing it back to Bennett, who's joined by Hyman, Crosby, Ovechkin. Those are the only players in the last 20 years to come up with as many as 15 goals in a single playoff run. It's Nurse up to center. He'll shoot it in. Giving it a look is Bobrovsky. And then Nurse pitchforked it back behind the net. Grabbing it once again is Evander Kane. He's hungry on that puck. And now Adam Henrique twists it back to Woolman, a shot, and that got through, and a save made by Bobrovsky. Frederick and Henrique lingering and working along the end boards. Jeff Skinner has come on to join this line. John Klingberg shoots off the glass, and Skinner's back on the puck for Edmonton. He'll send it behind the net for Frederick. Angled, a shot by Klingberg, redirected. John Klingberg back in the lineup after a two-game hiatus where Troy Stetcher took over. Mikkola did not get it out. Edmonton punches it back, and then Skinner ripped one wide from a tough angle short side. Held in by Wallman, and the Oilers continue to roll it. Skinner fires. Save Bobrovsky. And another awkward-looking stop. Edmonton all over Florida in the first 3 minutes as both Jeff Skinner and Evander Kane firing from above the right face-off dot gave Bobrovsky fits, but give the 36-year-old credit. He's able to come up with both saves and keep it scoreless.
Yeah, the Oilers didn't shoot enough the other night early. They only had 3 shots on goal the entire first period. They're already at 4 right now. And we're 3 minutes into this game.
Florida dominated early in this game. Shots are 4-0, 3 minutes in, and Edmonton goes right back to work. And this is what we were talking about before the game, Bob, getting all 4 lines going early. This time it's Janmark, Podkolzin, and Brown's turn. Bennett to take the draw for Florida. Kulak and Nurse, the pairing. A face-off, fought for, controlled, and finally cleared by Evan Rodriguez, then turned back over. And Florida's fumbling around in its own end right now. Rodriguez given another opportunity by Kulikov, located Bennett, and he'll shoot it in deep. Shaky start for the defending champions. Oilers on the puck. Connor Brown double team down low in his own zone. Bennett tried to nudge it out front. Brown had it, lost it, poked away by Rodriguez. Schmidt up top. Kulikov right point. Deliberate pass off the boards, kicked off the side of the net, patrolled by Skinner. Rodriguez, Kulikov, Nate Schmidt. Wrist shot redirected, and a right pad save on Matthew Tkachuk, made by goaltender Stuart Skinner. Janmark with a rebound, locates Nurse, angled up to Podkolzin, and though he was belted, the puck remains under Edmonton's control. Skinner wanders out to handle for Kulak. 4 minutes gone. Edmonton and Florida, no score in Game 6. Panthers won Game 5 by a count of 5-2, and already we've seen McDavid and Draisaitl paired together. 4 minutes into the hockey game, McDavid and Draisaitl are on the first line together. Here's Sasha Barkov for Florida, looking to give it up to Verhaeghe. Cycle disrupted by Matthias Ekholm. Barkov working hard against Evan Bouchard, peeled away by Ekholm. Shakes off a stick check, a hit hard on Corey Perry, and the puck shaken back through Ekholm, and then Bouchard had it taken away by Reinhart. Tucks inside on Ekholm. Shot score! Sam Reinhart. Brilliant individual play. And Florida takes a 1-0 lead in Game 6 at 4:36.
Well, it's just a great play by Sam Reinhart. Bouchard turns the puck over, and Reinhart hops inside of Matthias Ekholm, elevates the puck up and over Stuart Skinner on the glove side. Oilers had possession of the puck. It's a stationary breakout that Edmonton blows, and Florida yet again has scored in the first period.
And on their first shot, credited. Sam Reinhart unassisted, 4:36. His 8th of the playoffs, and we said it in Game 3 when he got on the board that gave Reinhardt a bit of a sniff. And he's been going ever since with goals in 4 consecutive games for the Florida Panthers. Chipped up the left-hand side off the draw. Anton Lundell fires into the glove of Stuart Skinner. As now Florida wants to test Skinner a little bit. And 5 minutes into this game, after a promising start, and you heard Chris Knobloch talk about this after Game 5, promising first 4 or 5 minutes, and then Florida is able to score.
Well, the Oilers are going to have to dig in even deeper here because this building was on it, and Florida was a little bit off for the first 3 or 4 minutes of the game, and Bobrovsky fought a couple shot attempts off. In tight, look out.
Off the draw, quick chance, and a save made by Skinner right off the faceoff. And Florida has scored off the draw at times in this series. Lundell, that time, right off the faceoff.
I mean, Reinhardt individual effort beats 2 men on this goal to make it 1-0. And think about what happened with Brad Marchand's 2 goals.
Ducked inside of Jake Wallman and then split the defense on a face-off that Florida actually lost. Off the draw, Mikkola in front. Quick shot denied, and that's a big save on Gadjevich by Stuart Skinner. Maybe that settles him and the Oilers down because that was a sitter for Gadjevich. He and A.J. Greer making their postseason debuts this year. And Gadjevich looking for his 3rd of the playoffs. Didn't happen. Oilers funnel it up the right-hand side. Pulled off the puck was Kulak. Lead pass, Seth Jones down the middle, A.J. Greer, and he's checked by Darnell Nurse, and the play dies for Skinner to leave it for Brett Kulak. Rammed it off the boards. Kasperi Kapanen looking for a bouncing puck that's forced free by Bennett. And he'll reset behind the Florida net. Turned over, Kapanen with a puck in the high slot. Panthers still a little bit jittery in their own end, but now a clear back to the Edmonton line, and that's gathered by Jake Wallman as the Oilers look to move up ice left to right. They trail 1-0. Sam Reinhart unassisted 4.5 minutes in. Here's Bennett jumping on a loose puck in the neutral zone to Nate Schmidt up to Evan Rodriguez. Carried as far as center, tried to get it in deep, and John Klingberg wouldn't let him. Off to Nugent Hopkins, and then on to Wallman. He'll drive it behind the net. So with the switch to McDavid and Draisaitl together 5-on-5, you've got Nugent Hopkins centering Kane and Kapanen. Here's Kulikov looking to muscle it out, does so to center ice, and now Sam Reinhart takes it out wide, looking to get a shot off, and Wallman won't let him. Barkov in the corner, takes over for Reinhart, who then lost a puck battle to Kane, chipped back toward the high slot, held in by Carter Verhaeghe. Little give and go. Verhaeghe tried to kick it to his forehand off his right skate out to Ekblad, a drive, and that was blocked by Wallman. He's slightly hobbled as the puck trickles back to center, carried in by Verhaeghe. Barkov gives it back to him, and a quick shot curled wide. Rebound Brad Marchand mishandled the puck, and now it's Draisaitl on to Connor McDavid. 2 Florida Panthers back. McDavid will chip it toward Bobrovsky. Play it up the right-hand side. Marchand did not get it out as Corey Perry looked to snatch it away, but Barkov able to recover. Verhaeghe cross ice, and now Ekblad will be guilty of an icing call. Poor pass intended for Marchand. Ekholm back defensively to draw the icing call with 12:42 to go in the first period. Edmonton the first 5 shots on net, Florida the last 4.
And 1 in the net on a brilliant individual effort from Sam Reinhart.
But now off the icing call, it'll be Barkov against Draisaitl. Perry will line up in the slot. McDavid on the left half board, shadowed by Forsling. Face-off win for Barkov. Looking to skate it up ice is Verhaeghe, and he got clipped. A hard hit by Bouchard, and Verhaeghe will dash off the ice as Ekholm takes over behind the Edmonton net. McDavid, a drop-off for Ekholm up the left-hand side. Corey Perry flung it toward Bobrovsky. He's forced to cover. 12:23 to go in the first period. Keep in mind, with McDavid and Draisaitl together 5-on-5, This is maybe why Chris Knobloch looks toward that, because coming into tonight in elimination games, they had an 81-16 advantage in shot attempts when playing 5-on-5. McDavid and Draisaitl together, never a bad solution. But right now, it's Florida who's broken out on top in Game 6. 1-0 on a goal by Sam Reinhart. We played 7.5 minutes, and this is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey, the Oilers Radio Network.
Celebrating 70 years in the signage industry, William Huff Advertising is the most recognized name in the game. An in-house, one-stop shop for all of your design, print, and installation needs. William Huff provides quality graphic solutions for everyone. Here in our City of Champions and throughout the nation, they're the preferred signage partner entrusted by many of the biggest corporations, pro sports teams, and organizations to bring their identity to life. Recognize the name, get in the game. WilliamHuff.com.
Our people, our team. It's what business owners almost always say is their most important resource. But strong businesses don't just find great people. They make sure their teams stay healthy, engaged, and performing at their best. A benefits plan from Alberta Blue Cross is more than just drug and dental. They support the whole person with flexible coverage levels that fit the size and circumstance of your business. Find a plan that gets results at ab.bluecross.ca.
Hey, Edmonton. Ever think about who gets your hard-earned money when you buy groceries or gas? For all you know, it could be buying a second yacht or private jet. But at Co-op, they put it right back into the community. That's because they're owned by 120,000 everyday Edmontonians, not a corporation. Feel good about where your money goes when you shop Co-op. Visit in-store for details.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Fifth straight game in this Stanley Cup final. Florida has gotten the first goal. Remember, Edmonton scored 66 seconds into the final of Game 1 as Draisaitl scored to open Game 1 and close Game 1 with an overtime winner. But since then, Florida has won 3 of 4 and can close it out with a victory in Game 6 tonight. Draisaitl and McDavid pour back into the offensive zone. Perry went down. A battle in the corner. The Panthers bottled up. Reinhart can't get it out of the zone. He has the one goal here in Game 6 and now finds Verhaeghe for a clear up to center. And Verhaeghe will backhand it in deep. Oilers have now given up the first goal in 12 of their 22 Stanley Cup playoff games. Florida's allowed the first goal only 7 out of 23. Verhaeghe into the offensive zone for Seth Jones. High slot shot, sailed wide, rebound Bouchard. Kind of whiffed on a clear, but then wrestled away by Brown from Marchand and back to center. Mikkola gave it away. Marchand scored twice in Game 5. It's been a shaky start for him thus far in Game 6. Luostarinen able to bull his way in. Two hard-working customers, but Colson takes over from Luostarinen and now has a head of steam up the left-hand side. He'll send one skipping behind the four in a net. Bobrovsky up the boards. Matthias Janmark from the corner tried to center. That was cleared, and Nurse was able to hold the zone. Nate Schmidt thought it exited, didn't get the call, and now Janmark given new life, ultimately gave it away. Then Lindell almost in turn gave it away, but Tkachuk from one knee was able to pop it back to center. Edmonton floods the zone, forces a bad Florida pass, and that's an icing call. Good pressure from Edmonton, and the Oilers continue to roll over their lines here as now they'll go Nugent Hopkins, Kane, and Kapanen with 10:48 to go in the first period, and the Panthers leading by a count of 1-0.
And just an egregious sequence for Edmonton. A grenade thrown by Matthias Ekholm, who's had 4 tough periods here. Bouchard couldn't pick it up cleanly, and then a real good play by Reinhart, and the Oilers needed to be bailed out by Skinner, and he couldn't come up with a stop, and that's why they're up 1-0.
Nugent Hopkins wins the faceoff. Kapanen to Wallman. A shot sails high and wide on a screen. Bobrovsky, who never saw that puck, then chipped off the glass, held in by Kapanen. Wound it around, down low, Luostarinen. Trying to box out his man, fished it out of the corner. Unable to clear, however, was Matthew Tkachuk. Swept around, and you've got John Klingberg. Put it back behind the net, and it's Nugent Hopkins. Back to Klingberg. High slot. Shot coming. Woolman wide. Rebound. Bobrovsky. He'll pin it right side of the net. And now pushing and shoving. A couple of hands went right into the grill of Evander Kane. And then Kachuk in turn gets a couple of straight rights from Kasperi Kapanen. And those two pawing at one another. And we're going to have some penalties called here. We're going to have a call. It's just whether it's one each way or just the Florida man. I know there's a penalty coming against Florida.
Kane's going off too here, Jock.
Yeah, so it's one each way. Sam Bennett, Evander Kane. They'll be sent off. Coincidentals at 9:45 of this first period. I imagine roughing minors coming from Jean Hebert.
Florida 9 minor penalty for roughing, 4-on-4.
Slashed in a rough, 4-on-4. Now, 4-on-4 hockey in the Stanley Cup playoffs, and for that matter this season, has favored Edmonton. While the Panthers have been outscored 2-0 in the playoffs, Oilers 2-1 in the postseason, 4-0 in the regular season. So this 4-on-4 figures to be in favor of Edmonton. Open ice for McDavid and Draisaitl, who are out there with two shooters, Wallman and Bouchard. Face-off, right side of Bobrovsky, but Florida's able to come up with a draw, and Ekblad will skate it out of the zone. Intercepted by Draisaitl. He'll play it back to Wallman, who trades with Bouchard as Edmonton resets in its own end. A lead pass to Connor McDavid. Scored his first goal of the series in Game 5. Hustling down the right-hand side. Forsling played it well. Panthers don't get it clear, though. Draisaitl took it away. Up to Wallman, high slot. Bouchard to Draisaitl, loading up right circle. One-timer, Bouchard sprawling save made by Bobrovsky. Panthers will come out of their own zone, and it's hoisted in, but turned over. A little mistake by Reinhart. Gave it right to Bouchard, and now Draisaitl swiftly advances through the neutral zone, hits the Florida line. Looks for a teammate. He's got a man. A shot. Kulak, and a save made. Bobrovsky, the rebound cleared to Forsling, and Florida wants a reload here with 9:20 to go in the first. Kulak had Bobrovsky going the other way.
Yeah, two good looks for Edmonton there, 4v4.
Nikola conservatively nearly gave it away against Nugent Hopkins, and then Marchand spilled at center ice. Florida fans wanted a call, none forthcoming. More than 19,500 with a Stanley Cup in the building, seeing if the Panthers can do what they did last year and win the Cup on home ice. Lundell has it twisted away, and now you've got Kulak putting the brakes on for Edmonton. Right side, Connor Brown at the red line. 4-on-4 in effect for another half minute. 8:45 to go in the first period. Panthers lead at 1-0. Lundell bounces one through the neutral zone. It was Sam Reinhart with a steal. Jumped inside of Ekholm and beat Stuart Skinner. 1-0 Florida. Here's Klingberg. Stymied as he hit the Edmonton line. Rodriguez will take it behind his own net. Bobrovsky gave up just one goal in the clincher last year. That was Game 7. This is Game 6, where Edmonton has won 8 of 9 since Connor McDavid joined the hockey club. Adam Henrique battling for position as the teams come back to full strength. The lead pass for Bennett is off the mark. This is icing against the Florida Panthers with 8:08 to go in the first period.
Edmonton, other than one sequence, has had a really good first period, Jock.
And yet it's 1-0 Florida.
And Bobrovsky.
Chris Knobloch has talked about that. He doesn't feel like his club has played that badly 5-on-5 in the first period. They just haven't finished.
Yeah.
Draisaitl between McDavid and Corey Perry. Won the face-off cleanly. Bouchard guides to Ekholm. His shot deflected away by Bobrovsky, who has 3 shutouts in this postseason for Florida and 6 in his career. Oilers with a puck. Left point, it's Bouchard. Faked the pass, then tried to center, and Kulikov broke it up. He was lying prone on the ice. McDavid picked it up, and he was knocked off balance, and the Panthers will launch back through center. A steal by Verhaeghe on Bouchard. A wrist shot, and that caught a piece of Skinner, and then the outside of the left goalpost. That was a shaky-looking stop. Bouchard with an outlet. Florida able to break it up. No, Draisaitl with a steal. McDavid got inside of Reinhart, and then jabbed away by Bobrovsky. He got his stick out there as McDavid tried to drag it across the blue paint. Ekblad up the middle. Heck of a play by Draisaitl. Wristed toward the net by Barkov, who doesn't have a goal in this series, and a save made by Stuart Skinner. Ekblad tried to nudge one in front. Henrique took it away from Barkov. Florida crowds the offensive zone. Up top, here's a shot coming, and that was deflected out of play. Kachuk set it up for Reinhart, and he could not thread it through heavy traffic in front of the Edmonton net. So with the puck out of play and Florida waiting an O-zone draw, we'll take a break from Amerant Bank Arena. Sam Reinhart's goal 4.5 minutes in is the difference right now. The Panthers looking to win the Stanley Cup. Lead Edmonton 1-0 in Game 6. This is the Stanley Cup final at Ford Dealers NHL Hockey. The Oilers Radio Network.
All right, give me something big.
The Ford It's a Big Deal event is on.
Bigger.
Get a big truck and an even bigger deal.
Love it. Now the details.
Right now, lease a 2025 F-150 STX with the Black Appearance Package from $220 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 24 months with $43.75 down. That's like $110 weekly.
Now bring it home.
Plus, there's a $750 bonus for eligible Ford owners. Hurry into your Alberta Ford store. Visit Ford.ca today.
Bloom Benefits offers amazing coverage that even the toughest hockey players can get behind. With excellent coverage, they offer things like massage. You want to go? Counseling services. Let's go. Dental coverage. That was not offside. And eye exams. With custom health coverage for any group of any size, Bloom Benefits make every team better, stronger, and healthier. Plans start from just $54 a month. Rethink your benefits today at bloombenefits.ca.
When the Oilers are on the ice, the big hits are a part of the game. But they shouldn't be a part of your drive. If you've been injured in a car collision, let James H. Brown & Associates and their over 200 years of combined injury law experience help you. Locally owned and proud Edmonton Oiler fans, James H. Brown & Associates is ready to support you with their unrivaled experience, unrivaled results, and unrivaled commitment. When accidents happen, head to jameshbrown.com.
All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
1-0 Florida, 6:57 to play first period. Face off in the offensive zone, and the Panthers go with Tomas Nosek lining up opposite Adam Henrique. And off the draw, the puck squirts loose, and Connor Brown will clear up the right-hand side. Put just enough on it to trap Kulikov in the corner. Gadjevich, in turn, challenged by Kulak and Brown, and Nurse kept it alive at the point. A sharp angle shot by Brown missed everything, and that puck curled off the corner boards and all the way back through the neutral zone. A reset for Darnell Nurse. Sam Reinhart, the game's only goal, Game 6 of the Cup final, bumped in by Janmark. 1-0 Florida. Brad Marchand looking for his second Stanley Cup, won his first in his first full year in the National Hockey League with the Boston Bruins, a team that was down 3-2. That's the last team down 3-2 in a Stanley Cup final to win the Stanley Cup. Whistled up the right-hand side. A steal by Wallman. He'll chip it ahead for Evander Kane. Tried to jam it in deep. That was taken away. Down to one knee. And turning it over was Luos Torinin. Here's Nugent Hopkins scooping, centering, and Kapanen could not get a clean shot through. Out to Wallman. Florida's made some mistakes, especially from its own end. Here's Nugent Hopkins, a drive, and Bobrovsky did not catch that one cleanly. We saw the glove hand at times appear a bit shaky in the first two games, but Florida's able to clear the rebound up the right-hand side, and a reset for Wallman as Edmonton changes it up.
This ice looks heavy. Pucks are bouncing all over the place. You get a chance to put it on the net, put it on the net. Can't pass it in.
McDavid, Draisaitl, and Perry back on it. We saw Edmonton with that shot-first mentality in the first few minutes. Draisaitl with a forecheck. Won a battle, got it back from Perry, out to Bouchard, and now a shot from Ekholm. No, he'll send a pass instead to McDavid behind the net, who's immediately checked off the puck, but Jones did not get it out. Florida continues to turn the puck over at times in their own zone. Barkov finally muscled it through Draisaitl, and Verhaeghe will shoot it in for the Panthers. Skinner to knock it down. He'll play it off the left-hand glass. Bounced off the skates of Perry Sam Bennett through a crevice in the Oiler defense. Looks for a return pass. Ducks inside. A shot and save made. Stuart Skinner rebound Kachuk, and that was blocked, as was the rebound attempt by Verhaeghe. Then Kachuk won a battle. Centering pass. A quick dish, and from across, Bennett was trying trying to hit Verhage, but it caught a skate, and now McDavid the other way. Ekblad back. Parry a shot, fought off by Bobrovsky, and the rebound sifted to the corner. Here's a steal by Jeff Skinner. Fires a pass across to Kulak, and then left point, it's Nurse. Back to Skinner, a one-timer, and he smoked it wide. Rebound taken by Matthew Tkachuk and smacked back into the Florida bench by Darnell Nurse. I believe we'll have a neutral zone face-off when we come back. 4:07 to go in the first period. Some kind of save by Stuart Skinner on Sam Bennett, and a couple of timely shot blocks. Meanwhile, at the other end, Bobrovsky hasn't made it look pretty, but he's bageled the Oilers through 16 minutes. It's 1-0 Florida in Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final. The Oilers Radio Network.
When was the last time your electricity and natural gas provider made you feel like this? Low rates, no strings attached, year-round perks, and local energy experts who always have your back with Encore by Epcor. Find that carefree energy feeling at encore.epcor.com/carefree.
Customers are free to purchase natural gas or electricity services from a retailer of their choice. For a list of retailers, visit ucahelps.alberta.ca or call 310-4822 toll-free.
Do you have tickets to an upcoming event at Rogers Place that you can't attend? Donate your tickets to the Edmonton Oilers Community Foundation Seats for Kids program, presented by Eagle Builders. Seats for Kids provides unused game tickets for charities, allowing children and families to enjoy hockey at Rogers Place. And for many, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. To be a part of the Seats for Kids program presented by Eagle Builders, please email edmonton@kidsupfront.com. That's edmonton@kidsupfront.com.
When the Oilers are on the ice, the big hits are a part of the game. But they shouldn't be a part of your drive. If you've been injured in a car collision, let James H. Brown and Associates and their over 200 years of combined injury law experience help you. Locally owned and proud Edmonton Oiler fans, James H. Brown and Associates is ready to support you with their unrivaled experience, unrivaled results, and unrivaled commitment. When accidents happen, head to jameshbrown.com.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app.
This is the Oilers Radio Network.
4:07 to play first period. Henrique centering Frederick and Skinner. Offensive zone draw for the Edmonton Oilers. Have outshot the Panthers 10-6, yet trail 1-0. Sam Reinhart unassisted. The only goal of the hockey game, 4.5 in. Off the draw. Jeff Skinner for the Oilers. Centering pass, and that eluded Adam Henrique. Appeared to be there, and the Panthers send it skipping back inside the Oiler blue line. Nurse on to Frederick. He got caught with a glancing blow from Sam Bennett, who was stoned by Stuart Skinner on the last sequence. Meanwhile, the Oilers able to jab it back in. Adam Henrique looking for a Stanley Cup in his third appearance in the final. Up the right-hand side, Rodriguez managed to boot it up the right-hand side. Marchand couldn't control. Edmonton will dump it back in. No icing. Oilers want a change in personnel as Forsling drifts back to make a play on it for the Panthers. Up to Luo Storino. He'll gain the line. Shot in by Lundell. Off to Brad Marchand. A centering pass. Redirected, and Wallman saved a goal. Skinner was sliding to the far post, and if Wallman was not there for that ricochet, it's probably 2-0 Florida. Played the puck with a high stick. A faceoff will be in front of the Florida bench outside the blue line. And that would have been a fortuitous goal for Florida, but nevertheless, a goal were it not for the presence of Wallman.
Yeah, Wallman made a good play there. But, Jack, when the Oilers have any kind of duress, they seem to be, it's the caliber of the opportunity that Florida's getting could be catastrophic for Edmonton. They've had like 4 little flurries in this game. The Oilers have been better creating some chances themselves. They haven't had any puck luck around the net. And Florida's had a couple bounces and then one terrific goal.
Nosek won a face-off, carrying it in. A.J. Greer, a backhander to save. Get a rebound, swatted away. Schmidt, one-timer fired wide. Kulikov missed the net, and Connor Brown able to clear. Kulikov denied a potential 2-on-1 by one-handing it over to Schmidt. He'll fire it back in. Podkolzin on the puck for Edmonton, whistled it off the backside of Janmark, and that puck eventually corralled one more time by Podkolzin. Klingberg, a high flip through the neutral neutral zone, and Podkolzin will be first on it, pursued by Barkov. Behind the net, Connor Brown. Between the wickets, no one there. Kulikov with an easy clear for Florida, but he put too much on it, and that mistake leads to an icing call. And Edmonton with an offensive zone face-off and 2:21 remaining in this first period of Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final. Edmonton took Game 1 4-3 in overtime. Florida bounced back, won it 5-4 in double OT in Game 2. Game 3 was a runaway for the Panthers 6-1. Edmonton rallied from 3-0 down to win 5-4 in overtime in Game 4. And on Saturday night, back in the City of Champions, it was Florida 5, Edmonton 2. Brings us to Game 6 here in Sunrise. Game 7, if necessary, will be played Friday night back in Edmonton. Off the draw, Kapanen and Kane work in the right corner. Coming up on 2 minutes to play. Florida 1-0 lead. This man, Sam Reinhart, with the puck and with the game's only goal. Swatted away from Barkov. He'll find a bouncing puck at center. Kane and Nurse in a real dogfight at the red line. Panthers trying to muscle it back into Edmonton territory, and Podkolzin and Nugent-Hopkins won't let him. Finally carried forth by Reinhart. He got drilled by Kulak and never got a shot away. Darnell Nurse forked free. Kane battling on the half wall. Panthers maintain. From the point, it's lifted down low for Carter Verhaeghe. Centering pass, scooted through Barkov. Mikkola held it in. Fired on net, guided to the corner routinely by Skinner. Now Marchand with 1:20 to go. Verhaeghe to Seth Jones. Looks for a lane. Still looking. Dishing. Barkov, right circle. Backdoor to Marchand, and that was out of his reach. Kapanen was able to deflect back to center, and the Panthers must regroup at the red line. Carried in by Lundell. Shooting! And that missed the net. Short side on Stuart Skinner. Marchand with a casual giveaway, and Draisaitl was able to sneak it through Aaron Ekblad. Tried to force it up ice, but Lundell had recovered defensively. Then Bouchard tried to hit McDavid with a pass that was intercepted. Luostarinen, right point, waits, dishes. Bennett, shot, score! 2-0 Florida, Matthew Tkachuk. 46 seconds to go in the period, and Tkachuk has his 8th of the playoffs.
It's, you know, you want to go best on best if you're Edmonton, and unfortunately for the Oilers, they got 2 goals against the McDavid, Draisaitl, Perry line. Is Tkachuk cuts to the middle of the ice, elevates the puck. Bouchard's the net front there, along with Lundell, and Edmonton's in a world of hurt again.
And Lundell did take away Skinner's eyes a bit there. Sent in deep by Tkachuk. What do we have off the draw? We have a beach ball on the ice. Panthers are a little frustrated. They had something else brewing. And a beach ball came tumbling onto the ice, which negated a potential scoring chance. Luostarinen waited, and then Tkachuk from the high slot able to bury it. Tell you what, that beach ball, I got to say, I mean, Florida was pouring right back in. Tkachuk now 3 goals, 3 assists in his last 4 games after a quiet start to the Stanley Cup Final. And Luostarinen continues to contribute.
You said it in Game 3. Their guys that were cold started heating up, and it's been a different series since then.
Floated back the other way by Bouchard. But remember, Edmonton has rallied from a first period deficit before in this building, in this final. Bouchard to Draisaitl, and he'll fire it in deep. Panthers pinned in their own zone. Final 15 seconds of the period. And this puck is forced back through center. Lundell, by the way, with a second assist on the scoring play. Draisaitl had it swatted off his stick by Barkov, and Florida's 60 minutes to a Stanley Cup is down to 40. Tkachuk from Luostarinen and Lundell at 19:13. Reinhart unassisted at 4:36, and Florida with a 2-0 lead. As we head to the dressing room, Bob, what's Chris Knobloch going to say? Once again, similar to Game 5, a promise promising start gives way to a multi-goal deficit, and this is the 6th consecutive game, meaning the entirety of the Stanley Cup final. Edmonton's given up at least 2 goals in the first period, no exception once again tonight.
And it's who got beat. Their top pairing, Ekholm and Bouchard. Ekholm throws a grenade up to Bouchard, and then Bouchard tries to get back in support. Reinhart makes a great play, beats Ekholm. Bouchard's stick gets a piece of the shot, and it deflects up and over glove side on Stu Skinner. And then the Oilers have McDavid and Draisaitl and Perry out again. And again, a giveaway just inside the blue line, and Tkachuk right down Main Street. Presence of mind. They had a net front on the play. That's the Oilers. You have
Yet there have been moments. So what do you say to kind of park this 20 and move forward?
I'll tell you what I liked. I liked the play of the other lines. Yeah. I liked the play of Henrique and Skinner and Frederick. I liked what we saw out of Nugent Hopkins and Kane and Kapanen.
I like Vasily Podkolzin's game thus far tonight.
And so they got to just stick with it. But, man, it is something just to watch. The Oilers can't get a break on Bobrovsky, even when shots are going at him.
Well, Kane and Nugent Hopkins early with Kane and Skinner with almost identical shots from the right face-off dot. And Bobrovsky was able to fight him off. And then it looked like, as you said, from that point forward, the grade A chances, whenever Edmonton made a mistake, all of a sudden, Flora was getting a point-blank look.
And you know what? Skinner made 2 great saves in that period. Like I'd have
Bennett for 1, and then
a block in front of another. But there were, I would say to you, the A-grade scoring chances in that period were probably, I know Edmonton outshot Florida 10-9. I got it at 5-2. And McDavid and Dries, they've done a good job on McDavid. They're sitting there picking him off after he makes a pass, interfering with him. We know there's not going to be any calls in Game 6 and Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final. Completely plays into how Florida plays. That's why the Hyman loss, with how physical he is, big one for Edmonton. They don't have him. They're going to have to find a way to overcome it. Jack, the only way the Oilers are coming back tonight is if they get some secondary scoring from a line other than McDavid and Draisaitl. We know the pride those guys have with, and Skinner's going to have to lock it down the rest of the way. That's all there is to it. He's going to have to lock it down, and the Oilers are going to have to manage the puck better. Their D's going to have to manage the puck better, and they're going to have to. It can't all come from, if they're going to play Connor and Leon together with Perry, some other guys are going to pop. Now, that said, I didn't mind what we saw from a couple of those other lines, and we'll see how Edmonton responds here in period number 2.
Florida 2, Edmonton no score, 13 goals for the Panthers in the first period in this series alone. They've outscored Edmonton 25-16, meaning in the other 2 periods, the Oilers have outscored the Panthers. They basically sawed it off because it's 13-4, so it's essentially, a +1 for Edmonton outside of the first period, but it's hard to overlook the 13 goals, and it's certainly hard to overlook the fact that in the last 4 first periods of play, Edmonton has been outscored 9-0 by the Florida Panthers. It is tough to continue to dig their way out of holes. Now, the Oilers did it in Game 4, unable to do so in Game 5. If they don't do it in Game 6, they're going home and will join the 77-78 Bruins as the last teams to lose in back-to-back Stanley Cup Finals. But a long way to go. Florida's got 40 minutes to negotiate. And again, the Panthers gave up a 3-goal lead in less than 15 minutes the last time they played in this building. Nevertheless, Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final, the scoreboard reads Florida 2, Edmonton 0. 20 minutes have been played. Next up, Bryn and Rob. This is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey, the Oilers Radio Network.
Hockey season is back. And so are the deals at Boston Pizza. Cheer on your team while ordering off their game day menu, or come in and see what great promotions they have going on. At Boston Pizza, they always have something craveable for you to enjoy. Boston Pizza, proud partner of the Edmonton Oilers. Cheers to a great hockey season.
It's our YEG with 880 Chad.
Join comedy giants John Mulaney, Martin Short, and more as they hit the stage at Kinsman Park for the Great Outdoors Comedy Festival, July 18th through the 20th. Tickets at greatoutdoorscomedyfestival.com. Then take in the legendary lineup as Rockin' Thunder hits the Exhibition Lands racetrack July 11th and 12th with Def Leppard, Weezer, and more. Hit up rockinthunderfest.com for tickets.
For details on these and more events, visit 880chad.com. At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Bounced off the skates of Perry Sam Bennett through a crevice in the Oiler defense. Looks for a return pass. Ducks inside. A shot and save made. Stewart's going to rebound Kachuk. And that was blocked, as was the rebound.
And that's our Highlight Zone, brought to you by Century Casinos. All in, all games, all season. Century Casinos with 3 great locations in Edmonton, St. Albert, and right next door to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the Winter Zone. Welcome to the first intermission. We're back at Rogers Place. It's the watch party. A little quiet in here, though, after 20 minutes of play as the Panthers are leading the Edmonton Oilers 2-0. Brent Griffiths and Rob Brown with you. Well, Brownie, that's kind of a bit of a clone of the last game. The Oilers came out pretty strong in the first 3 minutes, had their chances. Kane, Skinner, a few other guys, but sure enough, Florida get the first goal of this hockey game, and then the second.
Yeah, the effort level was there for the Oilers early. They had a couple sneaky shots that Bobrovsky was able to block and keep out, but gave him a little bit of trouble. The physicality, saw some big hits by Perry, by Leon. The Oilers came to play. But 2 huge self-inflicted wounds by the Oilers gave the Florida Panthers grade A scoring chances. The first goal, Ekholm has the puck on his stick. He's got time. He threw an absolute grenade to Evan Bouchard. You know, the puck was, 2 feet in the air. Bouchard did a good job knocking it down. And then Bouchard not having enough urgency when the puck got to him. He knew there wasn't going to be a lot of time because he had to take extra time to get the puck to sit flat for him. So he's got to get it on and off his stick quickly because the Florida Panthers are aggressive. He turns it over, and then it's almost this reoccurring move that the Florida Panthers have, outside, inside, where they jump around a Oiler defenseman, and this time it's Reinhart. He's had 50, 58 in the National Hockey League in one season. He can score. He's getting hot in this series. And a 1-on-2 on a play that the Oilers had full control of the puck. And all of a sudden, the Florida Panthers have a 1-0 lead. And the Oilers are sitting on the bench like, hey, we've been playing well. And then the second goal, Bryn, again, the Oilers turn the puck over. Bouchard turns it over at the blue line. Then the Oilers get back. They have 4 guys back in the zone. Everybody has their man. And Connor McDavid drifts towards a man, Bennett, who's already covered. And that, all of a sudden, Kachuk, who comes in late, that's McDavid's man. He's wide open. And Bennett, easy pass, puts it on a stick, and Kachuk has all the time in the world. Stu Skinner he can't see that puck. And what we've seen from Kachuk in this series, some goals from distance with bodies in front of the net.
Yeah.
And the Edmonton Oilers, twice, big mistakes, end up in the back of their net.
Sam Reinhart's unassisted effort coming at 4:36 of that first period. And then 46 seconds remaining in the period. It was the Kachuk goal to make it 2-0 Florida. The puck's bouncing an awful lot today. Ice is not great. Can't get too fancy here, Rob. Florida shooting the puck a lot. Now, the weird part is the Oilers are out shooting Florida 10-9, but I don't know if that's a really good example of whether or not the Oilers should be shooting more. But one thing's for sure, you can't make the pretty pass, and Florida's not trying that.
Well, the goal that Kachuk scored, that was a nice play by Bennett, but all these players are capable of making good passes. Where I wouldn't be as worried in the offensive zone as I am in the defensive zone. And we saw the Florida Panthers a few times turn the puck over in their zone just by overpassing it. And the Oilers got a couple, longer extended times in the offensive zone. So to your point, defensively is where you certainly got to be very careful.
Right.
Because if a puck is bouncing, because a lot of the times nowadays, Bryn, you pass to a guy in front of your own net. Never did it in my era, but the players are so much better now. But if the puck's bouncing a bit, if it bounces over your stick, and we saw it twice happen in that period to the Panthers, it turns into a scoring chance. But for the Oilers, we saw it in Game 5. After 2 periods, 40 minutes, they had 11 shots on Bobrovsky. He is the best in the NHL. You need to shoot bulk on him. You need to get as many as you can get on him. We saw a couple almost get through him today. That's what the Oilers need to do. They can't look for passes, look for shots. And we saw the second goal by Tkachuk. Just bodies in front of Skinner. He can't see. You put a puck on net. The Oilers need to be a little uglier in the blue paint, trying to put pucks on net and look for rebounds, goals, tips, anything. Because right now, Bobrovsky looks locked in.
Rob, thanks. We'll talk to you coming up in the second intermission. Appreciate it. It is 2-0 Florida, leading the Edmonton Oilers after one period of play in Sunrise. It's 33 degrees there today, and the humidity level 85%. Sticky. We'll take a break. At the intermission is brought to you by End of the Road Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. This is your Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
RS Breakers and Controls, Canada's leader in new, used, tested, and obsolete circuit breakers, MCC buckets, bus plugs, and switches. They have everything you need to maintain your aging electrical infrastructure, ensuring it operates as good as new. Their 24/7 emergency response gets you back up and running quickly, saving valuable time and money. Minimal generators or modifications needed, and like-for-like replacements mean no special inspections. Don't replace. Repair your legacy equipment with RS. Visit rsbreakers.com.
Chemco is more than just a trusted local name. Chemco has been building industry across Canada for more than 60 years. From engineering through to commissioning, construction, maintenance, and beyond, Chemco's multidiscipline approach stands firmly on the belief that Chemco cares. It's not just what they do, it's how they do it. Visit Chemco.com and discover how they can support your project today. Chemco, proud fans of the Edmonton Oilers, serving and supporting communities across Canada for over 60 years.
Did you hear what happened to Rick while he was building his fence?
Yeah, he hit a natural gas line. They had to evacuate his entire neighborhood at dinner time, too. I bet he didn't make any new friends that day.
It cost him a ton to get the line repaired. I wonder why he didn't get his underground utilities marked.
Don't be that person. If you're digging on your property, request a locate for natural gas lines. It's free and can prevent serious injury or financial loss. And you won't upset the neighbors. Visit clickbeforeyoudig.com. A safety message brought to you by ATCO.
This is Global News at the first intermission. I'm Zach Ferguson. There's been a major thaw in relations between Canada and India. Both countries have agreed to designate new high commissioners and restore regular diplomatic services to citizens in both countries. The announcement follows Prime Minister Mark Carney and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's meeting on the sidelines of the G7 summit here in Alberta. And staying with the G7 for a moment, countries say they will work together to expand the use of artificial intelligence in the public sector. The idea is to improve the quality of government services and increase government efficiency. Edmonton City Councillors have taken the first steps to cut back the number of units allowed in some new housing builds. It's a response to complaints over large new developments in mature neighborhoods. Instead of 8 suites, some new builds may only be allowed to have 6. And there is a major collision on the Whitemud causing some delays around the city. Police say the crash is on Whitemud Drive eastbound at 111th Street, and drivers are being asked to find detours. I'm Zach Ferguson. Your next scheduled newscast will be at the second intermission on 880 CHED.
Canadians rely on technology to connect, educate, and protect us. The ability to power innovation will underpin global prosperity. We must seize this opportunity and build large-scale data centers that power world-changing innovation driven by AI. Data centers create jobs, attract global investment, and ensure we control our digital security, keeping us Canada strong. Our success is backed by our nation's energy resources and expertise. We need to boldly tap into Alberta's energy advantage. Learn more at capitalpower.com.
MIC is a leader in medical imaging and the official medical imaging provider to the Edmonton Oilers. Make MIC your choice. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, the game doesn't stop for injury. MIC's sports medicine imaging specialists can help you get back in the game with a timely and expert diagnosis. Go where the pros go. For a location near you, visit mic.ca.
Hey, Edmonton. Ever think about who gets your hard-earned money when you buy groceries or gas? For all you know, it could be buying a second yacht or private jet. But at Co-op, they put it right back into the community. That's because they're owned by 120,000 everyday Edmontonians, not a corporation. Feel good about where your money goes when you shop Co-op. Visit in store for details.
At At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Back at the watch party at Rogers Place after one period of play. The Panthers lead the Edmonton Oilers 2-0. Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. There's one game in the American Hockey League tonight. Yeah, the Calder Cup is continuing, and the series is all tied at 1. Abbotsford won the first game in double overtime 4-3 at Charlotte. Bounced back on Sunday, winning 3-2. So Game 3 goes tonight in Abbey. That one is 8 o'clock our time. We'll probably have more scores as we get a little later on in our broadcast. And Major Leagues of Baseball, Arizona on the road to take on the Blue Jays in Toronto. After 6 full innings, Arizona with a 3-2 lead on the Blue Jays. And don't forget the Elks home opener goes Thursday night at Commonwealth Stadium, a little CFL action. Montreal Alouettes are in town. Kickoff goes at 7. We'll have all the action for you right here on 880 Chet with the countdown to kickoff coming up at 5:30. Oilers, first period. The woes continue. They trail the Panthers 2-0 after 20 minutes of play. The out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. Second period is coming up next. At the intermission is brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. This is your Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
At the intermission has been brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. You know, Alberta's a special place. From the Rockies to the Plains, it's a land of hard work and big dreams. If you're going to tackle it all, you need a truck that can keep up. That's why I can't say enough about my Ford F-150. It's more than a truck. It's a partner. Rugged toughness, serious capability, and smart features that make your life easier, like available Pro Power onboard. The Ford F-150. Get yours today at your Alberta Ford dealer, and tell them PB sent you.
Pizza 73, the official pizza of your Edmonton Oilers.
Loyal to the oil, in Edmonton we trust. Rising to the top like a pizza crust. Got the flavors to play, yeah. Cooking on ice. Hunger happens, gotta score a slice. Let's go Oilers, E-Town unite. Ice District to Jasper, downtown to White. Wearing orange and blue, game on the street. Make the right call, Pizza 73. Let's go Oilers. 737373, Pizza 73.
The same AI-powered technology that helps Oilers fans move through security efficiently at Rogers Place is also available for Edmonton area schools, hospitals, and workplaces. Evolve Technology, proud partner of the Edmonton Oilers and official security screening partner of Rogers Place, helps identify potential threats and create safe experiences at hockey games and wherever people gather. Visit Rogers Place to experience Evolve live or check out evolve.com for more information. That's EVOLV.com.
All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
It seems almost immaterial to bring this up, but if there ever truly was a gut check time, it's arrived for the Edmonton Oilers, who trail 2-0 and staring at elimination for the first time in this Stanley Cup playoff run. They trail the best-of-7 final 3-2. Florida trying to defeat Edmonton in back-to-back Cup finals. We haven't seen it since 77-78 when Montreal beat Boston both years and then beat him in the semis the next year. Bennett wins the face-off from Adam Henrique. We're underway in the second period. Henrique flanked by Frederick and Skinner, and defensively Nurse and Kulak start the second period for the Edmonton Oilers, who are moving right to left. They're in the white, Florida in the red. We have not had a penalty called tonight. Sam Bennett tried to put it in front. Jones crowding Adam Henrique, who is forced back, sends it over to Kulak on his offside, quickly returned, and a big hit on Henrique. Hard check levied by Evan Rodriguez. Flipped the other way by Mikula after an Edmonton clear. That's settled by Nurse. Long change here in the second period. Edmonton won it on the long change in overtime in Game 4. Kapanen a shot as he hit the Florida line. Big rebound issued by Bobrovsky off the blocker. Kapanen was stripped, and Sam Reinhart will lug it back to center, trying to force it through heavy traffic, and it's taken by Rodriguez. From the right point, he'll wind it along for Barkov. Gives way to Reinhart. Checked by Nugent Hopkins. Tried an interior play to Barkov. Nugent Hopkins picked it off once again to Kapanen, fell down. Barkov tried to send it across to Reinhart, deflected to Kulikov, and he'll shoot it in behind Wallman. Barkov protecting the puck, wrestled down by Klingberg. No penalty called. Kapanen up the right-hand side. They're letting him play in Game 6. Wallman shoots it in. Here's Nate Schmidt off a dump in, tries to reverse up the left-hand side. Corey Perry cut it off. Perry out there with Connor McDavid bearing down on Reinhart. A safe lead pass for Verhaeghe, and he'll dump it in. McDavid and Draisaitl remain on a line together. Bouchard disrupted. Puck played to Ekholm by McDavid. Bouchard from center. He'll feed Perry. 10 goals, second only to Draisaitl on the Oilers in the Stanley Cup playoffs. In the corner, Bouchard trapped left side by Marchand. Swung it back to the point. Ekholm returned back behind the net. Ekblad with pressure on Draisaitl. A little reverse pop by Draisaitl. Now McDavid breaks loose to the net. Off the side of the net. He tried to center. Bobrovsky watches it cleared down the right-hand side. And that'll be an icing call, and Edmonton will get another ozone draw and a chance against this fatigued Florida line. 2:20 gone by, second period.
Well, Draisaitl made a great play, but Bobrovsky's got an active stick. Connor McDavid had a chance to swoop in, and Forsling got enough of him, and Connor tried to slide a pass through the seam down low to Perry. Bob got a piece of it, maybe banked off the side of the net.
Yeah,
too.
that's where that one went. But earlier, as you pointed out, Bobrovsky with a poke check, and now off the draw. Perry a twisting shot. Bobrovsky the save. Forsling. Luostarinen tried to plow his way through, could not do it. Perry given second life. Marchand can't clear. Florida finally on the puck. It's Ekblad. Soft chip through the middle and sent toward the Edmonton blue line by Luostarinen. Turned over. McDavid breaks in to the net. Perry denied. Bobrovsky, a flailing left pad save, and the Panthers clear. Luostarinen with Ekholm back. Fires, and Ekholm deflects it up into the mesh. Bobrovsky with a goal-saving stop, and he's going to hear it from the crowd of 19-5.
Well, he came into the game with a .931 save percentage, 5-on-5. And he's already got 12 saves in this game on 12 shots.
That was a terrific save. McDavid slithered it across, and actually, Perry missed the net. That glanced off the outside of the right goal post on further review. Yeah. Having said that, Bobrovsky stretched the pad out, so it had been on net, he would have stopped it.
He's got the great feet, right? You got to go. That's why you got to go high on him.
Here's Nosek back behind her, glove side, and we saw that work to Edmonton's favor earlier in the series. A.J. Greer trying to bank it off the back of the net against Adam Henry. Guided it out to Mikkola. Swung back down low. Jonah Gadjevich, who was stopped by Skinner. Good save earlier in this hockey game on Gadjevich by Skinner. Backhands it out to Mikkola. And Florida's fourth line works the perimeter against Edmonton. Kulak able to seal off Greer, disrupt the cycle, and allow Nurse to clear up the right-hand side. Connor Brown hits Enrique. Shot and a save. Bobrovsky, no rebound. 2-0, the score remains in favor of Florida. 3.5 minutes having elapsed in this second period. First period goals by Reinhart, unassisted at 4.5 minutes. And then Matthew Tkachuk in the final minute of the opening period with his third of the series, eighth of the playoffs, to give Florida its current 2-0 advantage. Nugent Hopkins back out there with Kane and Kapanen. Nugent Hopkins, a 20-point playoff campaign to this juncture, despite clearly being banged up earlier in this series. Missed a number of skates, including this morning. Won a face-off cleanly against Rodriguez. Kapanen. Wallman threw it across. Klingberg a shot, and that was deflected. Panthers had a chance to clear, didn't get it done. Steal by Rodriguez. He'll lug it to center. Hit the Edmonton line. Fight off pressure. A shot along the ice, and a save made by Stuart Skinner, and the rebound rolled back through the middle.
They make Skinner work, don't they? Every chance they get, they're going to put it on goal and
low to the feet.
Yep.
Rodriguez ahead. Sam Bennett waits to the net. Backhand wraparound. Couple of stuffs at it. Schmidt fires, and that was a blocker save for Stuart Skinner. Bennett denied by Stuart Skinner a couple of times in this game. Panthers work it from the point back down low. And it's a trip-up situation as Verhaeghe got buried by Wallman. Kapanen will weave his way through the neutral zone, fire it in from center, blockered away by Bobrovsky. Rebound Seth Jones, a lazy attempt at a clear, and Kane picked it off and will force Jones to try again. This time up to Reinhart. Ekholm draped all over him. Reinhart flings it, and a big hop at the Edmonton blue line. That puck, as Bob mentioned earlier, bouncing around, ricocheted through Draisaitl. Reinhart, four-player scrum, jabbed at, and now recovered by Bouchard at his own blue line. Fires a strike to Draisaitl, left point. Draisaitl kicks it back. Ekholm walking the line to Bouchard. Slap pass down low. That fooled everyone. Somehow Skinner able to come up with it. Skinner getting elevated with Draisaitl and McDavid, and now a fierce battle in the corner. Mikula with a puck lodged underneath him. It was carved out of there by Barkov and finally slammed off the boards and out by Sam Reinhart, picked up by Bouchard. We talked about Skinner having a good first period, and he's been elevated with McDavid and Draisaitl, at least for this shift. Send in deep. Draisaitl will boot it down low against Mikula, working him over in conjunction with McDavid. Mikula came back into the play. McDavid kicked it up top. Here's a shot by Kulak and a save made by Sergei Bobrovsky. But Colson was trying to crowd the net as he had come on, spilled in deep by Florida's Eetu Luostarinen. Skinner has to quickly back off before handing to Kulak. Up to Podkolzin. From center ice, he'll flip it into the opposite corner. Marchand run off the puck by Podkolzin. He's had a tough game 6. Brown back to the point. Settled by Nurse. No. Came outside the zone. Ryan Gibbons was on it. And it's offside. Whistled against Edmonton with 6 minutes having elapsed in this second period. We'll take time out. The Oilers have outshot the Florida Panthers 15-12 in game 6. But it's the defending Stanley Cup champions with a 2-0 lead. And now just 34 minutes away from a back-to-back Stanley Cup. This is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey, the Oilers Radio Network.
Score big with the unmatched purity of Clearwater Vodka, the perfect companion for Oilers fans. Crafted with the pristine waters of Alberta, it's a sip of local excellence. Clearwater Vodka, where the spirit of the game meets true Alberta quality. Must be 18 plus. Please drink responsibly.
Did you know the Brick is proudly Canadian-owned and operated? We started right here in Canada over 50 years ago. Now, our 5,000 team members are proud to be your neighbor in more than 200 communities across Canada. And we support all Canadians with a growing selection of quality-made Canadian products and manufacturers. Nobody knows more about furnishing Canadian homes at the guaranteed lowest price than us. The Brick, saving you more. Get ready to live sky high. Sky Signature Suites offers remarkable units for rent featuring sophisticated floor plans, designer finishes, and breathtaking views. Experience resort-like amenities including a full-time concierge, yoga and fitness studios, golf simulator, plus indoor and outdoor lounges for you to live your best life. Visit SkySignatureSuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
Score big with the unmatched purity of Clearwater Vodka, the perfect companion for Oilers fans. Crafted with the pristine waters of Alberta, it's a sip of local excellence. Clearwater Vodka, where the spirit of the game meets true Alberta quality. Must be 18 plus. Please drink responsibly.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app.
This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Florida 2, Edmonton 0. Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final from Sunrise, Florida. Jack Michaels, Bob Stauffer with you in our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. The Oilers trail this hockey game by a count of 2-0. Reinhart and Tkachuk, first period goals for Florida. Face-off win for Adam Henrique, who now has the puck on his backhand, only to be drawn into an offside situation. Will once again do it in the neutral zone as the Oilers somehow look to get back in this hockey game, down 2 with their season on the line for the first time. Oilers 50-50. Want to remind everyone the current jackpot is nearly $10 million. The playoff bonus jackpot is almost $12 million. And of course, your early bird pricing includes cash prizes of $1,000 and $15,000 tonight. Matthew Tkachuk bottled up, turned it over. Here's Jeff Skinner behind the Florida net. He He's had some good looks in this series, still looking for his first goal. Skinner turned it over. Rodriguez couldn't clear through Frederick. Another good shift for this line, but ultimately the Panthers are going to be able to pounce on a loose puck, and it's pitchforked out by Matthew Tkachuk. Sam Bennett left point, shadowed by Nurse. He'll put it around the boards for Evan Rodriguez. He got belted from behind by Frederick, and now on his horse is Brett Kulak. He'll send it along the plexi. That's snatched away by Mikkola. Tried to split defending McDavid and Draisaitl. Did so up to Verhaeghe. Tried to go backdoor, and Perry made a terrific play to deny Sam Reinhart what would have been a certain scoring chance. Barkov shakes free of Connor McDavid. Tried to center, too much traffic. Draisaitl broke it up, intended for Reinhart. Barkov gets it back. Fresh off the bench, a blast by Forsling and a glove save made by Stuart Skinner. 2-0 Florida, 12:47 to go, second period. Bob, one of the keys I talked about at the start of the game, Edmonton's elite has to be better than Florida's. Thus far, through nearly half the game, Bob, I think you'd agree with me, they have not.
The Oilers had 3 good shifts to start the game and then moved to McDavid, Draisaitl, and Perry and gave up a goal. And then, unfortunately, Connor in low support defensively on the second goal against. He'll tell you he should have been there. Oilers have played even when McDavid and Draisaitl haven't been on the ice, and they've had some chances in around the net.
Adam Henrique back on the ice, this time with Kane and Kapanen to take a face-off to the right of Stuart Skinner.
I think he's out there to take the draw, Jack.
He does. Barkov is able to win it. Puck pumped down low, and then a big hit on Barkov by Evan Bouchard. Swung back the other way, plucked off the left half boards by Forsling. He'll tap it down low. Brad Marchand on the puck for Florida. Scored 2 goals in Game 5, and he has 6 in the series. First player to hit 6 in a Stanley Cup final series since Esa Tikkanen in 1988. Marchand up the right-hand side. Lundell shot tipped on, and a save made by Stuart Skinner. Rebound held in by Ekblad. He'll swing it around the boards. Luo Storinen, big hit. Lundell tried to curl it inside, and then Luo Storinen misfired on a play intended for Gustav Forsling. Edmonton closed off the slot there. Otherwise, Florida would have had a point-blank look. Matthew Tkachuk spilled it back to the red, where it's carried in by Connor McDavid. To Leon Draisaitl in front of the Oiler bench. Banked a pass off the boards. Ekholm could not field it cleanly, and Evan Rodriguez up to Sam Bennett, and it's wired in from center ice. Skinner can't get a stick on it. Neither can Rodriguez. It's Matthew Tkachuk. He fell down. Loose puck on the half wall. The puck is underneath the posterior of Matthew Tkachuk and is whistled down with 11:35 to go in the second period. And even there, just the gamesmanship of Tkachuk to recognize with McDavid and Draisaitl on the ice. Go ahead and pretend you're a hen if you need to for right now. Keep that puck underneath. Play for a whistle, a different shift, a different look.
Yeah, the Oilers did create a couple early opportunities. McDavid down low twice from the short side. And unfortunately, Perry couldn't pick it up cleanly on the second chance to get it within 1.
Draisaitl won the face-off almost too cleanly. Skinner slides it over to Kulak. Forechecking is Carter Verhaeghe as Kulak brings it out of the zone. Panthers look to close quickly, disrupted by McDavid, sitting loose at the blue line and snatched away by Verhaeghe. He'll chip it across the Edmonton blue, and then Mikkola, after a moment's notice, will backhand it in deep. Florida's got a tag back onside. Panthers will elect to change instead, as it's Bouchard and Kulak leading the Oilers up ice. But Draisaitl was offside. He had kind of flowed in from the right wing. The puck sent bouncing free. Draisaitl, a quartet of Florida defenders collapse on him, and the Panthers are able to nudge it right back towards center. McDavid will change, blasted in by Kulak on net, gloved by Bobrovsky for Seth Jones, and then nudged ahead by Lundell. Peeling back to gain possession is John Klingberg. It's been a clean sheet thus far for Bobrovsky. Frederick, centering pass, one-timer to save Bobrovsky. What a setup, and Jeff Skinner was robbed again. The Oilers moved it swiftly, and a real good scoring chance denied by the efforts of Sergei Bobrovsky. Quick pass, and Skinner did not hesitate, and Bobrovsky was able to choke off the play at the near post.
Well, when the Oilers signed Jeff Skinner in the offseason tonight, his performance tonight was what they were looking for, and really, it's got to be stated, Jack, from January on, Jeff Skinner was pretty good. 6-time 30-goal scorer in his career, and he picked that one up clean, and that was a great save by Bobrovsky.
Set up from Nugent Hopkins, and he's made a couple of good ones on Skinner against Evander Kane to open the game as well. Nugent Hopkins out there with Kane and Skinner as Chris Knobloch continues to give Skinner some top 6 looks. Earlier in this period, he was out there with McDavid and Draisaitl and Jeff Skinner battling. Again, it's his first Stanley Cup playoff appearance, and the Panthers will break out. 3-on-3. Bennett crisscrossing across the line. Fire shot tipped in front of Stuart Skinner. He juggles and then holds as Wallman has the front of the net well protected against Nate Schmidt, who had slid inside and was looking to knock home any potential lingering rebound opportunity. 10:13 to go, second period. 2-0 Florida.
But there's the difference. Every chance they get, they're putting it on the net. Like the Oilers are getting shots from their blue line or from their defensemen outside the blue line a couple here in this period. But the Oilers forwards are trying to work cycles in down low. And Florida's creating chaos on this bad ice by putting it to the net.
Florida's 30 minutes away from a repeat Stanley Cup. Oilers were beaten in Game 7, and this man, Matthias Janmark, was the only man to beat Sergei Bobrovsky on that night last June 24th. But here he's cut off at the Florida line, and it's shoveled back inside to the Edmonton Blue. Janmark tied up with Gadjevich, who breaks free for a moment. Then Janmark got back on the puck, forced Forsling to put it off the curved glass and down low for Greer, who's hung up with Brett Kulak. Nosek came over to dislodge, and now a hard rim up the left-hand side by Jake Wallman. No icing. You've got Kulikov on the puck with Janmark on him. Gadjevich put it off the left glass and safely back inside the Edmonton line. Florida will make the long change. Nurse, a lead pass, no icing. It was tipped. Nate Schmidt on his backhand in close quarters against Connor Brown and Vasily Podkolzin. McDavid forced it free for Ekholm. Shot Bouchard, and that just missed. Rebound Verhaeghe. So McDavid getting a shift with Podkolzin and Brown, and now Draisaitl steps onto the ice. Here's Bouchard from distance, a save up near the clavicle made by Sergei Bobrovsky as Podkolzin giving Kulikov the business with 9:04 to go in the second period. Bobrovsky with 6 career playoff shutouts and 60 wins. Remember, before he became a Panther, he was 17-29 in the playoffs. Since then, 43-21. And now he and the Florida Panthers are 29 minutes away from another Stanley Cup. Edmonton will have a lot to say before this night is complete. It's Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final. 2-0 Florida on the Oilers Radio Network.
At Sobeys and Safeway Liquor, they recommend pairing locally distilled spirits and their ice-cold beer selection with... And Oilers win! Sobeys and Safeway Liquor, proud partners and fans of the Edmonton Oilers. Please enjoy responsibly.
Hey folks, Paul Brandt here. Around these parts, we work hard, play hard, and we demand the best. Sometimes you need a truck that's a cut above. The Ford Super Duty. Tough enough for any job with the style and luxury you deserve. It's as powerful as it is refined, with cutting-edge features that make every drive a pleasure. In short, this ain't your everyday pickup. The Ford Super Duty. Drive the finest truck Alberta has to offer today at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PV sent you.
Steelhaus Triton, 2 legendary oilfield services brands, one powerful partnership. Rooted in innovation, reliability, and a steadfast commitment to excellence, Steelhaus is proudly 100% Canadian-owned and locally manufactured. With over 15 field service locations across the prairies and up to the Rockies, they deliver world-class energy solutions with unmatched responsiveness, helping their customers thrive in the most demanding environments. Steelhaus Triton, engineered for performance, built in Canada. Visit steelhausinc.com for more information.
At Sobeys and Safeway Liquor, they recommend pairing locally distilled spirits and their ice-cold beer selection with... And Oilers win! Sobeys and Safeway Liquor, proud partners and fans of the Edmonton Oilers. Please enjoy responsibly.
All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
No reason to hold back now. McDavid, Draisaitl, and Perry on for Edmonton. Ekholm and Bouchard for an ozone draw. Face-off, win, Barkov. We're going to do it again. Jack Michaels, Bob Stauffer with you. High atop our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth stationed on Press Row at Amerant Bank Arena. Holders of roughly 19,600 fans demanding to see a certain chalice known as Lord Stanley. The Stanley Cup is in the building. Barkov wins a face-off against Draisaitl. McDavid and Ekblad grapple for puck possession. The number 1 overall picks in the 15 and 14 drafts, respectively. And on this occasion, Draisaitl, the third pick in 14, got slashed, couldn't hold the puck in, and Florida jams it in deep. We've seen, for the most part, them put the whistles away. Angled toward Bobrovsky. He played it ahead of Connor McDavid back towards center. Corey Perry will scoop it right back in. Remember, in Game 7, Edmonton got 1 power play. Florida got 2. Now, it's Game 6 of the final this year, but we have not seen a power play assessed. And a clear by the Panthers. Bouchard on. Did Perry get a piece of that one? He did. Draisaitl thunders in against Forsling. McDavid close by, trying to work over Barkov. Draisaitl kept it alive for Ekholm. Left point. He'll move it to Bouchard. Slide step to his left. Lets one fly, and Bobrovsky was in some entanglements, but the puck flew wide off the dasher boards, and here comes Sam Reinhart. Florida in across the line. Reinhart looks for a trailer. Tough pass. Forsling got a shot off that was blocked. Rebound Barkov, the Florida captain, turning, centering off the stick of Skinner and batted out of midair right into the glove of the aforementioned Skinner. 7:48 to go, second period. Edmonton has the edge on the shot clock, 19-15, but Florida's up on the scoreboard 2-0 thanks to first period goals by Reinhart early and Tkachuk late.
Oilers have played okay here, Jack. But Florida's been the more opportunistic team, and Bobrovsky's had all the answers in between the pipes for the Panthers.
Lundell between Luostarinen and Marchand. Henrique beaten off the draw by Lundell. Mikkola. Marchand snapshot, and that's held by Skinner, who has been perfect on 7 shots here in this second period. Edmonton a slight edge on the shot clock in each period. 10-9 in the first, 9-7 thus far in the second. But the story has been the Panthers being able to get that first goal, get the lead. They're 12-3 with the first goal this year in the playoffs, 31-6 since Paul Maurice took over.
That's all, eh?
Here's Luostarinen. Back to the point, Mikkola. Mikkola slashed it free. Now, one of those losses earlier in this series. So, again, a long way from being over. Marchand sent it tumbling into the zone. Nearly half a hockey game remains. Mikkola left point shot, and that deflected into the corner. 7.25 remaining second period. Centering past Marchand, ushered on to Evan Rodriguez, left wing. Against Klingberg, he shoots into the paraphernalia of Stuart Skinner. Skinner was wondering where the faceoff was. It came late. And in the meantime, Rodriguez got bulldogged just above the blue paint as Wallman trying to clear him out. And Wallman saying Rodriguez is jabbing his stick into Skinner's midsection.
We may have a penalty-free game. Like we've had it, coincidental minors. There may not be a power play in this game tonight.
Yeah, that would be correct.
Yes.
I apologize if I said otherwise earlier, but yes, we have not had a power play assessed.
No, I screwed it up, not you. So don't worry, I'll be the first to point out if you screw it up.
Here's Bennett against Ryan Nugent-Hopkins between Kane and Kapanen. Face off to Skinner's right-hand side. Bennett wins the draw. Tkachuk to Bennett. One-timer blocked. Rebound high slot. Kulikov just lays it into the corner. Kulak was able to snatch it away from Matthew Tkachuk, and here come the Oilers. Lead pass bumped the other way. Florida may have numbers. Bennett weaving his way in. Tried to hit the trailer Tkachuk, who took his eye off it and had to flick it back behind the net for Rodriguez. The Oilers bust up the cycle. Schmidt turns and has his shot ricocheted off of Rodriguez's stick right to Bennett. He'll throw it around the boards for Nate Schmidt. Quick pass, Tkachuk sent one deliberately off the end boards. Didn't get the bounce he wanted to Verhaeghe. Nurse didn't get it out, however. Kulikov plowing forward behind the net for Bennett, and then Nurse able to take over with an outlet for Evander Kane, whose second effort is a wedge shot into the Florida zone. Reinhart skating away from Nugent-Hopkins, but Kane following up will keep the puck deep in the zone and finishes check on Ekblad. Big swing by Reinhart, did not get it out. Kulikov trapped in the corner. A backhand toss up the right-hand side with perfect touch on it, and Bouchard will gather. That could have been delay of game, icing, could have been a lot of things.
That's the poise they have.
Here's a handoff by Bouchard to Connor McDavid. Can't work his way through Florida's multi-layered defense, and it's put in deep by Verhaeghe. The Oilers look to break out again. This time McDavid does get it done. Bouchard looking to advance. Punched forward. Bobrovsky directing traffic. Big hit on Ekblad. Thrown by Podkolzin. Florida may be guilty of an icing here as Bouchard got inside position on Luostarinen. Reinhart iced the puck with 5:27 to go in the second period. And the Oilers will keep their top players on. Florida looking a bit beleaguered. Is Reinhart going to sell the fact he needs a new twig? What's happening here?
I guess so.
Yeah, I mean, he's off.
But you got to win. You got to win a draw here if you're Leon to maximize the potential off this ozone face-off with them a little bit fatigued.
Against Barkov. Draisaitl digging in. McDavid in the slot. And now there's a double check on who's on the ice here from the officials, and this works out to Florida's favor.
Buys them
an extra 20 seconds.
Reinhardt's going to be coming back.
I would think so, Bob.
They knew exactly what they were doing.
I mean, Reinhardt's paused and skated right off.
No, I guess not. Nope, there's the switch.
Yeah, there's the switch. I mean,
that's a wily, greasy veteran move there.
I mean, that was as obvious as they come. Reinhardt just disappeared, and now he's called back to replace Brad Marchand. So Draisaitl against Barkov. Tie up off the draw. Puck worked free in the high slot and jabbed out. Good play. Knocking it out of the zone, Luostarinen. Reinhart will give it to him. And now Florida will get the change it wanted. Marchand heading for the net. Scooted around Ekholm. Put it up the boards looking for Ekblad. Cut off by McDavid. And a clear by Ekholm. No, held in high slot momentarily by Forsling. And Draisaitl able to weave his way through center and then knocked off the puck. Here's Lundell on the counterattack. Couldn't handle a tough pass from Luostarinen. Draisaitl banged into by Brad Marchand. Bouchard with a lead pass out of the reach of Ekholm, but the Florida Panthers promptly turn it right back over.
Leon just got absolutely, the Oilers bench is livid.
Been a lot of talking in this series. Two teams that are playing their 13th game against one another with the highest stakes. Mikkola snatched away. Oilers force a turnover. Woolman open, shoots, and that was blocked. Rebound ricochets in front off of Mikkola and stays out as well. Edmonton has played Florida 7 times this year and not beaten them in regulation once. 2 overtime wins, both Draisaitl. Tkachuk finally sends a wobbler through the neutral zone. Grabbed by Klingberg at his own blue line with 4 minutes to go in the second period. 2-0 Woolman. Lobs it in. Bobrovsky will squeeze and freeze. 4 minutes to play. We haven't had a shot on net in the last 5 or 6 minutes. That works to the favor of the team that currently holds the Stanley Cup and is trying to win it for a second consecutive year. The Florida Panthers 2, the Edmonton Oilers no score. This is Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final at Ford Dealers NHL Hockey. The Oilers Radio Network.
Today you can score at A&W. Enjoy a juicy grass-fed beef mama burger and fries for only $5. Available in-store or on the A&W mobile app at participating locations in OilCountry. This fantastic deal is available all day today at A&W.
Did you know the RCMP polices over 99% of Alberta's landscape? From the oil sands to the Rockies to the prairies, the RCMP has a province covered. Providing policing services to more than 1,700 communities and with over 150 career specializations, the Alberta RCMP has something to fit everyone's goals and lifestyles. Visit rcmpcareers.ca and take the next step towards your career with the Alberta RCMP. A message from the Government of Canada.
Ready to score big on your outdoor space? It's game time with Park Landscaping. Transform your backyard into a winning arena with Park Landscaping's expert team. From design to maintenance of lush lawns and state-of-the-art synthetic turf to inviting pools and captivating water features, Park Landscaping will make your outdoor space the MVP. Don't sit on the sidelines. Get in the game with Park Landscaping. Call 780-486-2744 today or email info@parklandscaping.ca.
Today, you can score at A&W. Enjoy a juicy grass-fed beef mama burger and fries for only $5. Available in-store or on the A&W mobile app at participating locations in OilCountry. This fantastic deal is available all day today at A&W.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app.
This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Ryan Nugent-Hopkins centering Kane and Kapanen. If Florida should hold this lead, the Panthers will break the Stanley Cup final record for most minutes with the lead. And that's held by the 87 Oilers, which is curious, of course, because they were extended to 7 games by Philadelphia, who mounted not 1 but 2, but 3 multi-goal comebacks in that final. And yet the Oilers prevailed. Florida led for 200 minutes coming in, and they've led since 4.5 minutes had elapsed in this game. Rodriguez into the offensive zone, had his shot blocked, shoveled down the ice by Kane on net. No icing against Edmonton. Oilers will change. And on the ice comes Adam Henrique up the right-hand side. 3:20 to go in the second period. Florida 23 minutes away from winning back-to-back cups at the expense of the Edmonton Oilers. Kulikov shovels down low for Hagee. Tried to center. That was picked off. 2-0 Florida. Kulak, his outlet deflected by Verhaeghe onto Jeff Skinner. Tough pass. Skinner nowhere to move it. And now Florida's back on the puck in the offensive zone. Barkov, give and go, gets it back, and then could not drag it around Stuart Skinner. He does not have a goal in this series, and does not have a goal in the last 7 playoff games he's played. Verhaeghe up top. Schmidt over to Kulikov. Juggled momentarily. Then back to Barkov in the corner. Little spin move on Henrique. He'll send it to Verhaeghe. Edmonton a bit in the spin cycle right now. Verhaeghe is shot off a Skinner. Juicy rebound back towards score. 3-0 Florida. Sam Reinhart. Second goal of the game, 9th of the playoffs, 5th of the series, and maybe that shot is one that Skinner would have been better off trying to hold on to. Instead, the Panthers now have a 3-goal lead.
Well, that is not going to appease the Stuart Skinner haters out there. This long extended ozone cycle from Florida. I don't know if Stuart picked it up late. I think you got to catch that in that situation. Maybe he couldn't, I don't know.
Just to give his team a breather, maybe. Instead, backdoor and off the skates of Sam Reinhart, set up by Sasha Barkov. 3-0 Florida. And the Panthers can smell it now. Ekblad lifts it behind the Oiler defense. McDavid will track it for Jake Wollman. Lead pass, Corey Perry. Edmonton would dearly love to get on the board here for some juice heading into the final period. Perry to McDavid. And his pass shoveled through the slot area. They've gone to McDavid, Brown, and Perry here with this combination, and Edmonton lingering a shade offside. Brown had come on to replace Perry. And now some jawing between Draisaitl and Marchand. 2:02 to play in the second period. Faceoff will come outside the zone. Florida 3 goals on 18 shots tonight. Edmonton none on 20 against Sergei Bobrovsky, who in his 15th year, and after twice winning the Vezina on also-ran type of teams, having a shoddy playoff record, and entering the 2023 playoffs as the backup to a guy named Alex Lyon for Florida, has now led the Panthers to 3 straight cup finals and is 22 minutes away from hoisting his second cup. Here's Matthias Janmark off the draw in the neutral zone, spilled it on net, and Bobrovsky able to pick it up. 3-0 Florida, minute 47 to go in the second period. And, Bob, Edmonton might need some help to come back in this game. They might need a misplay by Bobrovsky or a rare error from Florida's deadly system.
Yeah, there's no question. Because Bobrovsky looks locked in.
There's still a lot of time left. Minute 47 to go. We're still in the second period. But Edmonton will have to duplicate what it did in Game 4 when it rallied from 3-0 down in this building. Bennett wins the faceoff. Meikle up the left-hand side. That's going to be an icing call, and that will afford Edmonton at least the opportunity, if they want to load up McDavid and Draisaitl here for an ozone draw. Doesn't look like they will, at least at this stage, with 101 seconds remaining in the period. Nugent-Hopkins against Rodriguez on a strong side who won the faceoff. Seth Jones will rag the puck and then dish off to Bennett, who got a piece of it, but that's another icing call. And now Edmonton will get its top players. So back-to-back mistakes.
Problem is they're not getting any shots right now, Jack. Florida's got them completely boxed outside, and the Oilers aren't getting any second-chance opportunities around the net. Think of that last sequence for the Florida 3-0 goal. Over a minute of ozone time. And Bobrovsky isn't misplaying pucks like that.
But on the other hand, I told you Edmonton might need some help. Florida just gave it to them with a couple of icing calls. And now Draisaitl out there with still a healthy minute 33 to go in the period with McDavid and Kane. Florida had a chance to clear. Rodriguez did. It's across the Edmonton line. Kulak sends it up the left-hand side. Draisaitl hit the line, twisted off his stick, forced back to center, and scooped in safely by Tkachuk. Florida will complete a change. As Skinner leaves it for Evan Bouchard, we come up on 1 minute to play in period 2. 3-0 our score in Game 6. The lead belongs to Florida. Draisaitl fires it in. Verhaeghe run into the puck, shaken free. Draisaitl wins a battle along the end boards. Ekblad able to regain. McDavid comes over, forces it free for Kulak. Bouchard a shot. That was tipped and spun awkwardly into the corner. Big ricochet. A lot of English on that puck, and Barkov will try to lodge it. It's guided up to Reinhart, who has 2 goals in this game. Remember, he scored the game winner in Game 7 in this building about a year ago. Reinhart takes a pass from Verhaeghe. Wound up behind the net, just ran out of real estate off to Forsling at the left point, and now forced around the boards. Florida playing its 406th game in the last 4 years. Edmonton its 403rd. The team's exhausted. Kane guilty of an icing here with 15 seconds to go in the period. Florida will get an ozone draw, already armed with a 3-0 lead in Game 6. And this crowd of 19,500 plus can feel it. Oilers at this point just need to get out of the period, a final reload, a final gear up, 20 minutes to live. Draisaitl on the face-off against Anton Lundell. 3-0 Florida. Reinhart a pair, Tkachuk the other goal. 2 goals late in each of the first 2 periods for the Panthers, strengthening their lead. Off the draw, Seth Jones looks for a lane. It's not there. Over to Meikle. He'll conservatively just lay it down low. Cycle disrupted by Kulak. Draisaitl will lay it high off the plexi. Batted out of mirror by Kane. Luostarinen fires down low, approaching the horn. And one last centering pass is picked off by Evan Bouchard. But thus far, Sergei Bobrovsky has a 20-save shutout going. And the Oilers, who trailed 2-0 after 20, are now down 3-0 after 40. A juicy rebound issued by Skinner off a shot from Verhaeghe. And ultimately, Barkov was able to bank it off his line mate, Sam Reinhart, who scores basically a Zach Hyman-type goal, Bob.
Well, there, you just said something right there. Think about Reinhart getting hurt in the Carolina series. Came out for a game. People were nervous down here. He came back pretty quickly. At one point, they had Reinhart and Nikola out of the lineup. Niko Mikkola, two pretty good players for them. And at the end of the day, this is a big, heavy team that's healthy. We know Kachuk's playing through something. Reinhart is too. But the fact that Hyman got knocked out against a team this good, Edmonton needed all their horses going. And the Oilers have played okay tonight, but they haven't played good enough to have the lead.
Well, and one of the keys I talked about...
The A-grade scoring opportunities in the first period, I think were probably realistically 4-1 for Florida. Like, it's just, when the Oilers make a mistake, it becomes catastrophic. And part of that is you got to get a couple of huge stops. And the other guy's stopping everything. Even when he's fighting it, he's stopping it.
David Draisaitl together or apart for the third period? Because, as you pointed out, twice they've been on the ice for a goal against tonight.
Yeah. I think you got to put them together and try to create. I really do.
So leave them together.
And I think Nugent Hopkins has been fine with Keane.
Yes.
And Kapanen, though, I think Kapanen got a little bit banged up there. Looks like he got picked off, and so they've kind of rotated some other players through there. Jeff Skinner again. There's going to be some folks sitting there going.
Best save Bobrovsky's made all night was off the feed from Nugent Hopkins.
Yeah, I mean, the Oilers haven't had a power play. McDavid had a couple chances for low 2-on-1s, but they were at acute angles, didn't shoot on either. Probably made the right play in both situations. The pass, the ice isn't great here. The Oilers are, Jack, they're in a tough spot heading to the third period. It's that simple.
No power plays in the game whatsoever. Just a coincidental situation with Bennett and Kane in the first. Otherwise, we've played 5-on-5 hockey, which theoretically would be at Edmonton's strength. We talked about 5-on-5 play in the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Oilers are a gaudy plus 12. That was coming into the game. Now they're a plus 9, and the Florida Panthers are plus 26 5-on-5. So they can play it any which way you want it. They've been excellent on special teams in the playoffs, and tonight they've outdueled Edmonton 5-on-5, and they've gotten a clean sheet from their goaltender, Sergei Bobrovsky, who's closing in on his 4th shutout of the playoffs and his 7th in his career. Paul Maurice, the veteran coach with 1,001 victories, hope he's 20 minutes away from 1,002. And the extra 2 would be Stanley Cup clinching victories on home ice against Edmonton. Last year in Game 7 and this year in Game 6. The Oilers have to summon their best 20 minutes of the season. They'll look to regroup and come out for the third period. But when they do, they'll be trailing 3-0 with their season on the line. It's Florida behind 2 goals from Sam Reinhart and 1 from Matthew Tkachuk and 20 saves on 20 shots from Sergei Bobrovsky, 20 minutes away from a repeat. It's also going to be Rob and Bryn next. This is Four Dealers NHL Hockey and the Stanley Cup Final. The Oilers Radio Network.
Bored of your current flooring? With stiff competition in the hard surfaces market, there's never been a better time to get a little less rigid in our pricing. Wood, you like a great deal? We have solid savings. Yeah, I don't know how to work laminate or vinyl plank into this, but you get the point. Try them all in our visualizer at endoftheroll.com to see it in your home. The Hard Surfaces event on now at End of the Roll Flooring Centers.
12870 St. Albert Trail and now open at 580 Parsons Road Southwest.
Stay connected with your community and enjoy the latest updates and exclusive access to concerts and events by becoming an 880 Ched Insider. Don't miss out on a single moment. Sign up now at 880ched.com and click on Ched Insider Newsletter to become a vital part of Edmonton's premier news and talk community. 880 Ched, Edmonton's news, today's talk, where Edmonton stays informed and entertained today and every day. At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Dealing back to gain possession is John Klingberg. It's been a clean sheet thus far for Bobrovsky. Cedric pass one-timer to save Bobrovsky. What a setup, and Jeff Skinner was robbed again. The Oilers moved it swiftly, and a real good scoring chance denied.
And that's our Highlight Zone, brought to you by Century Casinos. All in, all games, all season. Century Casinos with 3 great locations in Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the Winter Zone. Welcome to the second intermission. We're at the watch party at Rogers Place. It's Bryn Griffiths along with Rob Brown. Well, after 40 minutes of play, it's 3-0 Panthers, and they are now 20 minutes away from clinching their second straight Stanley Cup. Rob, it's not like the Oilers have played poorly, but Florida's just playing a little bit better.
Yeah, and capitalizing on the big mistakes. We talked about in the first period, both goals that Florida scored were on big mistakes. And then the second period was more or less a wash. Both teams had some really good looks. Both goaltenders made some saves. And you're thinking, if the Oilers can get into the third within 2, you feel confident that this is a team. They score 1, they pull their goalie. They can score 2 goals in a period. But all of a sudden, the Oilers got caught out tired. And the Barkov, Reinhart, Verhaeghe line had an extended shift in the offensive zone. And you saw why Barkov is one of the best in the world. He made a big mistake by Jeff Skinner. Jeff Skinner, I think, has had an excellent hockey game.
Yep.
But he had the puck at the blue line. He had a tired group on defensively. He doesn't get the puck out. And 6 seconds later, it's in the back of the net off a wonderful feed from Barkov to Reinhart, who Reinhart had a slow start to the series. He came back from injury, I believe in the Carolina series, but he has gotten hot later in this series, and he is a proven goal scorer. Barkov to Reinhart, and that third goal could become very, very costly for an Oiler team trying to get this series back to Edmonton.
When we take a look back at this series, and I'm not really sure when we'll be doing that, but we'll see. The way the Panthers have been able to just plug up the Oilers, it's been very frustrating to watch, struggling to get out of their own zone. And I don't know is that hard work that they're doing? Is it the system that they've got going? And then once they get into that cycle, it's almost impossible to bust out of it. And it's where the third goal came in that period.
Well, first, they're a great team.
Yes.
This is 3 straight finals. They're Stanley Cup champions. They're 20 minutes away from possibly going back-to-back. They are built incredibly well. And we keep going on. They have three first lines. That because, as we talked, John Shannon talked before the game, they don't have to extend the minutes of these players because they don't have guys playing 26, 27 minutes. They're all right around, anywhere from, Marchand was fantastic last game. He only played 13 and a half minutes. So they don't extend their minutes. So they can roll out their 3 lines over and over again. Their system is good, but you have to have buy-in from players, and you have to have players that are capable of doing it, and they have all of that. But just one more thing on that goal, Bryn, and you're a team fighting for your playoff life. We've talked about goaltending in this series. That play where I believe it was Verhaeghe just turned. I'm not positive. I apologize if it's the wrong guy, but he's high on the boards. He just threw the puck at net, and Stuart Skinner just casually punched the puck forward. That's one he's got to bring into his body. He punches it forward right to Barkov. Now the Oilers are in trouble. Barkov all the time in the world. He fakes the shot. He's got Reinhart backdoor, but that's one where the Oilers needed a rest. They needed a whistle. They needed a change. And Skinner kept the play alive. And, it could possibly be a back-breaking goal, that third goal. So when the Oilers needed a save or a whistle, Stuart Skinner wasn't able to give him one on that.
I'm not always a believer in watching a bench to see what the response is, but it just seems like you look at the Oilers bench through this period, and it almost seems like they're struggling to get over this, that they don't know what they've got to do next. It's, I understand the situation, but it's got to be so frustrating for all of them. And in particular, Draisaitl and McDavid, who were both on the ice through the first 2 periods up to about 16 minutes each. So I don't know where they go in the next period, other than the fact that this team hasn't quit all season long. They've come back a million times through the playoff run. So I guess we're going to see what they've got in the first 10 minutes and then go from there.
Well, for me, the Oilers are the best 6-on-5 team in the National Hockey League, and one of the best ever, I would imagine. If they get to 4 or 5 minutes within 2 goals, the game isn't over. You'll see Chris Knobloch pull a goalie early and you can go 6-on-5. And here's something that might sound silly right now too, Bryn. If the Oilers get a mismatch, if there's a fourth line for the Florida Panthers is on the ice and there's an icing, or if they get a really, really tired Florida Panther group on an icing, I would not, and I don't care what time it is in the third period, I would not be afraid to pull my goalie if you've got a fresh Connor and Leon. If there's 16 minutes to go in the game and you get a icing and a tired group against you, I'd go 6-on-5. They're 3 goals down, and right now 5-on-5, they're not scoring it. I would not be afraid to pull my goalie early in the third period in the right circumstances to try to somehow find a little bit of magic offensively.
Well, there's a Browning hot take for you in the second intermission. Thanks, Rob. We'll talk to you coming up at the conclusion of the third period. We're going to take a break and come back with more. The Panthers lead the Oilers 3-0 after 2 periods of play. At the intermission is brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. This is your Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
When it comes to your new home, nothing should stop you from getting exactly what you want. Coventry Homes puts your needs front and center. They won't deke past your questions about customization, and making changes won't get you sent to the penalty box. With their customizable designs and flexible options, your game-changing home is within reach. Score big with flexibility by Coventry Homes, the official builder of the Edmonton Oilers.
Did you know that there are 9 Napa Auto Parts stores serving the greater Edmonton area and have been doing so for more than 50 years? Since Napa first opened in Edmonton, the community has grown and vehicles have changed, but you can always trust Napa Auto Parts to provide you with the expert know-how and the best vehicle parts. And if that isn't enough, every time you visit a Napa Auto Parts store when you present your AMA card, you receive an additional 10% discount on all retail parts and accessories. Visit your local Napa Auto Parts store for more offers and expert know-how. Napa Auto Parts is a proud fan of the Edmonton Oilers.
Legacy Heating and Cooling Jingle auditions take one for Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and Zach Hyman. Are you ready, guys?
We were born ready. Heck yes, Nuge. Drop the beat. Call Legacy. Call Legacy. We freaking killed it, Nuge. That's what I'm talking about, Zachary Martin Hyman.
Nice guys. We're going to sell a lot of air conditioners.
Hey, doesn't Legacy offer no payments and no interest for a year on those?
Yeah, well, thanks for the assist on the copy points there, Nuge.
It's just what I do.
Legacy Heating and Cooling.
This is Global News at the second intermission. I'm Zach Ferguson. A woman is dead following a tragic crash on the White Mud this afternoon. Police say at around 1:30, a van stopped on the shoulder of the freeway near 111th Street. The driver of the van got out of the vehicle and was struck and killed by a semi-truck. The eastbound lanes of the White Mud were completely closed while the major collisions unit was investigating the crash. There's been a major thaw in relations between Canada and India. Both countries have agreed to designate new high commissioners and restore regular diplomatic services to citizens in both countries. The announcement follows Prime Minister Mark Carney and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's meeting on the sidelines of the G7 summit here in Alberta. And staying with the G7 for a moment, countries say they're going to work together to expand the use of artificial intelligence in the public sector. The idea is to improve the quality of government services and increase government efficiency. Edmonton City Councillors have taken the first steps to cut back the number of units allowed in some new housing builds. It is a response to complaints over large new developments in mature neighborhoods. Instead of 8 suites, some new builds may only be allowed to have 6. I'm Zach Ferguson. Your next scheduled newscast will be after the game on 880 CHED.
Oilers playoff ticket giveaways are on at the Canadian Brewhouse. Plus $1 off tankards of Molson Canadian and Coors Light during every game. The Canadian Brewhouse. Our house is your house.
Rogers is Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network. We're made for Oilers fans. You can stream Leon scoring in Leduc. Watch Tide tie things up in Tofield. Or check out Connor doing Connor things in Kalmar. And even watch Stewart steal the show while you're in Sedalia. Try saying that 3 times fast. Rogers, proud partner and fan of your Edmonton Oilers.
Did you know the RCMP polices over 99% of Alberta's landscape? From the oil sands to the Rockies to the prairies, the RCMP has a province covered. Providing policing services to more than 1,700 communities and with over 150 career specializations, the Alberta RCMP has something to fit everyone's goals and lifestyles. Visit rcmpcareers.ca and take the next step towards your career with the Alberta RCMP. A message from the Government of Canada.
Patio season is on at the Canadian Brew House. Grab your crew, sip something cold, and hang out on the best patio in town. The Canadian Brew House. Our house is your house.
At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Panthers lead the Oilers 3-0 after 2 periods of play. Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. You know, you talk about the Panthers. Their farm team is in the Calder Cup final in the American Hockey League. The series is all tied at 1, but the Charlotte Checkers tonight are playing Game 3 of the series against the Canucks in Abbotsford. They are early in the first period. There is no score in that one, but this series is all tied up at 1. We'll see what happens coming up a little bit later through the evening. We'll be watching that one very, very carefully. Out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. The third period, and who knows what's coming up after that. We'll see, but we'll be watching carefully. It's coming up soon. At the intermission is brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. This is your Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
At the intermission has been brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Did you hear what happened to Rick while he was building his fence? Yeah, he hit a natural gas line. They had to evacuate his entire neighborhood at dinner time, too. I bet he didn't make any new friends that day. It cost him a ton to get the line repaired. I wonder why he didn't get his underground utilities marked.
Don't be that person. If you're digging on your property, request a locate for natural gas lines. It's free and can prevent serious injury or financial loss. And you won't upset the neighbors. Visit clickbeforeyoudig.com. A safety message brought to you by ATCO.
You can't win it all without a great team, and Portage College is ready to see you through your educational journey. With certificates, diplomas, apprenticeships, degree pathways, and micro-credentials, Portage College has options for everyone. Take advantage of their small class sizes and true community feel, and you'll have all the support you need to complete your education and take your next step on the way to greatness. Visit portagecollege.ca to learn more about Portage College's programs and services. Portage College, it's about you.
MIC is a leader in medical imaging and the official medical imaging provider to the Edmonton Oilers. Make MIC your choice. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, the game doesn't stop for injury. MIC's sports medicine imaging specialists can help you get back in the game with a timely and expert diagnosis. Go where the pros go. For a location near you, visit mic.ca.
All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
106 years ago, the Seattle Metropolitans led 3-0, entering the final period against the Montreal Canadiens with a chance to close out the series. The Canadiens rallied to win 4-3 in OT. Now, for the first time since 1919, Edmonton hopes history can strike twice. They've got 20 minutes to live, and they'll start the period with McDavid, Draisaitl, and Perry. Ekholm and Bouchard defensively, 5-on-5 hockey. Ekholm tries to jam it up the middle. That was broken up and flipped the other way by Sam Reinhart, who has 2 goals for Florida tonight. 3-0 Panthers. Verhaeghe off that dump in, circling the Edmonton net with a crowd, knowing that the Panthers are less than 20 minutes away from a repeat Stanley Cup. Florida, dogfight behind the net. Bouchard comes away with a puck. Perry will lift it ahead. Here's Draisaitl skating into it for Connor McDavid. Ditching off, and Ekholm had his stick lifted as he looked to tee up a one-timer. A reminder, we have not had a power play assessed in this game.
We're not going to get one.
Barkov will shoot it in.
I can tell you that right now. We're not going to get one.
Bouchard, lofted puck through the middle, settled by Seth Jones. Nico Mikkola from the red line. Shots from any and every angle have to come for the Edmonton Oilers, who've outshot the Panthers 20-18 through 2. But Sergei Bobrovsky closing in on a shutout and a potential second straight Stanley Cup. Evander Kane takes an outlet pass, weaves his way up the right-hand side. Checked by Jones off the puck. Here's Kapanen to the middle, a blast. Wallman, and a save made by Bobrovsky. Rebound, Nugent-Hopkins across. Wallman again, teeing up. And this time his one-timer was blocked. Kane taken down behind the net. Nugent-Hopkins over the net, off the glove of Bobrovsky, and fielded by Kapanen. He puts the brakes on against Lundell. Mikkola defending. Hard pass, and Klingberg will take it out of the zone. Edmonton must regroup. Jake Wallman with 18:20 to play potentially in Edmonton's season. Bennett crowding Klingberg and forcing a return offering to Wallman. Oilers in the white, Panthers in the red. Attacking from left to right, it's Janmark who bangs it in deep. Out there with Skinner and Brown. The puck comes free. Matthew Tkachuk, the man with the other goal tonight for Florida. Up to Bennett. Wrist shot off the rush, and that was sent wide. Rebound, Tkachuk controlling against Nurse. Bennett inside. Reinhart Rodriguez could not get a shot away. And it's Jeff Skinner ahead for Janmark. He was blasted against the end boards. Hard rim by Florida, not out. Kulak from a sharp angle. Shot ricocheted off Rodriguez around the boards and out. Darnell Nurse, 17.5 to play for the Oilers, who trail 3-0. He'll chip and charge in against Gustav Forsling. Ekblad on the puck. Soft chip up to Barkov. Took the hit to make the play. Back through center, and Reinhart will get it in deep for Florida. Score remains 3-0 Panthers. Ekholm with Verhaeghe tying him up behind the net. Forced it back to Bouchard. Barkov hard working. Verhaeghe. Barkov to the front of the net. Couldn't get a shot away. Dropped it instead to Forsling, who waits left point. Walks the line. Looks for a lane. Takes a shot that's deflected. Barkov, the captain, against Ekholm. Looks for a seam pass that's intercepted by Bouchard. And now on to McDavid. And here come the Oilers. McDavid left to right. Drop pass looking for Draisaitl. Faking the shot. Now dishing for McDavid off his skates. McDavid circles, centers, and that was through everyone, but Draisaitl able to keep it in. Bouchard, one time to pass over to McDavid, right circle. Back to Ekholm. Now Bouchard, one-timer, sprawling left pad save made by Bobrovsky. Panthers can't get it clear. Edmonton feeling it. It's Bouchard to McDavid, a shot, and that was elevated up and out of play. 16:20 to go in the third. Once again, Bobrovsky with some timely stops to start the third. It's been a continual theme here as this series has moved along, and tonight Bobrovsky has been perfect on 23 shots.
Well, he's done a great job tracking pucks because Bouchard got a long-range bomber that he found with his left pad. We talked about how good his feet are.
And that went off a body in front, and Bobrovsky still was able to react and make the save.
He's stopping everything for Florida.
So now you've got Henrique, Frederick, and Kapanen. Klingberg and Wallman out. And off the draw, the Panthers are able to direct a puck back behind their own net. Mikkola to escape up the right-hand side. And now digging in Marchand. They'll wave off Isaac. Klingberg coughed it up. Marchand down the wall. Had it stripped by Adam Henrique. 3-0 Florida as it's advanced through to Frederick. Cross-ice pass. A big hit on Klingberg. Lead pass Lou Osterinen. And they rule that he touched the puck. So Skinner will leave it for Jake Wallman. Florida line change. Edmonton left to right. Gadjevich as the fourth line has come on for the Panthers. Shoveled in deep. Nate Schmidt on the puck for Florida. And the Panthers will escape. Schmidt works his way up the left-hand side. Kapanen tried to reverse back behind his own net. Greer instead did that for Kulikov right in front of the Oiler bench. Shoveled down low. Kulak banged it up the left-hand side. Henrique to Frederick, cut off and went down. Nate Schmidt will shoot it in from center ice. Skinner can't get there. Nosek is able to trap the puck in the offensive zone for the Panthers. Nurse up to Jeff Skinner, and he'll clear, looking for Nugent-Hopkins out of his reach. Nugent-Hopkins, what a battle, a backhander, and that flipped off the side of the net. He actually put it over the shoulder of Bobrovsky, and now Gadjevich will clear. And that puck was tipped by an Oilers stick. The fourth line will change. Here's Jeff Skinner for Edmonton, around one man, a second man, and through the neutral zone, plowing his way toward the net before Sam Bennett is able to flick it into the corner. Matthew Tkachuk, Bennett from Rodriguez. Did not get it out initially. The second push by Rodriguez did chase Edmonton back into its own zone. Bouchard left it for Ekholm across to Rodriguez. He thunders into Bouchard. It's Mikula back behind for Rodriguez on his backhand. No shot. Instead just leaves it behind the net for an off-balance Sam Bennett, who comes in with 6 goals and 8 points in his last 6 games. He's been held off the score sheet tonight, but it's still Florida 3-0. Draisaitl and McDavid through the neutral zone. McDavid looks, dishes, return pass from Perry, and it's chopped wide by McDavid. Panthers had a chance to clear, didn't get it done. Jones failed. Barkov against McDavid. Pass tipped right back to McDavid. He'll throw it behind the net for Leon Draisaitl. Tried to name claim it off Bobrovsky. An attempted clear by Reinhart failed. And then Mikula didn't get it out of the zone. Barkov takes over for Florida. On his backhand, he'll send a lob wedge through the neutral zone for Hagee. Got it ahead of Bouchard, spun, couldn't get it off, wrist shot, and that stayed out. Lundell trying to maybe end the competitive phase of this series, missed the net. But Colson the other way, a hard wrist shot that stopped by Bobrovsky. Florida back on the rebound. Lundell to Marchand over the line. Marchand to the net, and again curled it wide. Rebound Lundell. Back-to-back misses for Florida when maybe a goal would have wrapped it up. 13 minutes to go in the hockey game. Florida 3, Edmonton no score. Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final with the Panthers leading 3-2 and looking to close it out. Luostarinen checked off the puck by Wallman, but Colson throws his body into it. Forsling a drive, and that was blocked. Rebound comes right side for Connor Brown. He'll deliver a soft chip back to center. Panthers turn it back to the Oiler line. Klingberg cut off by Forsling. He'll drive it in deep. Evander Kane on the puck. Chance of we want the cup reverberating throughout the building. Kulak could not work his way through Forsling. Chipped ahead for Bennett. He's stymied by Nugent Hopkins. Edmonton back on top of the puck. Darnell Nurse in his own zone. The outlet pass to Evander Kane. Right wing to Kapanen. He'll cut to his left over the line. Kapanen dishes off. Reinhart there to pick it off. He's got 2 Florida goals tonight, and he'll usher it to the far side where Nate Schmidt's the only man there. Bennett doesn't clear. Kane a shot that ended up wide. Glanced off the dasher boards left for Reinhart, and now Kulikov of Florida. Backhanded up by Nate Schmidt, and Barkov spills it to the Edmonton blue line. Kulak under control. A dozen minutes to live for the Edmonton Oilers, who trail 3-0 in Game 6. Leon Draisaitl gets around Sam Reinhart. Beautiful pass. McDavid knocked off kilter to the net. A diving Mikula. And now Perry to Ekholm across to Bouchard. A blast! And that was blocked. Rebound Barkov. Spooned it back through the neutral zone. McDavid thought he was tripped. Here's Ekholm back in his own zone. For Edmonton, we have not had a power play called in this game. Draisaitl to the red line, and he'll slam it in deep. The Panthers looking for back-to-back cups. McDavid bursts in behind the net, looking to dish. Finally off to Bouchard. Shot! And that pinballed wide. Rebound Perry. Big swing. Can't make contact. Jones with a clear. Back to center. The Oilers will look to change. No, McDavid stayed on. Couldn't get around Jones, but now a delayed offside call whistled against Edmonton. Furious with an on-call on McDavid. Ekholm angry as well. 11-11. Make a wish, Edmontonians. The Oilers have that much potentially left in their season unless they can summon the greatest comeback of all time in the Stanley Cup Final. Down 3 with 11-11 to play. This is Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final in Ford Dealers NHL Hockey. The Oilers Radio Network.
Hey, Edmonton. Big moves need big talent, and AMJ is your go-to partner. For all local residential and commercial relocations, AMJ delivers a smooth, stress-free experience. AMJ, your team for every move. Contact your local branch today.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. Big skies, rugged landscapes. Now that's Alberta in a nutshell. And if you're looking for an SUV that can keep up with this place, check out the Ford Bronco. Built for those who crave adventure, with serious off-road capability and style to spare. Whether you're hitting the mountain trails or exploring the back roads, it's the perfect ride for those who want to experience everything this province has to offer. The Ford Bronco. Adventure awaits at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PB sent you.
Experience the exciting casino action at 3 Century Casino locations. Edmonton, St. Albert, and Century Mile. Dine at one of their amazing restaurants featuring daily specials. Take in the ultimate game day experience at the all-new Selly Sports Bar and Lounge. Check out the best in live entertainment at any amazing location. Plus, enjoy a great selection of casino gaming options and off-track betting. Feel the thrill of live horse racing at Century Mile Racetrack. Don't miss a second of the action at Century Casino.
Hey, Edmonton. Big moves need big talent, and AMJ is your go-to partner. For all local residential and commercial relocations, AMJ delivers a smooth, stress-free experience. AMJ, your team for every move. Contact your local branch today.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app.
This is the Oilers Radio Network.
11 minutes to play. Nugent-Hopkins centers Kane and Kapanen for a center ice draw that Florida controls. Mikkola will shoot it in. Crowd in an uproar. Here's a chance for Rodriguez. Behind the net, Matthew Tkachuk. Inside to Bennett. Telegraphed the pass. Broken up by Kapanen. Held in by Mikkola of Florida. Rodriguez on the right half boards. Put it behind the net for Sam Bennett. He got twisted up with Klingberg, who escapes and darts through the middle of the ice for Kapanen. Right wing, he'll shoot it toward Bobrovsky. Guided to the corner. Sergei Bobrovsky with a shutout brewing. 10.5 to play in the third period. Florida 3, Edmonton no score in Game 6. Tkachuk and Reinhart in the first period. Reinhart in the second. It's Klingberg. Drag move. One-timer Wallman and a kick save made by Bobrovsky, who was beaten on a similar play back in Game 4. That was when Edmonton rallied from 3-0 down to win it in overtime. So they've already done it in this final, in this building. But now 10 minutes are left. McDavid and Draisaitl. McDavid dashing down the right-hand side. Might have been tripped on the last shift he took. This time rubbed out along the end boards. Draisaitl twisted up with Ekblad. Forsling trying to pry it loose. It's forced back to the point. Chip past Bouchard. Here's Verhaeghe busting in. Shooting and a save made by Stuart Skinner. He'll freeze it with 9:47 to go in the third period. We'll take timeout. It's the kind of opportunity that no doubt Florida will enjoy at various points over the final 9 minutes and 47 seconds as Edmonton, desperate for offense, will continue to push. Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final. Florida 3, Edmonton no score. And you're listening to it live on the Oilers Radio Network.
Did you know the Brick is proudly Canadian-owned and operated? We started right here in Canada over 50 years ago. Now, our 5,000 team members are proud to be your neighbor in more than 200 communities across Canada. And we support all Canadians with a growing selection of quality-made Canadian products and manufacturers. Nobody knows more about furnishing Canadian homes at the guaranteed lowest price than us. The Brick, saving you more.
Pizza 73, the official pizza of your Edmonton Oilers. Loyal to the oil, in Edmonton we trust. Rising to the top like a pizza crust. Got the flavors to play, yeah. Cooking on ice. Hunger happens, gotta score a slice. Let's go Oilers, E-Town unite. Ice District to Jasper, downtown to White. Wearing orange and blue, game on the street. Make the right call, Pizza 73. Let's go Oilers. 737373, Pizza 73.
The Edmonton Oilers Community Foundation 50-50, presented by Rogers, is back and bigger than ever. The largest 50-50 in sports offers early bird draws, bonus raffles, and a main jackpot, which is growing by the second. With over $100 million invested across OilCountry, your support directly helps kids, families, and communities in need. Maybe you'll be our next winner. Get your tickets right now at EdmontonOilers.com and help make OilCountry a better place.
AGLC license number 696879.
All games, all season.
You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
Oilers have outshot the Florida Panthers 6-1 in the first half of the third period. That's the good news. The bad news is Sergei Bobrovsky still has a shutout going. 26 stops, as despite being outshot 26-19, Florida owns a 3-0 lead. 2 goals by Sam Reinhart, 1 by Matthew Tkachuk. Face off to the right of Stuart Skinner, who just stopped his first shot of the period by Carter Verhaeghe. Off a partial break, off the draw, flicked back in by Nate Schmidt. Oilers under control. Brett Kulak on the puck. Adam Henrique on the ice along with Janmark and Connor Brown, a line that was so good in last year's Stanley Cup final. Here's Henrique, a shot, and that's rocketed out of play by the stick of A.J. Greer. And now as Edmonton's top players return to the ice, Florida head coach Paul Maurice will pull his fourth line off with 9:26 left in potentially Edmonton season. Down 3 at the home of the defending Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers, who beat them in 7 in this building 358 days ago to end a 7-game final. Off the draw, chipped off the glass and out. Here's Ekholm, up the gut for Corey Perry. From the left-hand side, he'll shoot it in. Weird hop off the stanchion. Bobrovsky recovers off to Ekblad, flipped off the glass, and the ricochet played by Verhaeghe back toward the Edmonton line. Draisaitl backhands it over to Bouchard. Sent in by Perry. Once again, Florida hemmed in. Ekblad protecting against McDavid. Off to Luostarinen, and Reinhart reaches as far as center. Verhaeghe jumps on and has it stripped by Corey Perry. Now Bouchard will back off for Edmonton. Up the gut with a fluttering wedge that's knocked down by Forsling. The puck was bouncing on him. Edmonton will make a line change, and it's worked free to John Klingberg with 8.5 minutes left in regulation. Molman shoots it in with help getting it forward. Evander Kane out there with Nugent Hopkins and Kapanen. Panthers lay it off the glass. Kane knocked it down for Kapanen. Shoveled down low. Mikkola looks to protect up the left-hand side. Klingberg, a hard pinch. Luostarinen unable to dig it out. Shot Kane wide of Bobrovsky, who I'm not sure saw that all that cleanly. And Brad Marchand with a backhand flip that's right on net. Once again, Florida able to duck out of an icing call and get fresh troops on as we go inside 8 minutes to play. Here's Wallman, has it turned over. Kachuk dishes, one-timer save. Skinner, rebound jamming away. And Bennett can't polish off the Oilers again. Couple of good looks for Florida. Sam Bennett with maybe the series on his stick could not finish. And Edmonton still alive, trailing 3-0. Schmidt redirected wide by Rodriguez. Coming over to cut it off is Kachuk. He got bowled over by Frederick. The two St. Louis natives come together there. It's Adam Henrique to Frederick. Just misfired on a pass intended for Jeff Skinner. And it's a reset for the Florida Panthers with 7:20 left in Edmonton's season. Here's a poke check on Barkov. He's able to nudge it through Darnell Nurse. Skinner will guide it over to Brett Kulak. Crowd screaming, we want the cup. Here's Jeff Skinner. Burst of speed through the middle, cut off by Forsling and Ekblad, who launches one down the middle. Skinner wants icing. It rolls wide. And there's the call with 7 minutes to play in the third. Edmonton now, once again, Chris Knobloch directing who he wants out there.
I don't think you pull a goalie here yet.
Well, you're going... Yeah, you are pulling the goal.
We're going to pull him.
Because Nugent Hopkins has come on, and that's the extra attacker. So with 7 minutes to go, down 3-0, off an icing call, it's McDavid, Draisaitl, Perry, Nugent Hopkins, Nurse, and Bouchard. Face-off win for Barkov. Ekblad harangued in the corner, kept alive Nugent Hopkins. Draisaitl back to Nurse, does well to hold the zone. Bouchard moves it over to Connor McDavid. Double team, top of the right circle, he'll put it down low. Perry able to screen. Ekblad nudged up the left-hand side. Clear Verhaeghe, the net is empty, and a great play at the line. Panthers come up ice. Barkov whips a pass, wrist shot, score. 4-0 Florida. Hat trick Sam Reinhart. 6:34 to play. Reinhart coming into this game, 3 goals in the series, all in consecutive games, and now a hat trick after scoring the game winner last year in Game 7 late in the second period, has sent hats flying through the air and onto the ice with 6.5 still to play in Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final. Barkov set him up for the second time in this game. Time of the goal, 13:26. It's an empty netter that's likely the death knell in Edmonton's season. A lot of time left, but now you're down 4. We await the hat cleanup. But it looks like Edmonton, for the second year in a row, will taste defeat at the hands of the Florida Panthers.
How about for the 4th year in a row, losing
to the eventual Stanley Cup champions?
To the eventual Stanley Cup champions.
Skinner returns to the pipes for Edmonton. Jeff Skinner out there with Henrique and Frederick. 6.5 to go. Bennett on the faceoff. Florida team that won the President's Trophy in 2022. Barely got into the playoffs the next year, but then went all the way to the Stanley Cup final before losing to Vegas in 23. Beat the Oilers in 7 and 24, and now are 6 minutes away from beating Edmonton again in 6 games in this final. Lead pass right-hand side, that's icing against Edmonton with 6:14 remaining. Verhaeghe will pick up his second assist. Florida has set a league record with 9 forwards at more than 15 points in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Only the 80 Islanders, with, of course, Denny Potvin in that mix, had as many as 9 players, regardless of position, with 15-plus points. Off the draw, Edmonton under control. And, Bob, we talked about it. The keys would be to saw off that Florida third line. Edmonton did that. But the other key, I thought, was Edmonton's elite would have to outplay Florida's, and that has not materialized.
And you needed to get out of the first period, not down 2-0. They gave up 2 goals in all 6 first periods of this series.
In the last 4 games, outscored 9-0 in the first period. We got a puck out of play.
Yep.
5:56 to go. Edmonton has outshot Florida 26-22, but that seems immaterial now with a countdown to the Cup in full force here at Amerant Bank Arena. The champions 4, the Edmonton Oilers, nothing. Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final wraps up in just a moment on the Oilers Radio Network.
Do your tires feel like hockey pucks on the road? Perhaps it's time for a new set of Atturo tires. No matter what you drive, Atturo has the right fit for you, including the all-new Trail Blade HT and AZ810, premium all-weather tires for your pickup, car, SUV, or crossover. You can rest assured that Atturo tires will get you through all 4 seasons. Available at Action Car and Truck, Point S, and tire shops everywhere. Find a dealer near you at atturo.com.
Northern Lakes College has been providing opportunities to Alberta students for over 50 years. How are they different? Many of their programs are offered online to suit your busy lifestyle, so no need to quit your job or move away from home. Your classroom can be anywhere you want it to be. Attend classes online in real time with your peers or view recorded classes at your own pace. Learn where you live. Learn while you work. It's your choice. Online learning redefined. NorthernLakesCollege.ca.
Athletes know that to advance your career, you've got to be part of a winning team. So, what about you? Are you working for a winning team? Well, here's your chance to do just that. Brandt is a strong and stable industry leader with career opportunities across Canada. We have hundreds of positions available right now, from parts, sales, positioning technology, heavy-duty mechanics, and more. Be a part of a winning team. Earn your stripes by joining Brandt today. Find out more at BrandtJobs.com.
Listen on air.
4-0 Florida. Edmonton not waving the white flag just yet. Plenty of fans are. Skinner is on the bench. Ekholm, Bouchard, and once again, McDavid, Draisaitl, Perry, and Nugent-Hopkins. The puck cleared off the draw back through the middle. Bouchard will shoot it back in. Net empty. Florida 4, Edmonton no score. Ekblad with a giveaway. McDavid will slide it back to Ekholm. Now it's Bouchard. Ekholm up top. Dishes off McDavid. Trying to get around Barkov. Behind the net for Draisaitl. He'll control it. Shovel it off the boards. Ekholm from the left point. Bouchard. He'll trade great places. Ekholm sets a pick. Gets it back for McDavid. Shot redirected wide of the Florida net. Now it's Leon Draisaitl on the right half boards. Ekholm steers to Bouchard. High slot. Dishes off McDavid to the net. Blocked. Rebound Barkov off the glass. Reinhart ahead to Ekblad for Hagee. Reinhart for his fourth goal. Shoots and scores. 5-0 Florida. 5:05 to go. Reinhart had been quiet in a 6-1 blowout win. He got a goal and an assist. And since then, he scored every game, and he's put the Oilers away with a couple of empty netters among his 4 goals tonight. 5-0 Panthers, 5:05 to go, and I imagine at this point, Edmonton will probably just roll the lines. This will be the Oilers' 3rd consecutive defeat in the Stanley Cup Final. 06, 24, and 25. Since their last Stanley Cup in 1990. They played in the most Stanley Cup Finals of any non-Classic 6 team. Past Philadelphia with a 9th appearance in the final this year. Philadelphia has won just 2 of 8. And the Oilers will see their record in the final drop to 5-4. Here's a drive by Wallman into a deflected puck and shoveled home by Vasily Podkolzin, and it's 5-1 with 4:42 to go. Bobrovsky's shutout bid comes to an end.
Well, Podkolzin's worked hard all game long. On a night in which Edmonton's big dogs are -4.
He scored the game-tying goal in Game 4 of this series.
He's been fine, but long-range bomber gets through.
For Hagee and Ekblad with the assists on the second empty netter for Reinhart, and Podkolzin, as Bob mentioned, on a long shot from a point, ended up picking one up and flipping it home past Bobrovsky. Puck at center, won by Janmark. Klingberg tossed in by Podkolzin. After it is Dmitry Kulikov. He'll turn and wedge it back through the middle. Racing back to collect is Wallman. Chance of we want the cup echoing throughout Amerant Bank Arena as the Oilers reload and start up ice. Wallman to Klingberg, hits the line with 4:15 to go. The Panthers are trapped in their own zone, cleared out by Schmidt, right-hand side. Florida hits the red, shoveled in by Rodriguez, and collected once more by Klingberg. At his own blue line, he directs a pass over to Jake Wallman. Right side for Henrique. Touched on to Skinner. Lead pass. Reinhart the other way for the Panthers. Gave it away. Henrique back to Darnell Nurse. 3:45 to play in the season. Nurse shoots it in. Bobrovsky to Ekblad. It's 5-1 Florida. Ekblad in close quarters has to relinquish possession. Barkov to Verhaeghe. Bumped it across ice and swatted the other way by Forsling. Nurse will track it down with less than 3.5 to play. Nurse to Kulak up the middle, stolen by Lundell. Shoots wide, rebound, and Marchand couldn't come up with it. Lundell, who's missed the net twice in this third period, will send it around the boards to Luostarinen. On golden chances in front, Luostarinen. He'll just melt some clock behind the Edmonton net, taken off his feet by Kulak. They're letting him play. Henrique up to Jeff Skinner, and he'll bump it past Ekblad, and the puck comes deep into the Florida zone. Ekblad will bide some time. Nugent Hopkins out there with Kane and Kapanen. Wallman and Draisaitl with the assists on the Podkolzin goal. And again, it was Wallman's shot from up top that ricocheted off a body in front right to Podkolzin, who shoveled it home. Oilers with a puck in their own zone. Soft toss by Bouchard with 2:25 to go. Picked up and gathered by Mikula. Right-hand side, Ekholm. And now it's center ice. Mikula will fire it in deep. That's going to be handled by Skinner. Oilers come back into their own zone. It's Bouchard.
One each way here.
And
Kane going after
chasing Kachuk and gave him an extra slash.
They're both going off. Kachuk doesn't. He's going off too.
91, 10-minute misconduct.
Well, I guess.
I just heard Kane.
Yeah,
I
me
didn't
too.
hear Kachuk. 2:13 to go in the third period. Draisaitl, by the way, with that point, and assuming this 5-1 score holds up, that'll be Draisaitl's 34th point of the Stanley Cup playoffs. You didn't think he...
I didn't think he was on the ice.
Yeah, and I think they're resetting the scoring. I didn't think he was on the ice either. Of course, the officials for a moment didn't think Sam Reinhart was on the ice. They're saying Draisaitl touched it. Now, he might have dropped it back to Wallman and changed. Maybe. It's possible. Off the draw, one by Janmark. The Oilers clear. Darnell Nurse back to center.
That looks like coincidental minors.
Yeah, they did end up making it coincidental. So, again, no power plays awarded in this game. Nurse to Kulak up the right-hand side. Matthias Janmark at his own blue line. Nearly stripped by A.J. Greer. Poke check by Nosek. And now Connor Brown building speed up the gut. Janmark, who scored in Game 7 last year. The only goal in an Edmonton 2-1 loss. Luo Storinen pushing free. Lead pass Lundell. Wrist shot. Save made by Stuart Skinner. And now the old chant. And for me, Bob, growing up, listening and watching the snowy station out of London, Ontario, it was the Montreal Canadiens that would do this. Yeah. Here's Skinner. Poke checked away, left circle for Brown, and that puck comes outside the zone. Center ice, minute 15 to go. Florida in a celebratory mood with a 5-1 lead, and we enter the final minute of the season. It's been a great one for the Edmonton Oilers. They won 48 games during the regular season. They settled for the third seed in the Pacific Division. They beat higher-seeded teams on their way to the Stanley Cup Final. Rallying from 2 games to none down, and then behind in the third period, both games 3 and 4 against LA, rallying to win both in dramatic fashion, and then closing the Kings out in 6. Beat Vegas in 5, avenging a defeat 2 years earlier.
They just waved off the icing.
Yeah, they just waved off icing on a Florida dump-in. And then they beat Dallas after spotting the Stars a 1-game-to-none lead. Beat them in 5. But the dream of a Stanley Cup, the franchise's first in 35 years, will die tonight in Florida. Final 10 seconds. One more Edmonton dump-in. Final score, Florida 5, Edmonton 1, and the Panthers have repeated as Stanley Cup champions. Streamers abound, gloves and sticks strewn all over the ice, and Florida celebrating a championship that's well earned. The Panthers played the Oilers 8 times this year, and in none of those 8 did Edmonton beat Florida in regulation.
No, they didn't.
There was some question last year. Certainly you looked at the goal differential, but this year, Bob,
no doubt about it.
I think you'd have to agree the better team won the Stanley Cup.
Better team won the Stanley Cup.
Florida Panthers 5, and the Edmonton Oilers won in Game 6. The Panthers win the series 4-2.
Not a power play call. We had 1 called last year, 3 total. Knew this was going to happen. feel, you can talk about it being a great year for the Edmonton Oilers.
But they're gutted right now.
They are. And back-to-back years, you lose in 7, you lose in 6. And the sooner we do the post-game show, better.
And this perhaps one of my favorite traditions in all of professional sports, the post-series handshake line. Connor McDavid leads the handshakes for the Edmonton Oilers for the second consecutive year on the losing end of a terrific Stanley Cup final. The first 2 games may have been the greatest that I've ever had the privilege to call live or even see, quite frankly. And then Florida, quite frankly, started to separate itself. Won 3 of the next 4, and the Stanley Cup as a result. Paul Maurice, in case you're wondering, is joining the handshake line. There was much ado about nothing when he elected to just shake hands privately with Rod Brindamore and the Carolina coaching staff when the Panthers eliminated the Carolina Hurricanes in 5. And, of course, for those of you listening in Toronto, the Maple Leafs had a Game 7 on home ice, an opportunity to dethrone the defending champions, and were beaten soundly. And now the Florida Panthers, 2 rounds later, defeat the Oilers soundly in Game 6 by a count of 5-1.
All right. Well,
I mean, do you have any postscript before we head to our break here?
No. The better team won. Edmonton did not get to the level that they were hoping to get to, and maybe they finished off with against Dallas. They played their best hockey against Vegas and Dallas. They played 2 really good, the first 2 games were fantastic, but the Florida Panthers, Jack, in 10 of the final 12 periods of this series were the better team. It's that simple.
What impact did the loss of Zach Hyman?
Just comes across as an excuse, but undeniably it's a factor. I mean, the guy, 66%, expected goals for on the ice, leading the league in hits when he went out. He's tailor-made to play the Florida Panthers. He's still, amongst all the active players in the league, has the most goals in one playoff series with 16. He's a massive loss for Edmonton. Imagine if Reinhart, who got knocked out for a game against Carolina, imagine if he couldn't play in this series for them. It's a big loss, and that's because Reinhart had 50 last year, so did Hyman. But it just comes across as a loser's lament. At the end of the day, Florida was better. Their goaltending was better. Sergei Bobrovsky's going to finish the series at a .940 save percentage, 5v5. It's tough to beat that. And the Oilers' special teams weren't good enough. They didn't get a chance to work with it. And unfortunately, if you're an Oiler player, you use the term gutted. Back-to-back years, this has become a goddamn house for horror for the Edmonton Oilers. It really is. Like, they're going to look back at,
They've played the Panthers 13 times now. They've won 5.
Yeah.
They've given Florida fits at times, but they've come up short twice in a row. And it's the first time this has happened in 47 years that a team has gone to the Stanley Cup final 2 years in a row and come up short. So how does Edmonton get to the plateau? Because I don't think Florida's going anywhere, even though Sam Bennett's an unrestricted free agent. And quite frankly, if Florida goes somewhere, you got Tampa popping up.
Maybe Doug Armstrong offers Sam Bennett $10 million a year times 7 years in St. Louis.
Right.
Maybe that's the only way you'd leave. But here, you look at how Bennett fits Florida. Why would he leave Florida? Right? And it's kind of like Evan Bouchard. Why would he ever leave it? Look, this is going to be, there's 2 parts to this. There's the Oilers, this is a big summer, obviously, getting Evan Bouchard done, as well as Connor McDavid. We know that. Bouchard, there's immediacy in it. McDavid, the Oilers are the only team to negotiate with him. McDavid now represented by Judd Moldaver. Would not surprise me if it's a shorter term. It's not an 8-year term because we're not sure where the money's going to go. But Edmonton's got to add
the salary cap?
Salary cap, right? Beyond the next 3 years. Edmonton's going to need to add some more pieces. They missed Hyman.
What do they need to add?
Well, they got to either develop or here's the thing. It would not surprise me if Edmonton sits there and plays it 92 to 93 million next year, accrues during the year, and then adds a top 6 forward at the deadline. I think they have to look at adding a right shot center. And they're obviously Matt Savoy is going to be on the team next year. He's going to have to play his way off the team in training camp. They've got 7 defensemen signed if you factor in both Emerson and Stetcher, who are fine for me as number 6s. I think you talked about it at the start of the game, the goaltending situation. I think that's going to be a massive quandary in OilCountry. I know right now the fans are going to blame Stuart Skinner. This was not all. Look, he can't give up the 3-0 goal, which ultimately, you could argue, killed him tonight. He's got to just glove the puck and settle the play down.
Get his team a breather in that situation.
Get his team a breather. And so I'm going to be very intrigued to see how Stan Bowman handles the goaltending situation. Jack, we had a hell of a year.
How will you remember it?
I'm going to have to take some time to reflect on it because I'm a little frustrated by some things that happened between about June the 26th.
Of last year
and about July the 4th. And I wonder whether or not there were a couple tactical errors made there. And the Oilers were a team that could skate and play with tempo and pace, and that changed, and they put themselves in a tough spot. Now, saying that, Moldaver also has taken over Dylan Holloway. It would not surprise me if he's looking for $7-8 million a year in his next deal as well. But I have a fair amount of confidence with how Stan Bowman was able to sort of make some subtle additions to help get the Oilers this far. I don't think at the end of the day Edmonton was as good a team as last year. I think Edmonton will be a better team next fall than they are right now.
Thank you, Bob.
It's
always a privilege to work with you. 15 years together, and I can't imagine there's only one obstacle to us having more fun than we've had the last 2 years, and that would be 3 more victories. 2 this year and 1 last year. As we close the books on this season, we'll first close the book on Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final. Sam Reinhart scored 4 goals, 2 of them empty netters. Matthew Tkachuk had the other goal. Florida built a 5-0 lead with 5 minutes to go. Vasily Podkolzin broke out Sergei Bobrovsky's shutout bid with 4:42 left to play, and that was really all she wrote. I mean, he got it within 5-1, but no reasonable grounds for thoughts of a comeback. And indeed, Leon Draisaitl, by the way, was not on the ice, so he'll finish without a point in Game 6 and share the Stanley Cup playoff scoring lead with Connor McDavid, each with 33 points. Connor Brown, by the way, will get his first point of the series on that goal by Vasily Podkolzin, who had 2 in the final, including the game-tying goal here in Game 4. Draisaitl won it in overtime, and that turned out to be Edmonton's last shining moment of this Stanley Cup Final as the Panthers close it out with 5-2 and 5-1 victories in Games 5 and 6. Stuart Skinner will be charged with a loss tonight. He finishes the playoffs at 7-7. Remember, Calvin Pickard was 7-1, but Skinner tonight faced 23 shots and stopped 20. Sergei Bobrovsky, meanwhile, back-to-back Stanley Cups, and he's now 16-7, finishing the postseason with that slate, and he turns aside 28 of 29 in closeout games against the Edmonton Oilers last year. Stopped 23 of 24, so that means 51 of 53 over a 2-year time frame as Florida polishes off Edmonton in 6 games after defeating the Oilers in 7 in last year's Stanley Cup Final. Gary Bettman with one final item of business. He'll be awarding the Conn Smythe Trophy in just a moment, and it's Sam Bennett, who did not have a point in tonight's game, but Bennett, who's going to be an unrestricted free agent, will become the first Conn Smythe winner ever to be testing the open market as he receives that trophy for the most valuable player of the Stanley Cup playoffs. And the Panthers ready to embrace him. He'll take that trophy, quickly shovel it off to the side, and then Florida will carry around the cup before a crowd of 19,000 plus who's gone absolutely nowhere at Amerant Bank Arena. And thus brings our 15th year. Bob and I working together to a close, and we want to acknowledge all of those who've helped us get to this finish line. We've had the privilege here on 880 Chad and the Oilers Radio Network of calling 211 games for you over the last 2 seasons, and while they've ended in Stanley Cup final defeat, we'd be remiss if we don't thank people like Kellen and Cam Moon, who, of course, the voice of the Oilers, a fantastic job all year on the radio. Cam and I enjoy working together with Bob Stauffer, who's been my partner for 15 years. And it's really validating when our audience, year in, year out, hangs on our every word and every movement that this club performs on the ice. And of course, those of you who listen to Bob's show off the ice, it's just a fantastic privilege to be able to present these games to you, knowing they mean so much to you, Edmonton, the greater Edmonton area, oil country as a whole, the province of Alberta, and Edmontonians that have been scattered throughout the various provinces across Canada. It's a great privilege, and we thank you deeply for paying such close attention. And with that, we say goodbye for now. We'll join you in 3.5 months with promise of a new season and new hopes for the Edmonton Oilers' first Stanley Cup since 1990. Until then, for Bob Stauffer, Cam Moon, our producer, Kellen Kennedy, of course, Bryn Griffiths and Rob Brown, who did such a fantastic job on our pre- and post- and intermission reports. It's Jack Michaels signing off for a second consecutive year from Sunrise, Florida, home of the Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers, who defeat the Edmonton Oilers tonight in Game 6 by a score of 5-1 and defeat them by a count of 4-2 in this year's Stanley Cup final. Ladies and gentlemen, the pleasure was all ours. The Rogers postgame show starts right now.
Exclusive live interviews, expert analysis, and game highlights. This is the Rogers postgame show. Once again, here's Bob Stauffer on the Oilers Radio Network.
On a night like tonight, there are no highlights for the Edmonton Oilers. The highlight zone all season long for Century Casinos, all in, all games, all season. Century Casinos, 3 great locations: Edmonton, St. Albert, next to the Edmonton International Airport at the Century Mall. Welcome to the winner's zone. From the Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth, this is the Rogers postgame show on the Oilers Radio Network.
Fridays just got fired up. Prime rib for $20.99. Coors tankards for $9.99. And White Claw and Olay deals after 4 p.m. Only at the Canadian Brew House. Our house is your house.
Rogers is Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network. We're made for Oilers fans. You can stream Leon scoring in Leduc. Watch Tide tie things up in Tofield. Or check out Connor doing Connor things in Kalmar. And even watch Stewart steal the show while you're in Sedalia. Try saying that 3 times fast. Rogers, proud partner and fan of your Edmonton Oilers.
Catch every goal, every hit, every moment of the playoffs. Live at the Canadian Brew House. Big screens, cold beers, and all the action. The Canadian Brew House. Our house is your house.
This is the Rogers postgame show on the Oilers Radio Network.
All right, let's bring in Rob Brown on the Rogers postgame show. No Alberta Blue Cross Travel Insurance, goal of the game, health, dental, travel. We got the coverage you need. Visit ab.bluecross.ca. Rob, it's just simple. I think at the end of the day, Florida was just better. 10 of the final 12 periods of this series. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I think they are the better team. The biggest... we knew coming in they had better goaltending. That was Bobrovsky's all-world. I think their top 3 were stronger than the Oilers' top 3 on the back end, and their bottom 3 were certainly stronger. The biggest advantage the Oilers had were Connor and Leon, but you got to give credit to what Forsling and Ekblad did, and what Barkov and Reinhart did. They slowed them down, so the Oilers' big advantage wasn't there for them, and the better team won this series.
Okay, final question. Do you envision a goaltending change in the offseason?
Probably just it's going to be tough for Stuart Skinner to play here next year.
You know, 2 2.6.
I think Stuart's going to bump. I think he's going to be a very good goaltender in this National Hockey League. I think he's going to be a very good goaltender for a long time in the NHL. I just don't know if it's going to be here in Edmonton, but it's going to be tough coming back from this.
Rob, we need to get downstairs. Thanks a lot. This is the Rogers postgame show on the Oilers Radio Network.
Looking for custom flags, banners, or canopy tents? Aurora Flags and Banners has a dedicated team to provide you with custom solutions and quality products. Aurora Flags has proudly serviced Canadian businesses and organizations for more than 30 years. Get a quote today at auroraflags.com.
All right, give me something big.
The Ford It's a Big Deal event is on.
Bigger.
Get a big truck and an even bigger deal.
Love it. Now the details.
Right now, lease a 2025 F-150 STX with the black appearance package from $220 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 24 months with $43.75 down. That's like $110 weekly.
Now bring it home.
Plus, there's a $750 bonus for eligible Ford owners. Hurry into your Alberta Ford store. Visit Ford.ca today.
When it comes to your new home, nothing should stop you from getting exactly what you want. Coventry Homes puts your needs front and center. They won't deke past your questions about customization, and making changes won't get you sent to the penalty box. With their customizable designs and flexible options, your game-changing home is within reach. Score big with flexibility. By Coventry Homes, the official builder of the Edmonton Oilers.
You're tuned in to the Rogers postgame show on the official voice of the Edmonton Oilers, 880 CHED, and on the Oilers Radio Network.
No Alberta Blue Cross travel insurance goal of the game. Health, dental, travel. We've got the coverage you need. Visit ab.bluecross.ca. No plus play of the game for the Edmonton Oilers for Catelli Protein Plus. With the classic taste of Catelli, 17 grams of protein. It's the most delicious way to score your taste buds on and off the ice. The out-of-town scoreboard all season. Brought to you by Pizza 73. Oilers lose. Game 6, 5-1. They lose the series in 6. This is the Rogers postgame show on the Oilers Radio Network.
You can't win it all without a great team, and Portage College is ready to see you through your educational journey. With certificates, diplomas, apprenticeships, degree pathways, and micro-credentials, Portage College has options for everyone. Take advantage of their small class sizes and true community feel, and you'll have all the support you need to complete your education and take your next step on the way to greatness. Visit portagecollege.ca to learn more about Portage College's programs and services. Portage College, it's about you.
Tired of skyrocketing energy bills? Switch to clean, affordable power with Horizon Solar. Whether you want to cut costs, go green, or increase your home's value, Horizon Solar has you covered with tailored solar energy solutions. With current government incentives, there's never been a better time to make the switch. Own your power, control your bills, live sustainably. For your free assessment, call Horizon Solar today or visit horizonsolar.com to get started. Horizon Solar, where going green makes sense.
All right, tonight's 3 stars brought to you by Molson, the official beer of the Edmonton Oilers. Whether it's Canadian Ultra, Export, or Excel, there's a Molson with your name on it. Must be of legal drinking age. All Florida for the second straight game. 3rd star, Markov, 2 assists. 2nd star for Hagee. And with 4 goals, 2 empty netters, Sam Reinhart. This is the last Rogers postgame show on the Oilers Radio Network this season. We'll be back in the fall. I'd like to thank Andrew Murdoch, along with our 2 play-by-play voices this year, Jack Michaels and Cam Moon, Rob Brown, Brent Griffiths, Brendan Escott, studio producers, Kellen Kennedy at the helm tonight, and Eamon Hashem, as well as Angie Quinnell, our engineer back at Edmonton, Troy Bowler, Jerry Dombrowski for helping out, Alex Gomez down here in South Florida. Oilers season comes to an end, 2 games short. Oilers have awesome fans. They got a solid team. They'll look to be 2 wins better next year. So long.
Rogers postgame show is heard following each of our NHL broadcasts. Portions of this exclusive broadcast are brought to you by Ford, official partner of the Edmonton Oilers. Built Ford proud. Molson, official beer of the Edmonton Oilers. Whether it's Canadian, Ultra, Export, or Excel, there's a Molson with your name on it. Must be legal drinking age. And Rogers, proud partner and fan of the Edmonton Oilers.
To the net, backhander score!
This live live play-by-play broadcast is intended for the private entertainment of our audience. Any rebroadcast without the expressed written consent of the Oilers Entertainment Group is strictly prohibited. All games, all season. Exclusively on the Oilers Radio Network. CHED Edmonton. Proud to be the official voice of the Double E, your Edmonton Elks. 880 CHED, Edmonton's news, today's talk.
A Chorus Entertainment radio station.
The game is over when the horn sounds. The analysis ends when you say it does. This is Oilers Overtime. Oilers Hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. And now, the Heartland Ford Oilers Overtime. Here's Bryn Griffiths and Rob Brown on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers. 880 CHED.
But the dream of a Stanley Cup, the franchise's first in 35 years, will die tonight in Florida. Final 10 seconds. One more Edmonton dump in. Final score, Florida 5, Edmonton 1, and the Panthers have repeated as Stanley Cup champions.
That is tough to listen to, but you know what? That's the story. And congratulations to the Florida Panthers for winning the Stanley Cup for the second year in a row. They worked very hard for it. And, hey, 5-1 over the Edmonton Oilers tonight. Bryn Griffiths and Rob Brown with you. It is very quiet now at Rogers Place. It is very empty now at Rogers Place. Brownie, that, you know what? When you take a look at this series, everybody's going to have a little different take on it. Obviously, Bob is going to be must-listen radio to tomorrow on Oilers Now from 4 to 6. We'll also have Road to the Cup from 3 to 4 tomorrow as well, as we try to, shake off the emotional aspect of this one today. But that game today, it just seemed like Florida was just a little bit better in every department. And when they got the lead, it just seemed like that was just too much to overcome for the Oilers, even at 1-0 tonight, Rob.
Well, the Florida Panthers are a great team. They've been to the finals 3 straight years. They've won back-to-back cups. They've got the best goaltender in the NHL right now playing. In money games, there's no one better than Bobrovsky, and they're a fantastic team when leading. They have all kinds of incredible stats when leading after 1, when leading after 2. It is a good team. The Oilers in this game made 2 big blunders, 2 big mistakes in the first period. Both of them cost them goals. And again, for the 4th straight game, the Oilers are fighting uphill, and they're chasing a hockey game against a team that knows how to win, knows how to close out games, doesn't give you much, and has a fantastic goaltender. And you're right, Bryn, that the Oilers really could not create a whole lot. And when they did get a small breakdown by the Panthers, Bobrovsky was there. So the 2 mistakes in the first period really, really put this Oiler team in a very tough spot they weren't able to get out of.
All season long, I drop by and pick up a coffee on the way to the arena before every Oilers game here. And it's the same group that always asks me, how's the team doing? That was an exciting game last night. That was a tough loss last night. We all go through it. We all are questioned a little bit. The question today was, where has this series turned? And it's really hard to say because obviously both teams, they split the first 4. Might have been the loss here in game number 5, but I don't know. I'm not really big on postmortems seconds after a game like this. Sometimes you just got to sit on it a little bit. But do you have a thought on maybe where this series turned a little bit, or was it basically Florida just had the edge right from the get-go and the Oilers found 2 wins in overtime?
The Florida Panthers were the better team. You could 4 of the last 5 games, they were quite a bit better in the game. If the Oilers were able to somehow win game 2 and have a 2-0 lead, maybe there's more stress on the Florida Panthers.
Right.
But they weren't. And the Panthers not only won that, they came home, had the big win on home ice. And even game 4 that the Oilers won, it was a game that the Panthers were completely in control of.
Yeah.
And they had a huge hiccup in the second period. It turned out to be a fun game for an Oilers fan. But that was another game that the Panthers had taken care of things early in the game and built a big lead. This series, Bryn, we knew that goaltending should favor the Florida Panthers, and it did. They have the better goaltender. He's a Hall of Famer.
Yes.
Maybe one day Skinner will get his ceiling will get him higher than he is right now. But right now, Bobrovsky's a better goalie. The Florida Panthers are deeper. We knew that up front. They have 3 first lines. I mean, they're just that good. They got 9 guys that can run out there on any given night. Those lines can dominate.
Yep.
Where the Oilers needed to be better and where we expect them to be better with special teams, and they weren't. And the Oilers have Connor and Leon. And the Florida Panthers did such an incredible job slowing down Connor and Leon, especially, after the first 2 games. Leon got the overtime goal in, I think, game 4, but they didn't get the looks and the chances that you would normally see from them in the last couple of games, much quieter. And that's just, we're not used to that. And that, to me, isn't on Connor and Leon not having the effort level. That is how good the Florida Panthers are. And Barkov and Reinhart, who played against them consistently, they were number 1 and 2 in Selke voting this year.
Yeah.
And the defense pairing of Forsling and Ekblad that were fantastic. You have the physicality of an Ekblad and the skating ability of the Forsling. So there's going to be a lot of people pointing fingers at this or that. But at the end of the day, this Florida Panthers are a great team. And anytime they faced adversity in these playoffs, they responded. They responded in this series. They responded in the Toronto series.
Yes.
They are a great team. And it hurts right now as an Oiler fan, and it certainly hurts in the Oiler dressing room. But over the course of this series, the better team won.
The Window Mart Oilers hotline is now open at 780-451-8800. Window Mart, your trusted partner when you need to replace your windows and or doors. Visit them today at windowmart.ca. Once again, 780-451-8800. We don't know exactly how this is going to go post-game-wise in terms of comments. We're going to kind of work our way through it a little bit. We hope to hear from Coach Chris Knobloch coming up in a little while. I'm not really sure what we're going to get out of the Oiler locker room tonight, but we will endeavor to get what we can. We'll take your calls, get your thoughts on the series, the game, the playoffs. It was a fun playoff run, I got to say. There were numerous times where, the Oilers came from behind. I don't know, Rob, constantly it just seemed like they never feared falling behind in any of the games in the other series, and they were able to respond. They just couldn't do it in this one.
Well, they did it. They did it once for sure.
Yeah.
They came back. I can't remember the first game if they fell behind in that one too. But the other series, they didn't play the Florida Panthers. I mean, it's that simple. You can fall behind against LA or Vegas or Dallas, all very, very good hockey club. But this is the Florida Panthers. They're 2-time Stanley Cup champs. They've got 3, as we just talked, they have 3 first lines, and they have 3 number 1 defensemen too. I mean, they got Ekblad and Forsling, who are fantastic, and then they picked up Seth Jones, who's resurrected his career here in Florida after languishing in Chicago. But he's a number 1 D-man as well. So this is a well-built team that the Oilers put themselves in really, really tough situations by being down not just a goal, but multiple goals after the first periods in multiple games. And it caught up to them. This Florida team is just too good at closing those games out. So it's tough because, you win game 4 going home and you're thinking as a fan, this is it. This is our time. And the disappointment right now is immense for both the fans, the players, and anyone around the world that cheers for the Edmonton Oilers.
And if you think things are going to get a little, the Florida Panthers are going to get weaker, their farm team is in the Calder Cup final, the Charlotte Checkers, and right now they're playing in Abbotsford. It's game 3. The series is tied at 1, and it's tied at 1 between Charlotte and Abbotsford. So their farm team is moving along quite nicely as well. We're going to take a break. We'll come back with your phone calls. If you feel like talking, you want to talk it out, we're here for you, okay? This is Oilers Overtime on 880 CHED.
Looking for custom flags, banners, or canopy tents? Aurora Flags and Banners has a dedicated team to provide you with custom solutions and quality products. Aurora Flags has proudly serviced Canadian businesses and organizations for more than 30 years. Get a quote today at auroraflags.com.
This summer, find your happy place in Jasper. From hiking trails, paddling wild waters, or sharing laughs by the fire, happiness finds you here. Jasper is open, vibrant, and ready to welcome you back for more unforgettable moments. So drive over, play outside, soak up the fresh air, enjoy some food and drink, and maybe even stay up late. Because your best summer memories aren't behind you, they're waiting for you this summer in Jasper. Happy happens here. Plan your trip at jasper.travel/summer.
Bring your friends, bring your family, and experience the roar of the track. Head to Century Mile Racetrack and Casino for some of the finest live thoroughbred racing in Western Canada. Catch all the heart-pounding action, the thrill of the finish line, and the excitement of live racing every Friday and Saturday. Horse Racing Alberta can't wait to see you down at the track. For more information and to stay up to date, head to thehorses.com.
Encore is registered with the Provincial Emergency Coordination Center. We respond to fires, tornadoes, floods, any public disaster. Encore is perfect because our first work was the burnout world of hotshot trucking. We're ready. Isn't that the kind of trucking outfit you want?
Do it, do it, do it. Love your vehicle? We know you do. When you're ready to treat your road hugger to a powerful clean, do it at Hughes Car Wash. With over 20 locations in Edmonton and surrounding areas, Hughes gives you unbeatable pressure with clean, fresh, hot water every time. Plus, tap options are available for quick and easy payments. Get your shine on and do it at Hughes Car Wash.
Find us at HughesCarWash.com.
Are you waiting for surgery? Have you suffered an injury to your knee, hand, shoulder, back, foot, or ankle? Canby Surgery can help. Go where the pros go. Canby Surgery Center, Vancouver, BC. Fly in and fly out. Experts in orthopedic and sports injuries. Their surgeons are chosen by elite and professional athletes. Visit CambySurgery.com. CAMBIE Surgery.com. You don't have to be a pro to be treated like one.
Selling your home? Sentinel Storage has a location near you with secure and affordable storage solutions so you can upsize, downsize, or whatever you need size. Make it easy on yourself. Buy Canadian, store Canadian. Try 4 weeks free at sentinelstorage.ca.
Live Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is the Heartland Ford Oilers Overtime. Here's Bryn Griffiths on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers, 880 CHED.
Bounced off the skates of Perry Sam Bennett through a crevice in the Oiler defense. Looks for a return pass. Ducks inside. A shot and save made. Stewart's going to rebound Kachuk. And that was blocked, as was the rebound.
And that's our save of the game, brought to you by Crystal Glass. Call 310-GLASS or visit crystalglass.ca. Robbie, you ready to do this? Let's find out what's on the minds of Oilers fans tonight, and I'm sure there might be the odd Panther fan. We're ready for that. Up first is Big Bad Joe. Hello, Joe. How you doing?
Hey, you guys. I will first and foremost say thank you very much for taking my calls all the time. It's always a pleasure to talk with you guys. And Rob learned me something the other day. Why teams don't leave the night when the game ends. But you know what? Through the first 3 rounds, Edmonton was the better team, and in the 4th round against Florida was the better team. Edmonton was a good team. And you know what? They were just beaten by a better team, and I accept that. But you know what? Next year we will come back and we will be stronger. You know, and then another thing, I feel really bad for Stuart Skinner, and I think it will be a big loss for Edmonton if they decide to move on for him. And you know what? It is OilCountry. We never quit believing. Next year we will look back and we set the record straight. And thank you very much, you guys, for putting up.
Hey, Joe, thanks for all your positivity. You've been a great caller all season long. Thanks very much for joining us, okay?
Yeah, you guys look, have a good summer.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it. Up next is Dan. Hey, Dan, welcome.
Hey, guys.
I called first game of the year. I figured I'd call last game of the year.
Okay.
Kind of like that father that walked in on his kids doing something. Not so much mad. I'm a little disappointed, a lot disappointed being an Oiler fan as long as I've been. But the Oilers, this free agency, I know, hey, the season, it ends. You got to talk about the draft and free agency. They got a hit. This time, they made runs on guys, and I was happy when they signed Skinner and Arvidsson. It just didn't work out. Henrique didn't really work out. So, the moves that happened this offseason, they got to knock it out of the park this year. Obviously, we're always going to be in the fight with McDavid, with Draisaitl, with Bouchard. I'm wondering if Corey Perry comes back. That would be awesome. Bring back the 40-year-old. Other than that, exactly like Big Joe said, it's unfortunate what happened with Stuart Skinner. It's hard to, blame him for the series and the outcome. So, yeah, if we have a new goaltender, I just hope it's not, someone we take a chance on like a Demko or someone who's got an injury history and you're just hoping the Band-Aids stay on them. Again, guys, I just want to thank you for all that you do. You really make the nights go by. I work a mid-shift job, so, hey, when I could listen to hockey from 3 to 11, I love it, man. Keep doing what you guys do. We'll see you in October.
Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it. Let's move along. Jeff is up next. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, guys, I just want to ask Rob, what do you think about the contribution of players like Brown, Henrique, and Frederic, especially Frederic? I want to know, what did these guys bring to this series, not only the series, the entire playoffs? What makes Frederic get a roster spot every single game of the playoffs? What did he contribute to this run?
Good point. I think there was higher expectations for Trent Frederic. I don't know if he is completely healthy. I don't think he played as well as he's capable of. I wouldn't have been against if they would have moved him out of the lineup for someone else. I 100% agree on that. I don't know if Brown is fully healthy. He did not look like the Connor Brown that we saw down the stretch, and certainly not the Connor Brown that we saw in the playoffs last year. I think he is compromised. He was out for a bit, and I don't know if he's fully healthy. And Henrique, I think there's expectations higher for him. I think when you see what a team like Florida has with depth and how good their top nine is, then you start seeing some of the limitations that the Oilers had. And there was a few players, the expectations were higher for those players. They did not produce at what they expected from them. Trent Frederic was supposed to come in and be a big physical force to score some big goals in the playoffs. I just don't know if he was fully healthy. And if he wasn't fully healthy, yes, should he have had a roster spots guaranteed each and every night? I agree. I thought Jeff Skinner, who came in and sat out most of the games, was much more noticeable than all three of those players. And he spent most of his playoffs in the press box. So a really fair comment by you.
Jeff, thank you for the call. Fred's up next. Hey, Fred.
Hey, how you doing? I just got a couple of comments here.
Sure.
So can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely. We got you, Fred.
Okay. So first of all, what's with removing the goalie at 7 minutes to go?
I'm surprised he didn't do it earlier, quite frankly. I know Brownie was talking about that in the second intermission.
I had no problem with that. I mean, there was 7 minutes to go in the game. They're down 3-0. We saw last game that the only offense they got going in Game 5 was once they pulled their goalie 6-on-5. I think that was a team that was desperate. The Florida Panthers were giving them nothing. And I don't know if you noticed, Bryn, but it seemed like there was no whistles in the third period, and that clock just was melting.
Oh, yeah.
And I think Chris Knobloch saw there's an icing. We get a tired group of Florida Panthers. This is going to be a good time for us to pull our goalie and maybe spark this team. And unfortunately, it didn't work, but I had no problem with that at all.
Fred, you had another question?
No, I just want to make a comment. First of all, I love the announcing that you guys do. It's the best. I'm calling from Calgary, by the way. And my son's wife's father had a comment, which was interesting. He said Sam Reinhart, Bennett, and Kachuk were traded from Calgary to Florida, and he said Calgary is still getting at Edmonton using Florida as a proxy.
Well,
so
how's
there you
that
go.
working out for Calgary?
It doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, listen, thanks for the call, Fred. Appreciate it. Jason is up next. Hey, Jason, welcome to the show.
Hey, guys. Great season from you guys. I guess a question for you and Rob. I guess where do we go from here with goaltending? And I guess the bottom two lines, is that kind of what did us in? Or I'm not going to take anything away from Florida. Obviously, they were a great team. But, I mean, the bottom two lines and us being, you have to say, an older team with about 4 or 5 guys, long in the tooth, right?
Yeah, really good point. The Oilers, I believe the Oilers are the oldest team in the National Hockey League. There will be a lot of question marks for a lot of players. The Oilers took big swings July 1st last year, free agency. They swung on Arvidsson. They swung on Skinner. Arvidsson didn't dress most or all of the playoffs. Skinner didn't dress much of the playoffs. They signed Josh Brown. He became, the 9th or 10th defenseman for this team. And then they lost Broberg and they lost Holloway, which those are 2 young, fast players that would have made this Oiler team better. Now, that's not on Stan Bowman. That might have been something that should have been taken care of before it got to the offer sheet. But there will be changes for next year. Will Evander Kane be back? He's got a year left on his contract, but will he be back? And I don't think you'll see Jeff Skinner back. I think his is a 1-year deal. Arvidsson still has 1 year left, but they didn't use him in the playoffs. But the biggest question, I think the one everyone's going to be talking about as we move through the summer is what's going to happen with the goaltending.
Yeah.
I don't put this at the feet of Stu Skinner this game, but the Oilers did not get a save when they needed one in the finals from either goaltender. I don't think Stuart Skinner let a bad goal in, but he didn't give them the save that they needed. And then tonight, the big one for me was the third goal. It was a weird shot from the sideboards from distance by, I believe, Verhaeghe. And Stuart Skinner at that point needed to swallow that puck. He had a tired group out there, kind of punched it out to Barkov, and it's in the back of the net. And in all honesty, that was the end of the hockey game. So I don't know what they will do with regards to Stu Skinner. He's on a fantastic contract, but has the media and fan pressure pushed the Oilers to have to make a trade? Is he the guy that you still want to continue? I think Stu Skinner is going to be a very good goaltender in this league.
Yeah.
It's just whether or not it will be here in Edmonton or if they decide that's somewhere they need to upgrade.
Okay, Jason, thank you. Bob's up next. Hello, Bob.
How's it going, guys?
We're doing okay.
Big disappointment tonight, but Florida was the better team.
They were.
Stan Bowman's got his work cut out for him, and we're talking about...
Whoa. Hey, why is that, do you think? I got to ask.
Well, you can't be the oldest team in the league and expect better results.
Well, do you think there will be a change or two coming up this summer? Because I certainly do.
Oh, absolutely. Probably 3 or 4 major changes.
I would think so, and some big signings, too.
Yeah, but mind you, Stuart Skinner is probably not going anywhere because he has absolutely no trade value right now.
Okay, how do you know that?
I disagree on that one. I think there is trade value for Stu Skinner. I'm not sure what you get back, but there is trade value. He's got a really good contract.
They have a really good contract, but...
well, that's what you're moving.
Are you going to go laterally with Stuart Skinner? Like, I don't know what to say.
Well, you're going to bring somebody in that you think can do the job and some, right?
Absolutely.
Well, I don't think if Stuart Skinner moves on, I don't believe they're going to trade him for a goaltender. I think at that point if you move on, and I'm not saying they will or they should, but if you do, that they could be separate trades or separate. I mean, you know, free agency. I don't know who the goalies are. I haven't looked into that yet, free agency, but I don't think you're going a trade goalie for goalie. There's so many different other options that you can do.
Bobby, still with us? Okay. Abbas is joining us from Toronto. Let's check in, see how he's doing tonight. Are you doing okay?
Hey, boys. I have to say the guys were flat tonight. I love last year. I bought every shirt that you can think of. So I'm glad my money was saved this year. Now, going forward, Florida is a very good team. I mean, we lost in honor. You can say that the Oilers, they need a lot of improvement. I mean, last year was better. We only lost by 1 goal. But I miss Holloway. We need to defend better, whether Skinner's there or not. But some people are going to be traded. But I have to say, I wanted my Skinner jersey proudly. A game is a game. I was watching a Jackass or people like offering sympathy. I'm like, a game is a game. Your losses of today will become your triumph of tomorrow. So this is the way I see it. I try the boys, but they never had enough gel. And the thing is, in this league, it's a fast league. But next year, the Oilers, if they really want it, they got to make some changes. But I can see Connor McDavid and Leo lifting a cup someday. But that being said, you guys have been awesome. Thanks for welcoming me on the radio. You guys are awesome. Spencer got me started in the beginning, but, Bryn, you're awesome, and Brownie, you're awesome. But you know what? I'm wearing my Oilers jersey, and like I said, winning and losing is part of the game, and my Oilers are going to shine one day because we're Canada's team. So go Oilers, go next year. Hopefully bring the cup.
Hey, Abbas, thanks for calling us. Thanks for calling us from Toronto all season long. We really appreciate it, okay? And there he goes. Norma Ann is joining us. Hello, Norma Ann.
Hello.
How you doing tonight? You doing okay?
I'm doing okay.
Good.
I just wanted to speak to the part-time fans like myself who are tempted to give up on the Oilers.
No.
But then I tell myself, well, they made it to the finals, and they're second best. And how did they get there? What have they done right?
Lots. That's
a good point.
30 other teams that would have killed to have been in the Stanley Cup final.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because there's one ultimate goal, and that's to win a Stanley Cup. And when you have the two best on your team, the expectations are championship or bust. And to be so close back-to-back years, to me, it's enjoy the ride. I mean, it's an up-and-down season. It was an up-and-down playoffs. But, again, the Oilers played in back-to-back years with the Stanley Cup in the house, meaning they were that far along in a series that the Stanley Cup was there. Now, it's so disheartening and so disappointing right now for fans. But it was a pretty good year. And 30 other teams, Bryn, as you said, and their fan bases wish that they were part of this Stanley Cup final. Now you go to the offseason, then you regroup, and there'll be different signings. There'll probably be some trades, and then you start all over again. But it is amazing for where we are today, how long it takes to get back to this spot.
Oh, yeah.
And we all went through it after last year's Game 7 final. It seemed like an eternity, and it will again. But I have belief in this organization. I have belief in the players on the ice that next June we will be trying again, and hopefully third time's a charm.
Norma Ann, come on full time next season, okay?
Well, okay. I'll tell you what. Why I'm an Oilers fan. When my son was in grade 11,
right,
he was kind of lost, and it was like, okay, how is he going to get through this year?
Right.
Well, him and his dad started watching hockey. And it changed his life. He had a goal, he had a purpose, he had something to look forward to. They talked about the stats, they talked about the players. And so the Oilers have a bigger effect than they realize in their community. And I think we have to talk about that, what they've done right and how they got there, and, talk it up. even when we're disappointed and heartbroken.
Oh, hey, listen, you know what? Just to be in the downtown core over the last 2 months, and Brownie, I know you're going to agree with me here, to wander around and see the enthusiasm of the fans on a night-to-night basis through the playoffs and through the whole season, but nothing like the postseason. You're absolutely right. It just it makes you feel good about the team. It makes you feel good about the city. It makes you feel good about everything. And it's been a 2-month surge for me in terms of how I feel about things.
What it does too, Brent, it brings people from all different walks of life who normally wouldn't know each other, talk to each other, hang out with each other. Now you're hugging and drinking beer together because you all have your Oilers jerseys on. So it has been an incredible ride. Unfortunately, like last year, it falls just short. But as I think it was Ken Holland when he first came here, you just keep getting to the dance, and eventually one time you'll find lightning in a bottle. The Oilers just need to continue to get back to the dance again next year, and hopefully next year is the chance for all these Oilers fans to be party to a Stanley Cup winning night.
Hey, Norma Ann, thank you for that. Great comment. Let's take 2 more callers here. Tammy's up next. Hey, Tammy.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. A few things, and then I'll let you comment. I just want to say thank you so much for your show and for calming everybody's nerves. You guys have a way of just, talking us off the ledge after a night like tonight. So a couple things I want to comment on. First of all, Stuart, I feel bad for because I know he's been taking a lot of stuff online.
Yeah.
That I really hope is not from Oilers fans and from nefarious bots that someone thought they'd try to mess with his head. But I think that's really unfortunate. And
I don't think he can mess with his head, by the way. Tammy, he's about as level as it comes. I always worry about families. That's the stuff, right?
Yeah, family and and both him and Pickard, Pickard saved us the other night, and we just didn't show up. Game 5 for me was a head scratcher with some of the lineups.
Yeah.
And I wonder from Rob's perspective, bringing guys back in from injury like Ekholm and Kane. I felt Kane and Ekholm were more of a liability in this series than they were a positive effect. Kane with the penalties, Ekholm with just some, really sloppy play.
I don't think it looked right.
I wonder what Rob. What you guys thought. He just didn't look right, and just making mistakes that are uncharacteristic of what we've come to know and expect from Ekholm, and also too, just our offense. We just didn't have it. We had a lot of opportunities. I'm really proud of the team. I'm heartbroken like everybody else. But I'm curious just about the lineups that we had in Game 5. Like I said, were a bit of a head scratcher for me, and what you guys thought of the guys coming back injured, and should other guys have maybe been in the lineup instead? And thank you.
Really good questions. With Evander Kane, I was shocked when he first came back at how effective he was early in the playoffs. I just, for a guy that sat out an entire year, I'm like, I don't know how he did it. And I was both shocked and impressed. I thought as this series went on, he didn't look as effective as he did earlier in the playoffs. Now, I don't know if the first round or two was the excitement, the energy, the emotion, the adrenaline got him through, but did it catch up to him? And you are right, he wasn't as effective and found himself benched at one time because of penalties. And you had a guy like Skinner who was a healthy scratch a bunch of these games. You had a guy like Arvidsson who had been productive in these playoffs, sitting in the press box tonight, playing behind Kane and Frederick, who also I don't think was 100% physically. As for Ekholm, he obviously wasn't 100% because he is as rock solid as a defenseman can possibly get. And he was very uncharacteristic with some of the plays that he makes. Some things that, you could go weeks without seeing an Ekholm mistake. So was he compromised by the looks of the way some of the mistakes were made? Probably. And the thing with Stetcher, who had played so well. But I think the Oilers and their players would want him in the lineup. I just think maybe they didn't shelter him enough. But it would be hard if he's at 80% not to play Ekholm because he is that big a part of their defense. And there is a difference between him and, say, Stetcher in the lineup. But very good question. And I'm glad you noticed that because those will be questions that will be talked about in the off season with the management and the coaching staff.
Thanks, Sammy. Appreciate it. Mo, you're wrapping it up here before we get down to hear what the coach had to say. Mo, how you doing tonight?
I've been a little better, but
yes,
you know what? The wound is still a little fresh, and I'll be completely honest. That Game 5 loss hurt a lot more than tonight's loss because at the end of the day, you look back at the series. Game 1, we win in overtime on a power play. Game 2, they win in double overtime. We had chances, couldn't bury them. And you really look back at the series, realistically, they pretty much outplayed us for, I guess, 5 of the 6 games. I think we had 40-some-odd shots in the first or second game or both or whatever it was. But the better team won, unfortunately.
Yep.
They were more prepared. They were just absolutely dominant. And we know that there's going to be changes. The core of this team is good enough. They just need to do, to me, they tinker a little bit, nothing major. There's some guys, obviously, I wouldn't imagine Henrique being back. A couple other guys, obviously, some of the depth guys that were good in the first 3 rounds that were invisible in the finals. But I don't know. It sucks, but the truth is the better team won, and I'm hoping that they can get back to it again next year and give us another ride. So,
Mo, thanks for the call. We appreciate it. Hang in there this summer, okay? There he goes. Hey, the other thing I'm always curious to know is injuries. Like, we're going to find out now here over the next 24 to 48 hours, Rob, on who is really banged up. Like, and I never like hearing that on the night of. I'd rather hear it a couple of days later. But what do you think? You're right about, well, let's use Connor Brown as an example. I just don't think he ever came back after getting crunched up against the boards that one time. And that's completely understandable to me. But guys like that just love to play.
Well, no player is going to pull himself out. Yeah, it would have to be a doctor, a trainer, or a coach. A player, if he's not on crutches and doesn't have a cast, he will play in a hockey game. That's the way that's in the DNA of a hockey player.
Yes.
In it every year, at the end of whenever a team loses out, 2 or 3 days later, they have their media day and they clean out their lockers, and you find out about all the players that are having surgery or need medical help or who's playing with what. There will be players on both Florida and Edmonton that were compromised in this series. And you will hear about it on the player media day in a few days' time. But Connor Brown did not look the same when he came back. Trent Frederick, I don't think, looked the same at all when he came back from his injury. Evander Kane looked good to start with, but he looked like he was fatigued or faded a bit as it went on. And certainly Ekholm, as Tammy just said, was not the Ekholm that we know. So, yes, there were a number of players that were compromised. But that's what makes winning the Stanley Cup so incredibly satisfying, is it's a 2-month war that you have to get through. And you will have players beat up on your team playing through something, so that if you eventually are holding that cup, you earned it. Nobody gives you that Stanley Cup. You've earned it. And unfortunately for Oilers fans, it was the Florida Panthers that earned it this year.
Rob, we're going to take a timeout. We're going to come back. We're going to hear from the head coach, Chris Knobloch, when we return. Tough one tonight. Oilers losing in Florida 5-1. The Panthers win the Stanley Cup, beating the Oilers in this series 4-2. This is Oilers Overtime on 880 CHED.
Are you an elite athlete or weekend warrior and you just want to enjoy playing the sport you love with less or even no pain? Have you tried every exercise and stretch imaginable, hoping the next one might do the trick? Well, you tried analog. At Leading Edge Physiotherapy, we believe healing can move along better and sometimes even faster with evidence-based technology techniques and the people who know how and when to apply it. StimPod, zero-gravity treadmills, radial shockwave, and so much more at your fingertips when you click to find us at leadingedgephysio.com.
It's game on at City Ford. With an all-star lineup of Ford favorites. Save up to $7,000 on select 2025 Escapes and up to $6,000 on 2025 Bronco Sports. Or finance at 0% for up to 60 months.
Plus, save up to $15,000 on select 2025 F-150s. Or finance at 0% for up to 72 months.
Spin the wheel and win an iPad, barbecue, Costco card, a smoker, and more.
Visit City Ford on the St. Albert Trail.
From game day to family day,
Life moves fast and your body feels it. When it's time to recharge the batteries, World of Spas are your recovery experts. Come in right now and save up to $10,000 on hot tubs, $25,000 on swim spas, and get 50% off massage chairs with 0% financing and payments from just $21 bi-weekly. World of Spas, your family's MVP in recuperation. 6120 99th Street.
Hey Edmonton, it's summertime in Alberta, which means it's time for patios, lake days, and long nights. No matter where you are in the province, Play Alberta is here to elevate your summer fun with casino, sports, and lottery experiences, all conveniently at your fingertips. Download the Play Alberta app and deposit $20 or more with the promo code OIL to claim a $50 casino bonus. That's promo code OIL for a $50 casino bonus on us, redeemable once per Play Alberta account. Remember, if you gamble, please use your game sense.
Avalon has been keeping basements dry and foundations stable in Western Canada for over 50 years. Protect your investment and let their experienced team repair your clogged weeping tile, cracked foundation, or leaking basement. Call today, 780-468-4400. That's Avalon with a B. Home of the lifetime warranty.
Playoff hockey is all about elite performance. Just like Lexus South Point. You expect luxury and hospitality from Lexus, but at Lexus South Point, we take your experience to the next level. With an in-house nail salon, a golf simulator, and staff who treat you like an MVP, your buying experience will be as outstanding as your new Lexus. Lexus South Point is built for champions just like you. Why buy from anywhere else? Visit LexusSouthPoint.com or stop by 830 100th Street Southwest.
Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is the Heartland Ford Oilers Overtime on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers, 880 CHED.
Bryn Griffiths and Rob Brown slowly wrapping things up for the season, actually. Hey, let's get to the Molson Cup 3 stars. The number 1 star tonight was Sam Reinhart. 4 goals. Might be a little bit inflated, but he still played very solidly tonight, Rob, for the Florida Panthers. And he came on. He didn't start really well, but the last couple of games, I thought he was very effective.
Well, 7 goals in his last 4 games. Yeah. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
He was fantastic. He's a pure goal scorer. We saw that a few years ago when he and Zach Hyman had the fantastic years. That was, I'm in a texting group, and it was when he scored a goal, and I think it was game 3.
Right.
3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, my buddy's like, oh, you do not want that guy to heat up. And he did. And he was excellent in this hockey game.
Number 2 star, Sergei Bobrovsky, got the shutout, faced 29 shots, never really felt that he was going to give up very much tonight. But once again, kind of like the previous game, in the first 4 to 5 minutes, he looked a little shaky, but the Oilers never capitalized on it. And as the game wore on, he just got better and better and better.
He did. He's outstanding. I mean, only put Cole's able to put a puck behind him tonight, and that was in garbage time. He's the best in the world in money games. He's been to 3 straight finals. He's back-to-back Stanley Cup champion. I probably would have. Bennett was fantastic. Could have won the Conn Smythe. So could have Marchand. So could have Barkov. There's so many guys that could have.
Yeah.
I probably would have given it to Bobrovsky, though. He put together a fantastic playoffs from start to finish. And the Oilers did not get a whole lot of grade A looks. But when they did, Bobrovsky shut him down, so he was outstanding.
Number 3 star tonight, and these were the stars selected by everybody down in Sunrise, Florida. They went with Matthew Tkachuk tonight, who had 1 goal. I thought he played a very effective game without all the extra stuff.
Oh, he's an excellent hockey player.
Yeah.
He's good. The Florida Panthers in this game today, once they got the lead, the Oilers weren't generating 5-on-5, so the Oilers knew, just play this game, do not take a penalty. And Tkachuk, Bennett, a lot of their players that you would see involved after whistles or crossing the line, they played it within the limits. They did not want to give the Oilers any chance to get back in the hockey game. And Tkachuk, like everybody on the Florida Panthers tonight, had a very good game.
And the Conn Smythe winner was Sam Bennett. No denying that. He was very solid in this. Well, you know what? I always wonder how often, because the national media who vote on this so much. Only really see the final. They don't see how effective guys are throughout the entire playoff run. But Sam Bennett in the final was very, very effective. Huge play.
Well, he led the NHL in goals.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a good year. I mean, he led the NHL in goals in the playoffs, and he was also an absolute physical force.
Yep.
He was an excellent choice for the Conn Smythe. What a season he had. Plays on the Four Nations, scores a big goal for Canada, comes back, leads the Panthers or leads the NHL in goals in the playoffs, wins the Conn Smythe. And he's an unrestricted free agent in about 12 days' time. He will get a very, very big payday and well-deserved.
All right, that brings us to our 4-star tonight, brought to you by Jandel Homes. Custom build your dream home with Jandel Homes today. What do you want to do there tonight for the 4-star?
It's tough because it was a tough night for the Oilers.
Let's just leave it at
that. I don't know if it was just tough. It was not the night that the Oilers wanted. The Florida Panthers, they shut the Oilers down, played very, very well. I'm going to tell you, here's the 4-star. The 4-star of the night tonight is all the Oilers fans that supported this team all season long and listened to us on the radio.
Look at you.
That is your 4-star of the game.
Wow. I was just going to say I was going to apologize. I was going to phone the Jandel Homes people tomorrow and apologize that we didn't pick anybody. But you nailed it. That's a good one. Appreciate that. All right, let's get down and find out exactly how the coach felt about this one. It's obviously a heartbreaker. It's time for At the Mic, which is brought to you by Edmonton International Airport. Discover nonstop adventures and nonstop flights at flyeia.com/nonstop. And areas. Here's Chris Knobloch.
Chris, what was the difference in the series?
So many things have to go your way. In our first three series, things went our way. We got timely goals at certain times. Maybe a power play call or put us on the power play, whatever it is, or a timely save. I don't think any time during the series we were able to do that. And you look at even tonight, I thought we got a good start. We make a mistake, and now we're down 1-0. We had chances to score early. We didn't. Like the goal that we got at the end of the game obviously didn't mean anything, but certainly we felt like opportunity to get a break like that earlier, and we never got those breaks. So, and it's tough. You got to play to get those breaks, but I just felt that a lot of times we just couldn't get that puck in the net.
In that same role.
Chris, Connor said earlier in the series that you didn't feel you'd played your best game, but it was coming. Leon said, I think it was today that didn't feel like your best game had been there. Why do you think your team wasn't able to hit the high level that you're accustomed to, and how much of that had to do with Florida?
Yeah, credit to Florida. They're a fantastic team. They've got a lot of good players, and you look at how that roster is made up, and and anytime we did get through it, their goalie played extremely well. We had our chances, but we couldn't break, especially early in games. The scoring was very lopsided in the first period, and it was again tonight, but I didn't feel that the chances were skewed that heavily. I thought we had good starts and just couldn't get the puck through him. And, if we get those through as the goalie, then, it's probably a different type of game. But they got a great team. And like I said, anytime we were able to get some scoring chances, their goalie played extremely well throughout the whole series.
Left side, front row.
Chris, you guys led this series for like 33 minutes. The other guys for 250. Does it continually for 2 weeks looking up at a scoreboard that has you behind? How's that work psychologically on a team?
I don't know. It's each game. We're not taking notes about how much we're trailing, how much we're ahead, because after each game, it just comes down to winning and losing, and it makes it really hard when you don't have a lead to overcome a really good team and a really good team with a good goaltender. So, just unfortunately, we just couldn't score those early goals.
Right side, front row.
Chris, does this one feel a little different just because of the unconventional road you guys got here to get here? So many injuries at the end of the season. A lot of people didn't expect you to get past Los Angeles, and then just to get here and come up against a good team like that.
No, there's no silver lining to this. It's still heart-wrenching. It's very difficult to handle right now. No, it's just because we were maybe the underdogs going into the LA series, underdogs against Vegas, Dallas series. It hurts right now, and I don't think it's going to let up for a while.
Right side, second row.
Chris, you win the first game of the series and you have it tied through 4. You're right in the thick of it. But given the way this ended, does it feel further away than maybe it did last year?
Well, yeah, it feels farther away. We went to Game 7 last year. I certainly felt things could have been a lot differently. We were probably overall healthier last year as a whole, but we had everyone in the lineup. This year, obviously, missing Hyman was a big hole for us. But, I think it was... Obviously, last year we were a lot closer because we went to Game 7, and that Game 7 was so close. So, yeah.
Stay in the same row.
Chris, for Stuart, it was kind of a roller coaster ride throughout the whole playoffs, not just the final, but also the final. But I'm just curious, what you saw from him as he kept coming back and trying to give you guys the game that you needed.
Yeah, no, credit to him. Credit to all the players. I thought they're very passionate, and they're very their hearts were in it, and they wanted the team to have as much success as possible. And Stu was among them, and there's nothing that I thought he just gave us solid goaltending, and when he didn't, Picks came in and made up for that, and so we didn't lose this on Stu not playing on his game at all.
Right side, front row.
Chris, can you talk about sort of your search to try and find combinations that would click for you? Some guys in and out of the lineup. But you also made a switch really early in this game to go to McDavid and Draisaitl. Did you kind of have that planned, or can you just take us through sort of the mechanics of that decision early?
Yeah. Through those games, I think we, like I said, I think we started off well. Midway through the first period, making mistakes and then kind of falling back behind. So same thing tonight. I thought we were off to a great start, and it looked like, why would I change it? But those games 3 through 5 were very similar to that, and they started to take over in the second half of that period. And right when we made that switch of putting those two on that line together, which was the plan, we get scored against. And then once we were chasing it, we were almost fully committed to, because we're chasing the game, having those two together. So, it was the plan.
Same row, other end.
Chris, you talked about the roller coaster in the playoffs, the injuries at the end of the season, the team facing a lot of adversity. What will you remember about this group of players?
Sorry?
What will you remember about this team, this group of players?
Oh, the guys that fought really hard. Talked to earlier about being a resilient group. Like, we saw it more last year just because our backs were against the wall more often. But going this year, it was alluded earlier that we were an underdog throughout the playoffs. And for us to get to Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final, being a bunch of underdogs, it's a pretty good accomplishment. Unfortunately, it hurts just because we felt that we could have won it all. And, getting so close last year and getting so close this year, a lot had fallen into place, and it did very early in the playoffs. So I'm very, very happy about the guys. They gave a tremendous effort, and
We just lost the head coach there, the feed. So sorry about that. But, Rob, your thoughts on how he viewed things tonight?
Well, first of all, it's tough talking.
Oh, yeah.
You have a goal that you work for all season long. And in back-to-back years, the Oilers fall just so close but short. So then to have to come out and talk to the media is not easy. I'm sure he would rather be in a room by himself just thinking about what I could have done different, what we could have done different, where we went wrong. But he came out and talked, and he's proud of his players. I don't think there was a lack of effort or a lack of try from the team. Mm-hmm. I think the Florida Panthers were just a better team. And when the Oilers in the earlier series, and he talked about it, when they needed a bounce, they got it. When they needed a save, they got it. When they needed a goal, they got it. When they needed a penalty called, it was there for them. Those things fell away in this series. And usually those are earned by the better of the teams. And in this series, the Oilers were just a little behind. And I think that as a coach, you put so much time and effort over the course of a season to come crashing down. I mean, if you think about it, what was it, I guess 4 days ago, the Oilers were going home tied 2-2 with an opportunity to go up 3-2 in a series on home ice and give themselves 2 chances to win a Stanley Cup. So this thing changed very, very quickly for Chris Knobloch and his team.
We're going to take a break. We'll come back with some final thoughts from you, and we'll take a look at some of our features. We are going to get down into that Oiler locker room, though. We're going to hear from Stuart Skinner and Connor McDavid, and also going to take you out to hear how the fans reacted to this tough one tonight out in the Moss Pit. So we're going to get to all of that when we come back. This is Oilers Overtime on 880 CHED.
Put the boost back in your ride with GCL Diesel. GCL Diesel is Canada's turbocharger superstore, providing sales and service for the world's foremost engines from manufacturers including Caterpillar, Cummins, John Deere, and Ford. GCL offers genuine original equipment turbos for whatever your application with great availability and the best prices you'll find. For all things turbocharging, visit them in the West End or online at GCLDiesel.com. GCL Diesel, Canada's turbocharger superstore.
When life throws you a load, you need a trailer that can take it. Edmonton Trailer is stocked up and ready to help you haul anything from gravel to freight. Whether you're in the oil field, hauling construction materials, logs, or egg goods, Edmonton Trailer has you covered. Find your perfect trailer online at edmontontrailer.com or swing by one of their 3 locations for sales, service, parts, rentals, and financing. When you're in it for the long haul, edmontontrailer.com.
Century Casino is bringing the heat with a brand new vibe just in time for the playoffs. Welcome to Selly Sports Bar and Lounge in Edmonton, St. Albert, and Century Mile. Come experience every hit, goal, and OT thriller. Selly's is the definition of big screen energy with game night specials and the loudest Selly's in town. Don't just watch the game, celebrate it at Selly Sports Bar and Lounge. Because every day is game day at Century Casino.
That door's making so much noise.
Should have called Abe's.
Why is the wind still getting into the garage? Freezing.
Should have called Abe's.
Stupid remote.
My garage door won't open. It's time to call Abe's Door Service, Edmonton's garage door repair specialist, featuring the best emergency service in the industry. Available 24/7. Choose repair and maintenance over replacement. Because at Abe's Door Service, service is their specialty. Online at abesdoor.ca.
Canadians rely on technology to connect, educate, and protect us. The ability to power innovation will underpin global prosperity. We must seize this opportunity and build large-scale data centers that power world-changing innovation driven by AI. Data centers create jobs, attract global investment, and ensure we control our digital security, keeping us Canada strong. Our success is backed by our nation's energy resources and expertise. We need to boldly tap into Alberta's energy advantage. Learn more at capitalpower.com.
If you're debating a construction company for your commercial project, I think you should choose Vantage Builders. As one of Alberta's premier construction companies, they've helped clients all over the province with their commercial, office, and retail projects. They've earned my trust, and I'm sure they'll earn yours. What I like about Vantage the most is their priority is to get your job done safely, on time, and on budget. Get started on your project today, near or far. Think Vantage Builders. Head to vantagebuilders.ca.
Atlas Immunization Services.
Healthcare students and workers get provincially funded vaccines right now at Atlas Immunization Services.
Preparing you for a safe and healthy journey.
Live Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is the Heartland Ford Oilers Overtime. Here's Bryn Griffiths on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers, 880 CHED.
Hey, thanks for joining us on a tough night as the Oilers lose in Florida 5-1 tonight. And the Panthers go on to win the Stanley Cup, beating the Oilers 4-2 in front of 19,983 fans down in Sunrise, Florida. Bryn Griffiths and Rob Brown back with you. Let's get to some of our features. Hot and Cold, which is brought to you by Billy Mechanical, from heating to cooling. Now, water treatment and filtration is all part of their plan. You can just head to billymechanical.com to book a free estimate. That's BILLE. Well, I when I was thinking of hot and cold, I obviously thought hot today because Sergei Bobrovsky, to me, just was there tonight for the Florida Panthers. The Oilers just, when they got their chances, just couldn't beat him. They only beat him the one time, and it was, as you say, it was garbage time for Podkolzin, rather. But he was pretty tough tonight, Rob.
He was. He had an excellent series. He had an excellent playoff, and would have been a very worthy Conn Smythe Trophy winner as well. I'm going to go hot. I'm going to go with Sam Reinhart. You score 4 goals in a Stanley Cup clinching game. Big. I think you got to get a little bit of recognition as well. But there, unfortunately for the Oilers, there's a lot of Florida Panthers. It could have been the hot night or hot player of the night.
Absolutely. Taking a look at Power Plays, brought to you by Conlon Motorsports. They'll help get you out there. This one's going to be quick. Anyway, they'll help get you out there. Visit them online at conlonmotorsports.ca, and you can also check out one of Conlon Motorsports' 4 locations across Alberta. So there's that. Oilers 0-0. And the Panthers 0-0 tonight. So referees got to that late night dinner appointment that they had, or dinner reservation they had tonight. Did you think at least 1 or 2 penalties could have been called, or were you happy with the way they officiated the game tonight? Because I thought it was, of all the games in the series, I thought that was probably the best officiated one.
Yeah, it was fine. No, I don't think reffing was a real issue in the series. I think tonight was fine. Did they miss 1 or 2? Probably. Yeah. But you could say that every game. But I think the magnitude of this game, neither team did anything silly or stupid, and it made it an easy night for the referees. So, yeah, I thought the refs were fine in this game, and unfortunately, the Oilers' power play, which wasn't as potent as it normally is, didn't get an opportunity tonight to, at least force Bobrovsky and the Florida Panthers to defend a little bit.
Taking a look at the adjustment of the game, brought to you by WD-40 Canada. Lost straws, a thing of the past because of WD-40's new Smart Straw can, featuring a versatile built-in straw. You're not going to lose a straw. That's the best part. So you'll be able to use that can right to the end. You can learn more at WD40.ca/smartstraw. Was there an adjustment in this one at all tonight for the Edmonton Oilers?
Not one that worked, unfortunately. Yeah. We just heard Ryan Rishaug ask Chris Knobloch about changing the lines and whether it was pre-planned, and it was. The adjustment of putting Connor and Leon together. Unfortunately for the Oilers, it didn't work. So Chris Knobloch normally has the Midas touch when it comes to adjustments as the series moved on. Unfortunately, tonight, none of the adjustments worked for the Edmonton Oilers.
Okay, and to wrap things up with you, and let's look a little bit beyond just what we watched here in the Stanley Cup final. Let's go all the way back to September when this team started with their preseason, got going at the regular season. We knew they were in a bit of a funk, that they were in a bit of a hangover from the Stanley Cup final. They only had their 2 months off in the summer. But you had really high hopes for the team right from the get-go. When I questioned a few things, you said, you know what? They're going to be fine. They just got to get through this. But to sum up the whole season, it was a lot of fun to watch for me. I really enjoyed it. I just thought it was, we get a chance to see Connor and Leon and the rest of the team on a regular basis, and we're really lucky here.
Well, we are. I mean, there's 30 other franchises right now wishing they were Florida and Edmonton. And the Oilers, fans won't take much solace in this, neither will the team, obviously, but the Oilers were 3 wins away from being back-to-back Stanley Cup champions. I mean, that's how close they are right now. And that probably makes it hurt more. It probably hurts more being a team that loses in the finals in 6 games as opposed to a team that loses in the first round, because you're so close. You can taste it. I believe the Edmonton Oilers will make moves in the offseason. I think they will come back better. Hopefully better. I do believe they will come back younger than they are this year. But you've got the 2 best players in the world. You've got to build around them so that this isn't just a every 10-year thing, that this is a perennial thing where the Edmonton Oilers are challenging for the Stanley Cup. So it was, no team will ever call losing in the finals a successful year, and we as fans won't either. But it was a year of a whole lot of really, really good hockey that just unfortunately ended 2 games too short.
Just before you came on with Bob on Oilers Now today, Brian Lawton was on, and he's a very respected hockey guy. And he said so much has happened in Edmonton in, let's say, the last 5 or 6 years where this has become a destination for some players. There was a time when we were on the I don't want to be traded there list for the longest time. And so much has changed in a positive manner for the Oilers organization in the last 5 or 6 years, to the point now where it is a destination for people. And that's got to be considered a massive, massive improvement and a positive for the Edmonton Oilers Hockey Club.
Oh, absolutely it is. It's a team that's got an ownership that treats the players like gold. Yep. They got a fantastic arena and arena district. They have the 2 best players in the world, surrounded by a bunch of other star players. They are a perennial playoff and now an annual finals team that is just knocking on the door of winning a Stanley Cup. Players, as they get older, want to be around championships. They want to have an opportunity. You saw how excited Marchand was going to Florida at the deadline. I mean, he was a captain in Boston, and he wanted to go there because he wanted to win again. Yeah. So the Edmonton Oilers will have players that will want to come here in the offseason, and hopefully Stan Bowman and the management team can put together a team so that 1 year from right now, we will be watching the Edmonton Oilers compete in the finals for another Stanley Cup.
One other thing, players watch the crowds, watch the atmosphere in a city. And when we talk to all the media, the international media that's here from the U.S., and, we had a broadcaster just to my broadcast left here from China. We had French television was here. And the atmosphere that the fans have also created here just adds to the allure and the draw of wanting to come to Edmonton, which I think is fantastic over the last few years. Okay. Yep. To wrap things up with you, I cannot thank you enough for bringing me on board this year and kind of bringing me along. And I've been working in the business for 30 plus years, but working with you this year was an absolute pleasure. I just can't thank you enough for that.
Oh, it was a ton of fun. You and I got to enjoy a long, long Edmonton Oilers season. I hope you have a wonderful summer. And I look forward to seeing you again in September when we get to do this all over again, just hopefully with a happier ending.
Yes, that would be kind of nice. And also a big thanks to our friends in Studio 99 who treated us like gold all season long. Denise and China and everybody. It was so much fun to do the post-game show from down at Studio 99 as opposed to up here in the press box. So, Brownie, thanks. Enjoy your summer, okay?
All right, sounds good.
All right, there's Rob Brown. And we're going to take a break. We're going inside the Oiler locker room when we come back. This is Oilers Overtime on 880 CHED.
Encore Trucking was in Commonwealth Stadium lifting glass up to the railings in the end zone. Metallica had played the week before, and during that thundering storm of sound, the glass shattered. Good on you, Metallica. Encore. We get all the fun jobs.
Cheer and save at both of Tiletown's Edmonton locations. In honor of Edmonton's postseason run, save 20% off all regular priced in-stock tile until June 30th. Canadian owned and operated since 1971, Tiletown design consultations are ready to help at mytiletown.ca.
Are you waiting for surgery? Have you suffered an injury to your knee, hand, shoulder, back, foot, or ankle? Canby Surgery can help. Go where the pros go. Canby Surgery Center, Vancouver, BC. Fly in and fly out. Experts in orthopedic and sports injuries. Their surgeons are chosen by elite and professional athletes. Visit CambySurgery.com. CAMBIE Surgery.com. You don't have to be a pro to be treated like one.
Hey Edmonton, Shaman here, and I'm CEO at Hope Street Property Management. If you've ever thought about renting out your house, give me a shout because now is a great time. The market's hot and we have hundreds of pre-qualified tenants looking for great rental homes just like yours. Check out hopestreet.ca to learn more or for your free online rental evaluation.
Hope Street, helping busy homeowners manage their rentals and become armchair landlords who sleep easy.
HopeStreet.ca.
Karen Transportation Systems is hiring. One of Canada's best managed companies and top fleet employers, Karen Transportation is looking for Class 1 professional drivers based in Alberta for short and long-haul work. Drivers enjoy competitive pay, assigned units, well-maintained equipment, and benefits and RRSP match from day one. If you're an experienced Class 1 driver with a clean safety record and scheduling flexibility, we want you on the Karen team. Apply today at KarenTransport.ca/careers. That's KarenTransport.ca/careers.
Work local and never miss a night with the family. Sherway Construction is hiring. They're currently hiring for heavy-duty mechanics, water and sewer personnel, and equipment operators. Sherway offers an extended work season, great advancement opportunities, competitive wages, and best of all, you'll be home every night. Submit your resume to careers at sherway.ca or visit sherway.ca to see all current opportunities. Work local. Work Sherway.
Are you in pain and you've tried every exercise and stretch imaginable, hoping the next one might do the trick? At Leading Edge Physio, we believe healing can move along better and sometimes even faster with evidence-based technology techniques and the people who know how and when to apply it. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
Keep your team jersey and rally towel close by and help bring the championship home. For all your other treasures, store them with Sentinel Storage. Store Canadian. Try 4 weeks free at sentinelstorage.ca. Proud partner of the Edmonton Oilers.
Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is the Heartland Ford Oilers Overtime on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers, 880 CHED.
Bryn Griffiths back live at Rogers Place. It was a 5-1 victory for the Florida Panthers tonight over the Edmonton Oilers, and with that victory, they win the Stanley Cup 4-2 over the Oilers tonight. So it's a bit heartbreaking, and it's the end of the season, but let's just keep plugging away for just a while longer. Could not turn on the goal light tonight. You know how the contest works. It's brought to you by Japanese Village. By the way, they're back downtown now at 101st Street and 105th Avenue, and you can reserve. And you can also take a look at their menu online at jvedmonton.ca. But when the Oilers score 5 or more goals in a game, you go to 880ched.com and you print off a coupon. You get the free appetizer. Couldn't do it here in the final Oiler game, which is kind of tough. Hey, before we get into the Oiler locker room, Aidan Gannon was out in the moss pit tonight and had a chance to catch up to a couple of fans to see how they felt about things. Here's Aidan.
Tyler, obviously not the way that, anyone here in the city of Edmonton would have wanted things to go. Can you just take me through the emotions that you're feeling right now?
Well, immediately it was kind of upsetting, a 5-1 loss, but at the same time, good on the boys, making it to Game 6. Game 7 last year, but still Game 6. Back-to-back Western Conference champions. And Stanley Cup final, that's a huge thing. So happy for the boys, happy that we got to experience this as a city, as a team, everything. Hoping for a better result next year. But besides that, just good on the boys. That's really how I feel for them right now and for myself.
Now, obviously, this is fresh still. So the loss this year compared to the loss last year, how does this kind of differ between the two?
Well, the big thing is that we went to 7 last year after going down 3-0. This year, 3-2, tight series. They played hard. It's a little harder this year. I think we had the team to do it, but they gave it their all. and that's the best. That's all we can ask for. So
there you go. There's Aiden Gannum out in the moss pit. Everybody out there seemed to have a lot of fun over the last 2 months. So thanks to Aiden for checking in with some of the fans down there. Hey, Set the Line, which is brought to you by River Cree Resort and Casino. Excitement bet on it. Our text contest we've run all through the entire season, where we ask you whether or not on total goals, and we set the line at 6.5 generally. We wanted you to say you were going to pick the over or the under. Simone picked under tonight. So, Simone, you're our final winner of this season. You pick up a $50 River Cree Resort and Casino gift card. So, congratulations on that. Okay, down to the Oiler locker room, and I'm sure it was a tough room tonight. So, of course, the first person we're going to hear from is the captain of the hockey club, Connor McDavid.
Connor, I mean, if you can you just take us through what you think happened tonight? Why you guys won a little bit?
I lost to a really good team. Nobody quit. Nobody threw the towel in. They're a heck of a team. You know, the Stanley Cup champions back-to-back for a reason.
What's the difference in the series?
I mean, obviously their forecheck was great. They tilted the rink. They were able to kind of stay on top of us all over the place. Never really able to generate any momentum up the ice. You know, we kept trying the same thing over and over again, just banging our heads against the wall. So, credit to them. They played well.
You guys played a pretty good first period, 2 mistakes and stuff in the back. I guess, is that the way you kind of play mistake?
Yeah, we kept on saying we want to try to win a 2-1 game. Never found a way to do that, obviously. They got great players. You know, how many guys had 20-plus points in their postseason? You know, they're as deep as it comes. Yeah, 2 mistakes. You know, you're right. I thought we put a pretty good period, 2 mistakes, and chasing again.
Connor, you came into the playoffs with a lot of confidence and belief in this group. What's the takeaway here with your group and how far you did?
Still a lot of confidence and belief, you know. I don't think people thought we were going to make it this far. You know, we obviously believed. Came up just a bit short again.
Every group is different. What do you remember about this group?
We came together at the right time, I would say. You know, a lot of difficult circumstances coming down the stretch, and injuries, and guys fighting through things, and guys just coming. You know, we just found a way to get here. You know, obviously didn't find a way to get enough, but credit to a lot of guys.
Look at the core of this team. You feel you get a few more kicks of this can here. The core of the guys you have on this list.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, sure.
The game you had was strong enough to go through the West pretty well, right? You beat good teams out there, and you beat them in 5 games. When it comes up against Florida, and you couldn't solve Florida. You know, what should we think about a Florida team that's that much better than the opponents you face game?
Yeah, they're a really good team. I said it many times already. Very deserving. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. They were really good. No? Yeah, you don't think?
Have you said anything specific to your teammates after the game?
Nothing to say, really. You know, obviously everyone's disappointed.
There's the captain of the hockey club, Connor McDavid. So tough to find the right words to say after a game like that. He'll, you know, when it turns into garbage bag day in a couple of days, when they're cleaning out the locker room and you find out who's banged up a little more, guys usually have something a little more valuable to say. It's so tough on a night like tonight. Hey, let's get to the first Oilers Goal of the Game contest, brought to you by the Great Outdoors Comedy Festival. It's coming up this summer. Don't miss all the laughs at Kinsman Park, July 18th through the 20th. And you can also check out their lineup at greatoutdoorscomedyfestival.com. So, you know what? This is how it works. We asked you to text us who you thought would score the first goal of the hockey game tonight. And just for being selected, and Terry was selected tonight. Terry picks up a pair of tickets to see the Trailer Park Boys at the Comedy Festival coming up. And that one goes on Saturday, July the 19th. But it's going to be a lot of fun down there in the River Valley coming up the middle of July. Terry selected Corey Perry tonight. Didn't happen, which is unfortunate, because had Perry scored first, Terry would have had her seats or his seats selected and upgraded to VIP. So thank you to everybody for coming on board from the Great Outdoors Comedy Festival. They've been with us for the last few months, and it's been a blast being with them. Okay, back to the Oiler locker room. Stuart Skinner is going to have an interesting summer here. I have a feeling. And I'm really curious to get his comments on not only tonight, but the series, and maybe even go back a little bit further. But here's Stuart Skinner.
From your perspective, what was the difference in this series?
In my opinion, I think it was just consistency. I think that was honestly it. They played a consistent game. They didn't change once through the whole series. I felt like our game was up and down a little bit here and there. And, I mean, that's how they play. They play that game all year, and it goes into playoffs, and they stick to it. They do the exact same thing every night. And in our game, we weren't as consistent as they were.
Is there a sense that consistency kind of wore you guys down as the series went on?
Yeah, I think so, especially if bounces go a certain way. Like if you look at Game 2, second overtime, they score a goal. The next game, they're doing the exact same thing. They're not changing. And I think that's kind of when things shifted a little bit. I thought we kind of got away from the script, and momentum's a pretty big part in playoffs.
But are there lessons to be learned in that?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, for sure there's lessons. There's lessons as individuals, how you can show up better, how you can react better to certain situations. Also as a team, how we need to learn from this right away. We need to learn from this right now. Letting it happen 2 times in a row, is devastating.
Perry was one of the first one to give you a big...
Sorry, could you start over?
Was one of the first one to give you a big leg at the end of the game. Was there any change between you and Curry?
Yeah, he brought tears to my eyes, what he was saying, and I'm going to keep that for my heart.
What did you see on the third goal?
Yeah, I mean, it was a nothing shot. I tried to squeeze it in my arm, popped out. He shot it at the blocker side, which is smart, but I put it in a spot that I thought was going to be okay. Obviously wasn't for a second, and then he just shot it on the backside, and then Reinhardt's in a good spot. So it goes from a nothing shot, but I mean, that's what you got to do. That's how goals go in, especially in the playoffs. Guys are just around the net, and I think for Florida, they did a great job at eliminating that.
This was a roller coaster season, a roller coaster playoff. What do you remember about this group?
About this group, a little bit of the same story as last year, just you can never count us out. I think with our group, it was even more so once we got rolling, I think we were unbeatable. I think that's kind of the story for our team.
Was the belief the same after the first period that it was the previous game?
Yeah, for sure. We had some really good motivation to get going. I think, that third goal a little bit later in the second period, I think that's kind of what killed us a bit, but we still had belief going into the third. Believe me, they scored the fourth, and we were at the bench, and we were like, hey, you're coming back out, you're coming back in the bench, we're going to do this. So I don't think for a moment we lost belief until obviously there's 5 minutes left of the game. It's 6-0 or whatever it was.
So Stu, you beat 2 really good teams in Vegas and Dallas, steamrolled. Is Florida just that much better, or did your team just not win?
I think Florida just played a consistent game. That's honestly the end of the story. They played the same way every single night. Nothing changed for them, win or lose. Bobrovsky lets in 6 or 5. He's doing the same thing the next day. Their team isn't changing anything, and they just kept coming. And I thought we did that for the first 2 games, and then we sort of just changed, and from there we were kind of having some peaks and valleys, and they were just good old Florida Panthers.
That series feels like the tank was empty.
Sorry, I'll take yours.
Do you try and learn from that yourself as a goalie? Because Bob was in your shoes at one point. Do you kind of look at that and say, that's the trajectory I want to be on?
I sure hope so. It's my third year in the league. He's 36, obviously, been playing for 14 years. You can tell because he is... Nothing changes for him. You know, you can tell mentally that he's in the same spot, whether he lets in 6 or he gets a shutout. You know, I couldn't tell a difference from game 1 to the last 2 minutes when he knew that he won the Stanley Cup. He didn't change for 1 second. I would love to get in touch with him and ask him how I could fill his shoes and how I could, you know, do that. Definitely hoping that that's my trajectory, but, you know, that's going to have to come from me, my hard work.
Did you feel like you changed in the series, back and forth?
My opinion, I think I showed up the same way. I thought results changed, as they always do. But I think for myself personally, I stayed pretty consistent. I was in my bubble. I was doing my own thing. It's weird being a goalie sometimes in a team sport because sometimes you feel like you're an individual in a team game.
Your team led for 33 minutes in the series, and the other guys led for 250 or something. Mentally, was it just difficult to just always be looking at the scoreboard and seeing that you weren't ahead?
Absolutely. For myself as well, after every first period, I let in 2 goals. And that's hard to take, especially when you got to play them 6 times. In my case, less, but yeah, when you play them consistently and they're just always ahead, I mean, it's a killer. You're always working to get ahead of them. You're always, you know, opening up so that, you know, they're going to get more chances because, you know, you got to go for it. So yeah, as a way to just give them a harder time is for sure getting the lead earlier and keeping it is the big thing.
There's Stuart Skinner from the locker room after that tough one tonight. Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Edmonton Trailer. Looking for parts, service, rentals, or new and used semi-trailers? Then head to edmontontrailer.com for more details. The farm team of the Florida Panthers is in the Calder Cup final, American Hockey League Championship Series, and they are playing tonight in Abbotsford against the Canucks, and they are halfway through the third period. The series is tied at 1, so this is Game 3 in Abbotsford before it switches over to Charlotte, and the Abbotsford Canucks with a 2-1 lead right now on the Charlotte Checkers in the Calder Cup final. So that's Game 3. As I said, 2-1 for Abbotsford right now, midway through the third period. Major Leagues of Baseball tonight, the Blue Jays scored twice in the bottom of the 9th inning. They beat Arizona in Toronto tonight 5-4. And don't forget, the Elks home opener goes Thursday night at Commonwealth Stadium. Montreal is in town. They're on a roll. They're 2-0. The Elks are looking for their first victory of the season, lost their opener in British Columbia against the Lions. Kickoff goes at 7 o'clock on Thursday night. We'll have all the action for you beginning with the countdown. The kickoff with Courtney and Blake, and that'll get going at 5:30. The out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by Advantage Trailer Rentals, your one-stop source for commercial trailer rentals. Just visit them online at AdvantageTrailerRentals.com. You know, the Fill the Net event that we've been doing all season long, thanks to our friends at James H. Brown Injury Lawyers. They donate $100 for every Oiler goal scored this season. That includes the playoffs. And the big total goes to 880 Cheds. Santa's Anonymous, which is a holiday classic in this neck of the woods. They've been helping so many less fortunate in our community for over 60 years. It's a tough time for some people at Christmas, but they just try to put a smile on so many faces. Okay, so here's the grand total. Gotta say thanks to Trent Brown and everybody at James H. Brown Injury Lawyers. The total is 308 goals. That means a check for $30,800 going to 880 Cheds. Santa's Anonymous. So once again, thanks to everybody at James H. Brown Injury Lawyers for doing and being part of our show and on the Fill the Net event that we've been doing. It's so great. We're going to take a timeout. We're going to come back with some final comments. Tough one tonight. Oilers losing to the Florida Panthers 5-1. With that victory, the Panthers winning the Stanley Cup 4-2. Coming back with more in a couple of moments. This is almost over for another season. Oilers overtime right here on 880 Chad.
Atlas Immunization Services.
Where do I go for travel immunizations for all ages, including infants? Easy. Atlas Immunization Services.
Preparing you for a safe and healthy journey.
When life throws you a load, you need a trailer that can take it. Edmonton Trailer is stocked up and ready to help you haul anything from gravel to freight. Whether you're in the oil field, hauling construction materials, logs, or egg goods, Edmonton Trailer has you covered. Find your perfect trailer online at edmontontrailer.com or swing by one of their 3 locations for sales, service, parts, rentals, and financing. When you're in it for the long haul, edmontontrailer.com.
Do you need more laughter in your life?
Come out for a wild time at the Great Outdoors Comedy Festival, July 18th through 20th at Kinsman Park. Get ready for a weekend packed with laughs from John Mulaney, Martin Short, Fortune Feimster, Mateo Lane, Anthony Jeselnik, Kumail Nanjiani, Michael Che, Nick Kroll, Trailer Park Boys, Jeremy Piven, and more. Plus performing stand-up for the first time ever on the same stage, Tony Hinchcliffe and the Killers of Kill Tony. Tickets on sale now at GreatOutdoorsComedyFestival.com.
Avalon has been keeping basements dry and foundations stable in Western Canada for over 50 years. Protect your investment. If you suspect settlement or shifting issues, notice cracked drywall or unlevel windows and doors, call today, 780-468-4400. That's Avalon with a B, home of the lifetime warranty.
Celebrate 50 years of excellence with Jandel Homes, Alberta's premier modular home retailer. Visit our show homes located in Edmonton and Grand Prairie, as well as an award-winning community in Morinville. Come see the difference yourself at our sales and decor centers. Tour a large selection of show homes and start building your dream home with us today. Jandel Homes, celebrating 50 years in business. Visit us online at jandelhomes.com.
Your home for live music and great performances is the River Cree Resort and Casino. Don't miss award-winning platinum country artist Jake Owen at the River Cree Resort and Casino, August 15th. Get your tickets at rivercreeresort.com. River Cree Resort and Casino. Excitement? Bet on it.
I'm Bob Stauffer, and summertime is a great time, especially when you're looking like $1 million thanks to Modern Measure, Edmonton's leading provider of made-to-measure clothing. Whether it's a summer wedding or summer holidays calling your name, Modern Measure can make that nice, light summer suit or casual wear just for you, with a defined fit and style all your own. If they can make me look good, imagine what they can do for you. Located in the heart of Ice District and online at mdrnmeasure.com.
If you're dealing with pelvic pain, discomfort, or incontinence, we truly understand how tough that can feel and how hard it is to reach out for help. At Leading Edge Physio, our pelvic health team offers seriously skilled and compassionate care in a discreet environment, because life shouldn't hurt. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
Live Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is the Heartland Ford Oilers Overtime. Here's Bryn Griffiths on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers, 880 CHED.
Slowly wrapping things up here from Rogers Place. There's more Oilers talk coming up tomorrow. In fact, at 3 o'clock, Road to the Cup will be coming your way. It'll be me and Cam Moon for 1 hour from 3 until 4 o'clock. Bob Stauffer will then arrive from Florida, and Bob will have Oilers Now going from 4 until 6 o'clock in the afternoon. So lots more talk. And the other thing, too, is when you get a little chance to sleep on things and think about it a little bit, you view things a little bit differently. So I'll be curious to see how much things change over the last, over the next 12 to 14 hours. But, hey, listen, that's it for another very entertaining season of Oilers hockey right here on 880 CHED. Obviously, congratulations to the champs, the Florida Panthers. It was a tremendous series, but they just got stronger and stronger as it moved along. So we got to tip our cap to them. Huge thank you, obviously, to the Edmonton Oilers on a wildly entertaining and a fun NHL season. We are so lucky to be able to watch this team, to watch Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl on a regular basis. And now we get ready for the off season. But as we close, we have to send a big thank you out to a lot of people who make our broadcast possible here on 880 CHED. Without them, it would be a very difficult task. And there's more than just a few people involved. Firstly, got to thank the entire Oilers Hockey Club, right from Daryl Cates down through the organization. But in particular, we have to thank Stu McDonald, Tim Shipton, Kevin Rapanos, Jamie Cartmel, Andrew Peard in the PR and marketing departments, Diana Jesper. Deanna did a great job of booking alumni guests for us through the playoffs. Can't thank her enough for that. And also Michael Bobroff, because you get moved around the arena a little bit when the big boys come into town. And got to thank Michael for making sure that we were well looked after. And we're always looked after by the hockey club here, that's for sure. And also a big thanks to the players and the support staff who treat us so well down in the locker room area all season long. Secondly, to all of our sponsors who have been with us on this 100-plus game run, huge thank you for all of your support to our broadcasts. And I'm talking about the pregame and the postgame shows, plus our radio station. It was great meeting everybody back in early October when we just got this season rolling. And all of your positive comments throughout the year mean so much to us. So thank you from all of us at the station. And a huge shout out, obviously, to our general sales manager, Kevin Spriggs, and all of our sales department and promotional teams as well for doing a great, great job. Thirdly, our staff at the radio station. These are the people that seldom get mentioned and need to be mentioned at the end of the season for sure. And that's our engineering staff. We have Michael Evans, Sean Alford, and Grant Ransom. They help keep us on the air. And some nights it's a bit of a challenge in some of the arenas in the U.S., but they always seem to get the job done so you can hear great broadcasting of the Oiler games all the way through the winter months here in the Edmonton area and online. Also to our manager of talk and talent at 880 CHED, Andrew Murdoch. The guy works crazy hours, brings us all together, and he always does it somehow with a smile on his face. I don't know how he does it. And finally, and I don't want to rush through this part too much, but our team here at the rink, our technical producers like Kellen Kennedy, who's been with us tonight. Eamon Hashem is with us on the weekend games. Thank you to both of them. Our on-site producer right here at Rogers Place is Troy Bowler. He's here very early. He's here very late. Does an outstanding job. To the voices, Jack Michaels, Cam Moon, Bob Stauffer, John Shannon, Brendan Escott, Aidan Gannam, and of course, my best friend who I deal with all the time, Rob Brown, who was just a delight to work with this season long. And to everybody, just thank you. And that's pretty much it from the arena. It's fun to come to the rink every day and watch this team. Lots of laughs, lots of hard work. But those guys make this job so, so easy. And from me, thanks for joining us. Everybody who listened all season long, either live on 880 CHED or on our podcast, we appreciate all of your support and your comments. So from all of us to all of you, have yourself a great evening. Have yourself a really safe summer. We'll get back at it again in September. It's not that long away. I'm Bryn Griffiths. Thanks again. I'm out of here.
Get ready to break new ground with Wells Contracting, your complete earthworks and construction provider. Whether your needs are residential or commercial, their relentless drive will get your job done. Basement excavation? Yup. Site grading? You betcha. Asphalt paving? Of course. With Wells Contracting, you can be confident with your development, and the best part, they offer the most competitive prices, which your budget will appreciate. Get a competitive estimate for your next development project today with Wells Contracting. For more, head to wellscontracting.ca.
GCL Diesel is far more than just your experts in diesel fuel systems.
Lost to a really good team. Nobody quit. Nobody threw the towel in. They're a heck of a team. You know, the Stanley Cup champions back-to-back for a reason.
What's the difference in the series?
I mean, obviously their forecheck was great. They tilted the rink. They were able to kind of stay on top of us all over the place. Never really able to generate any momentum up the ice. We kept trying the same thing over and over again, just banging our heads against the wall. So credit to them. They played well.
You guys played a pretty good first period, 2 mistakes ends up in the back of the net. I guess, is that the way you kind of play mistake hockey against the game?
Yeah, we kept on saying we want to try to win a 2-1 game. Never found a way to do that, obviously. They got great players. How many guys had 20-plus points in their postseason? They're as deep as it comes. Yeah, 2 mistakes. You're right. I thought we played a pretty good period, 2 mistakes, and chasing again.
Connor, you came into the playoffs with a lot of confidence and belief in this group. What's the takeaway here with the group and how far you did?
Still a lot of confidence and belief. I don't think people thought we were going to make it this far. We obviously believed. Came up just a bit short again.
Every group is different. What do you remember about this group?
We came together at the right time, I would say. A lot of difficult circumstances coming down the stretch, and injuries, and guys fighting through things, and guys just coming. We just found a way to get here. Obviously didn't find a way to get enough, but credit to a lot of guys.
Looking at the core of this team, do you feel you're going to get a few more kicks of this can here? The way that the core of the guys you have on this team.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, sure.
The game you had was strong enough to go through the West pretty well, right? You beat good teams out there, you beat them in 5 games. When it comes up against Florida, and you couldn't solve Florida. What should we think about a Florida team that's that much better than the opponents you face getting?
Yeah, they're a really good team. I've said it many times already. Very deserving. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. They were really good. No? Yeah? You don't think?
Have you seen anything specific to your teammates after the game?
Nothing to say. Nothing to say, really. Obviously everyone's disappointed.
Evan Bouchard, but Ekholm helps out. Up ahead. Knocked down there was Nugent Hopkins. Evan Bouchard. It's stolen here. And loose is Reinhart. Scores! Sam Reinhart kicks.
What was the difference in this series? In my opinion, I think it was just consistency. I think that was honestly it. They played a consistent game. They didn't change once through the whole series. I felt like our game was up and down a little bit here and there. And, I mean, that's how they play. They play that game all year, and it goes into playoffs, and they stick to it. They do the exact same thing every night. In our game, we weren't as consistent as they were.
Is there a sense that consistency kind of wore you guys down as the series went on?
Yeah, I think so, especially if bounces go a certain way. Like if you look at Game 2, second overtime, they score a goal. The next game, they're doing the exact same thing. They're not changing. And I think that's kind of when things shifted a little bit. I thought we kind of got away from the script, and momentum's a pretty big part in playoffs.
Are there lessons to be learned in that?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, for sure there's lessons. There's lessons as individuals, how you can show up better, how you can react better to certain situations. Also as a team, how we need to learn from this right away. We need to learn from this right now. Letting it happen 2 times in a row, is devastating. Sorry, could you start over? Yeah, he brought tears to my eyes, what he was saying, and I'm going to keep that for my heart.
What did you see on the third
Yeah, I mean, it was a nothing shot. I tried to squeeze it in my arm, popped out. I mean, he shot it at the blocker side, which is smart, but yeah, I put it in a spot that I thought was going to be okay. Obviously wasn't for a second, and then he just shot it on the backside, and then Reinhardt's in a good spot. So it goes from a nothing shot, but I mean, that's what you got to do. That's how goals go in, especially in the playoffs. You know, guys are just around the net, and I think for Florida, they did a great job at eliminating that.
This is a roller coaster season, a roller coaster playoff. What do you remember about this group?
I mean, about this group, a little bit of the same story as last year. Just you can never count us out. I think with our group, it was even more so if once we got rolling, I think we were unbeatable. I think that's kind of the story for our team.
Was the belief the same after the first period that it was the previous game?
Yeah, for sure. We had some really good motivation to get going. I think, you know, that third goal a little bit later in the second period, I think that's kind of what killed us a bit. But we still had belief going into the third. Like, believe me, they scored the fourth, and we were at the bench, and we were like, hey, like, you're coming back out. You're coming back in the bench. Like, we're going to do this. So I don't think for a moment we lost belief until, obviously, there's 5 minutes left of the game. It's 6-0 or whatever it was. I think Florida just played a consistent game. That's honestly the end of the story. Like, they played the same way every single night. Nothing changed for them, win or lose. Bobrovsky lets in 6 or 5. He's doing the same thing the next day. Their team isn't changing anything, and they just kept coming. And I thought we did that for the first 2 games, and then you know, we sort of just changed, and from there we were kind of having some peaks and valleys, and they were just good old Florida Panthers.
Last year it feels like the tank was empty.
Sorry, I'll take yours.
Do you try and learn from that yourself as a goalie? Because Bob was in your shoes at one point. Do you kind of look at that and say, that's the trajectory I want to be on?
I sure hope so. I mean, it's my 3rd year in the league. He's 36, obviously, been playing for 14 years. You can tell because he is... Nothing changes for him. You know, you can tell mentally that he's in the same spot, whether he lets in 6 or he gets a shutout. You know, I couldn't tell a difference from game 1 to the last 2 minutes when he knew that he won the Stanley Cup. He didn't change for 1 second. I would love to get in touch with him and ask him how I could fill his shoes and how I could, you know, do that. Definitely hoping that that's my trajectory, but, you know, that's going to have to come from me, my hard work.
Did you feel like you changed in the series, back and forth?
My opinion, I think I showed up the same way. I thought results changed, as they always do. But I think for myself personally, I stayed pretty consistent. I was in my bubble. I was doing my own thing. It's weird being a goalie sometimes in a team sport because sometimes you feel like you're an individual in a team game.
Stu, your team led for 33 minutes in the series. The other guys led for 250 or something. Mentally, was it just difficult to just always be looking at the scoreboard and seeing that you weren't ahead?
Absolutely. For myself as well, after every first period, I let in 2 goals. And that's hard to take, especially when you got to play them 6 times. In my case, less, but yeah, when you play them consistently and they're just always ahead, I mean, it's a killer. You're always working to get ahead of them. You're always, you know, opening up so that, you know, they're going to get more chances because, you know, you got to go for it. So yeah, as a way to just give them a harder time is for sure getting the lead earlier, and keeping it is the big thing.
Can you just take us through what you think happened tonight? Why you guys were able to...
Lost to a really good team. Nobody quit. Nobody threw the towel in. They're a heck of a team. You know, the Stanley Cup champions back to back for a reason.
Chris, what was the difference in the series?
So many things have to go your way. In our first three series, things went our way. We got timely goals at certain times. Maybe a power play call or put us on the power play, whatever it is, or a timely save. I don't think any time during the series we were able to do that. And you look at even tonight, I thought we had a good start. We make a mistake, and now we're down 1-0. We had chances to score early. We didn't. Like the goal that we got at the end of the game obviously didn't mean anything, but certainly we felt like an opportunity to get a break like that earlier, and we never got those breaks. So, and it's tough. You got to play to get those breaks, but I just felt that a lot of times we just couldn't get that puck in the net.
Chris, Connor said earlier in the series that you didn't feel you'd played your best game, but it was coming. Leon said, I think it was today that didn't feel like your best game had been there. Why do you think your team wasn't able to hit the high level that you're accustomed to, and how much of that had to do with Florida?
Yeah, credit to Florida. They're a fantastic team. They've got a lot of good players, and you look at how that roster is made up, and and anytime we did get through it, their goalie played extremely well. We had our chances, but we couldn't break, especially early in games. The scoring was very lopsided in the first period, and it was again tonight. But I didn't feel that the chances were skewed that heavily. I thought we had good starts and just couldn't get the puck through him. And if we get those through as the goalie, then it's probably a different type of game. But they got a great team, and like I said, anytime we were able to get some scoring chances, their goalie played extremely well throughout the whole series.
Left side, front row.
Chris, you guys led this series for like 33 minutes. The other guys for 250. Does it continually for 2 weeks looking up at a scoreboard that has you behind? How's that work psychologically on a team?
I don't know. It's each game. We're not taking notes about how much we're trailing, how much we're ahead, because after each game, it just comes down to winning and losing, and it makes it really hard when you don't have a lead to overcome a really good team and a really good team with a good goaltender. So, just fortunately or unfortunately, we just couldn't score those early goals.
Right side, front row.
Chris, does this one feel a little different just because of the unconventional road you guys got here to get here? So many injuries at the end of the season. A lot of people didn't expect you to get past Los Angeles, and then just to get here and come up against a good team like that.
No, there's no silver lining to this. It's still heart-wrenching. It's very difficult to handle right now. No, it's just because we were maybe the underdogs going to the LA series, underdogs against Vegas, Dallas series. It hurts right now, and I don't think it's going to let up for a while.
Right side, second row.
Chris, you win the first game of the series and you have it tied through 4. You're right in the thick of it. But given the way this ended, does it feel further away than maybe it did last year?
Well, yeah, it feels farther away. We went to Game 7 last year. I certainly felt things could have been a lot differently. We were probably overall healthier last year as a whole, but we had everyone in the lineup. This year, obviously, missing Hyman was a big hole for us. But, I think it was obviously last year we were a lot closer because we went to Game 7, and that Game 7 was so close. So,
Stay in the same row.
Chris, for Stuart, it was kind of a roller coaster ride throughout the whole playoffs, not just the final, but also the final. But I'm just curious, what you saw from him as he kept coming back and trying to give you guys the game that you needed.
Yeah, no, credit to him. Credit to all the players. I thought they're very passionate, and they're very their hearts were in it, and they wanted the team to have as much success as possible. And Stu was among them, and there's nothing that, you know, I thought he gave a solid goaltending, and when he didn't, Picks came in and made up for that, and so we didn't lose this on Stu not playing on his game at all.
Right side, front row.
Chris, can you talk about sort of your search to try and find combinations that would click for you? You know, some guys in and out of the lineup. But you also made a switch really early in this game to go to McDavid and Draisaitl. Did you kind of have that planned, or can you just take us through sort of the mechanics of that decision early?
Yeah, well, through those games, I think we, like I said, I think we started off well. Midway through the first period, making mistakes and then kind of falling back behind. So same thing tonight. I thought we were off to a great start, and it looked like, why would I change it? But you know, those games 3 through 5 were very similar to that, and they started to take over in the second half of that period. And you know, right when we made that switch of putting those two on that line together, which was the plan, you know, we get scored against. And then once we were chasing it, we were almost fully committed to, because we're chasing the game, having those two together. So, so yes, it was the plan.
Same row, other end.
Chris, you talked about the roller coaster in the playoffs, the injuries at the end of the season, the team facing a lot of adversity. What will you remember about this group of players?
Sorry?
What will you remember about this team, this group of players?
Oh, the guys that fought really hard. You know, even, you know, talked earlier about being a resilient group. Like, we saw it more last year just because our backs were against the wall more often. But going this year, you know, it was alluded earlier that we were an underdog throughout the playoffs. And for us to get to Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final, being a bunch of underdogs, it's a pretty good accomplishment. Unfortunately, it hurts just because we felt that we could have won it all. And, you know, getting so close last year and getting so close this year, you know, a lot had fallen into place, and it did very early in the playoffs. So I'm very, very happy about the guys. They gave a tremendous effort.
In my opinion, I think it was just consistency. I think that was honestly it. They played a consistent game. They didn't change once through the whole series. I felt like our game was up and down a little bit here and there. And, I mean, that's how they play. They play that game all year, and it goes into the